Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link for that is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. $10 and up will be displayed. $100 and up will be read/answered. And if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. We'll do a $69 TTS for the first 30 minutes of the show. It'll be $200 and up thereafter to trigger TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. If your chat, if your chat or TTS is too toxic, we do reserve the right to skip it, guys. It's an optics thing. It's a TOS thing, so be considerate. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. Guys, we've got channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. By the way, I think it might be bugged, so if anybody has a little Prime, just test it out. And also, I've disabled ads on Twitch. For any of you who the stream quality is better there, we're going to get Madison streaming on Twitch pretty soon, so be sure to follow us on Twitch for like exclusive Twitch content. Also, we're at least during the stream, we don't put any ads. We're trying it out for the month on Twitch, so if you want an ad-free experience. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal, get some merch. I'm wearing our Whatever hoodie. If you like it, get yourself one. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link for all three of those channels are in the, well, actually 2 of them are in the description. We have a private Patreon members only Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. We posted the BTS of the girl who beat up Nick on there if you want to check it out. Let's see, what are the little quick announcements? Oh, we got Andrew Wilson, who will be calling in a little bit later. He was supposed to be with us from the get-go, but something came up, so just stay tuned for Andrew. He will be calling in a little bit later on. Also, I don't know if you guys see this thing right there, right? This thing, I don't know if any of you are 90s nostalgia people, but Nickelodeon Guts, very popular show on Nickelodeon back in the 90s. I'm trying to buy one of the legit real ones, the rewards award or whatever that was given to somebody. So if you know someone, you have it, I'll buy it off you for a reasonable price. Anyways, disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, and without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Bobby Lavender. I'm 30 years old, just turned 30.
Okay, all right.
I live in Louisiana. I'd rather not say what part.
That's fine.
Particularly. Wait, what was the questions again?
Name, age, location, and occupation.
Oh, that part. I've been on OnlyFans for like 4 years now, basically since the pandemic, and that's full-time, and I part-time cam model on my free cams.
And you're 30, right? How long have you been involved with the adult content stuff?
Since I moved out at 19.
Okay, so for most of your working life then?
Yeah, my first ever job before I was even 18, I was a janitor.
Oh, okay.
And I sold crawfish too. It's Louisiana, you know.
Like a janitor for a school or an office? Okay.
Yeah, an office. It was actually a pest control office.
Okay.
Business.
What about you?
Hi, I am Tavia. I'm 22 and I'm from Pennsylvania. and I'm a freelance model, and I do OnlyFans.
All right, welcome. What about you?
Hi, my name's Alyssa. I'm 27, and I'm a realtor in Austin, and I have a bunch of like side hustles too, like grocery delivery, nannying, stuff like that.
All right, what about you?
My name is Sky. I'm from San Diego, California, and I'm an environmental health specialist.
Age?
So I'm 24.
All right, environmental health specialist, what's that?
So I am like a health inspector, but I don't do food inspections. I do like chemical inspections. So
Okay. So what, like a typical day on the job, are you just going to different locations, doing
Yeah.
inspections, making sure there's not like any sulfuric acid
yeah, that they're not going to blow up
Okay.
on any given day. So yeah.
All
Pretty
right.
much that.
Honorable job.
What about you?
I'm Juliet. I am from Denver, Colorado. I'm 38 and I work in marketing.
All right, welcome.
I'm Corinne. I'm 45 years old. I live in West Hollywood, and I am a writer, comedian, and podcaster.
Okay. Maddie, you can
My
introduce
name's
yourself. Go on.
Madison. I'm 19 years old. I'm from San Diego. I now live in Santa Barbara. I work for the Whatever podcast, and I'm a student at Santa Barbara City College.
All right, welcome everybody. So, guys, sorry we were a little late there. We had we had some people flake, and then we had a no-show. Just, I could get into the details of the bullshittery that you got to deal with behind the scenes. But anyways, so we're down about 2 seats, but it's all good. We have a very fantastic panel regardless. So going around the table once more, what's everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, harem, whatever it may be. If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in, starting with you?
I'm in a monogamous-ish relationship now for 3 years, and I'm so ADD. This is my longest relationship.
Okay, this is your longest. And you said it's open-ish. What does that mean?
Well, since I create content, sometimes I collab, and I'm also pretty open, in the right circumstances, with the right boundaries. With the right circumstances and with the right boundaries and communication. I'm also okay with my man seeing other people or us having threesomes and orgies and stuff.
Okay, so you're saying when you shoot content, you'll shoot content with other men?
I've only done with other men 4 times, and it was for a...
Only 4 times?
Only 4 times. It was for a company, a mainstream company, and that's the first time I ever tried that, and
Sure.
I will not be doing it again.
Okay.
I mean,
And
it
then
wasn't necessarily a bad experience. It's just not for me.
And then outside of work, are you are you sleeping with other men outside of work?
Oh, no, I don't want to.
But your boyfriend, he's sleeping with other women?
No, he isn't. I mean, one time, my friend, and it was cool, but it's not a regular
You
thing.
gonna leave
That's
that
why I
up
said,
forever, Nick, or what?
I'm hearing some static.
Some static?
Yeah, in the audio. I noticed one person noticed it. It's not terrible.
Okay, hold on. Pull up the chat, please.
Yeah.
Pull up the chat. Guys, did you guys hear any audio issues or anything? You guys hearing any audio issues? Let's see if I can.
Nick, did you turn off 3?
Comments are wild.
Okay, people are saying.
Sounds good now. I'll keep an eye on it.
Hold on. The chat is saying that there's static.
Hearing it? Okay. I'm gonna open it.
One sec, guys. We're just going to troubleshoot this audio thing, so. Can my mods just message me and tell me if you guys are hearing static? It stopped. Maybe it was from fucking this thing. Fucking, I got a goddamn.
The culprit.
Is that a Tesla thing?
Wait, you want to test it?
It's it's called a
They
Tesla
sounded like
coil,
hot
or
dog
it's a plasma.
Yeah.
I think it's plasma. I think the plasma was like. Here, let me move that shit away from my mic. Okay. It should be better. Pull up the chat. Let me just double.
Yeah, I just listened to it.
Wait, hold on. Let's do a little test. Let me put this shit right next to the fucking. Did you guys hear that? Oh wait, I don't know if that's.
I don't.
Is it worse now? Okay, I don't know.
I don't hear it.
Whatever. Anyways, I forgot where we were. I was talking to you about
Yeah,
if
so
you
it's-
are open, like seeing other guys.
I'm not seeing any other guys. I'm more interested in my relationship with my man. I don't want to see other guys, but I'm bisexual, so I like seeing other women. My preference for collabs is other women. Like I said, when I'm like orchestrating it myself, it's always other women or trans women. And then the only time I did with men was for a mainstream
Okay, and
company.
he's seeing.
He's not seeing
other
anyone. Like
women.
I said, we're monogamish. There's certain circumstances.
So you guys have
certain,
threesomes.
We actually haven't had that yet.
Oh, I thought you mentioned something about threesomes.
I would be cool
Did
with
I?
it.
Yeah.
Did
I
anybody
thought
else
you
hear
said
that?
Yeah, I said no, I think I mentioned it earlier, but I would be cool with it.
Oh,
We
you
plan
just-
on doing it.
You haven't had
We
any.
actually live like kind of in the middle of nowhere, Louisiana, so we have to travel to like make work, for me.
Okay. What about you?
I'm talking to someone right now, talking stage. My longest relationship was a year. What am I missing?
How long have you? How long has the talking stage been going on?
Almost 3 months now.
3 months. Okay. And before that, were you? Did you consider yourself single or?
Before that, yeah, I've been single since November, so a few months now.
Okay. So talk.
Salu Brian Sarvar donated $69. As always, Maddie is a 10. Welcome back, Helmet Girl. Brian, I'm happy you're using the old intro where you introduce yourself. It flows nicely and much more elegant. Hello, ladies.
I don't know if I ever stopped doing.
Yeah, you
there
did
wa-
stop. I noticed.
What do you mean I stopped?
Like lately, you weren't saying. I forgot.
No, I changed. I changed it a little bit, but
But it wasn't the same.
I'm pretty sure. Well, in any case, thank you, man. Appreciate the TTS. Thank you, dude. Salut. So, you were saying you've been single for
Since November.
November. Okay. Talking stage 3 months. How did you guys meet?
We met in Miami.
Into the mic kindly. You guys met in Miami. So in person. It wasn't like from a dating app or anything like that.
In person.
Okay. And so, and remind me, you live also in Miami or?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pennsylvania. So this is a long distance talking stage. So how often do you see him?
It really depends on like what my work schedule looks like, but I try to see him at least once a month. Maybe I'll just come to LA for like a week or two.
When's the last time you saw him?
About a month ago.
Okay, 1 month ago. And do you want this to be more than a talking stage? Have you guys had like a convo about title or anything?
Yeah, we're just getting to know each other and taking it
Wait,
easy.
so yeah, you have had a conversation about title?
Yeah, but we're just getting to know each other and like we're just in that stage right now, like
So
going
who-
on dates, seeing what's up.
Who
and-
initiated that conversation about what is this title? Him or you?
Neither. I think it's just been like mutual, like just talking, getting to know each other. And
But you
like,
said there was a conversation about what is this? Are we boyfriend, girlfriend?
I guess it was me.
It was you. And then you said, we're just seeing where things are going.
Well, I was saying I was interested, but I just want more time to kind of
You do or he does?
me. I do.
So then why did you ask for a title?
I didn't ask for a title, but I
Well,
was
you
just
had the
talking
conversation,
about
right?
the potential of it and that I'm interested in going forward.
What
and
did he say when you brought that up?
He was interested as well.
He was interested in
Like
being
interested
boyfriend
in
and girlfriend.
seeing each other,
Okay, well,
continuing
okay.
to see each other and seeing where it goes.
So you said, did you say anything like, I want something more serious?
No.
Oh, okay. So how specifically did you phrase this conversation?
Well, it's kind of complicated because I was like, okay, I really like you, and was impulsive, and I was like, I think we should date. And then I went home and I was like, oh, that was impulsive, and I need more time to like get to know you. So let's actually go backwards, spend more time.
You're so young.
Okay.
Who needs to rush titles? You're so young. Come on.
Right?
So, I mean, kind of sounds like you want a little bit more than he does. Is that fair to say?
I don't know. I think it's definitely equal. It's an equal
But
it's
level
more
of
of me being hesitant, like not being completely sure yet if I want that yet. So.
Okay. What about you?
So technically I'm legally separated, but I consider myself single.
So you're legally married then?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, but no, actually I'm legally separated. Like I
Well-
moved from the house, so like when I filed taxes and stuff, it's
But you're not divorced.
no, but soon.
You're in the process of getting a
Yeah.
divorce, but you're still not yet divorced.
Right.
So, and is this a pretty recent occurrence?
Okay, so sort of.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I officially filed in February. I wanted out of my marriage the last several years and made it very obvious, but Texas will not finalize divorces when you're pregnant, and I was pregnant for 2 years in a row. So then I had to like recover and everything. In December is when I was like, okay, I'm getting out of here one way or another. And I didn't get the money to do so until February, and then I moved out in March. But he's just like dodged being served, and which is crazy because he's seeing somebody, and I've talked to people since and stuff. So I don't know why his girlfriend is not like sign the papers, but yeah.
And wait, so how long? When did you meet him? At what age did you meet him?
I was 22.
And you're 27 currently, is correct?
Yes.
So you were. How long were you married for? Or were you
3
still married?
years. 3 years.
So you were dating for like 2 years, got married, and how old are your kids?
1 and 2.
1 and 2. Okay. And why? You initiated the divorce, or?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
So I have to be a little bit careful just because we do have children, and I don't want to ever like negatively impact their view of their dad should he ever decide to have a relationship with them. But you know, I know everybody thinks they know a narcissist. Any asshole is not a narcissist. They have a very specific playbook, and I believe, and my therapist believes, though she can't like officially diagnose someone who's not her client, that he has NPD. So all of the things associated with that were issues.
Okay.
But I just don't want my kids to ever watch this maybe one day and then be like, you know, because if they can have a good relationship with him, I would like to protect them from all that.
In terms of the custody of the children, do you guys share, or are they just with you, or?
When I filed for divorce, he stopped having anything to do with them.
6,969 blah blah blah
Thank
69
you.
donated $69.
Yep.
My sprinkler be like.
Oh, that's a different one. There you go. Look at that. She's doing look at that.
That's when I motorboat empty gold teeters it be like a
Wow. It's good. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Oh, we got another one coming in.
Big Labia Disrespector donated $69.
We don't disrespect big
Never
labias
argue
here.
with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level and then beat you with experience.
That's true.
Andrew, shave your arms. Madison, wink into the camera. Bobby, show us your armpit hair.
Who the hell
I
is
probably
this?
Yeah,
have,
you
like-
can. You can.
Okay, I just had to.
Oh, okay. There you go. Nice.
George
Okay.
Cook donated $100. I think one person identified as bisexual. To the panel, would you consider being with a man who is bisexual? If not, why not?
Yeah, we'll go around on this really quick. Would you be with a man who's bisexual?
Yes, and I have.
I'm bisexual and no.
So if no, why not?
No, because I don't know. I just feel like if someone's sticking their dick in someone's butt and then coming to have sex with me, then it'll probably cause problems.
Now, what's
So,
worse though, being on the receiving end or being, what is it, the top or bottom?
Yeah.
The pitcher and the catcher. So, but you're. And what's interesting? It's actually interesting here. You're by yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a double standard, don't you think?
Maybe, but I don't do anal. So.
Lol Paladins donated $69.
Oh, wow.
You
Okay.
let him hit it raw, you didn't have second thoughts, now you a single mom, now you a single
This
mom
is a
song
song.
unrelated to guests, of course.
It's a song. Okay, thank
I
you,
did
Law
let my
Paladins.
husband hit it roll. That's true. That's very true.
She,
A husband.
yeah,
Her husband.
the husband.
The husband that I've been with for 2 years before we had kids.
Okay, thank you, Law Paladins. Wait, so what if he was not putting his P in the A, but he was getting D in the B,
In the pussy?
the butt?
That's the same thing.
Because you said I wouldn't do it because I don't want a guy who's putting his P in the A, but what if he's getting D in the B? Does that change anything?
I don't know. No comment.
So no to both then, if the guy's bi.
Just no.
But you're bi.
No bi.
I guess it's different, but it's interesting. What about you?
No, I would not be with a bisexual man.
Yes, I have been before.
Okay. Why not for you?
I want a man who wants everything that I am. And yeah, it's just no. I want a man who's a masculine man and attracted to women.
What if he's a masculine man and attracted to women, but on the weekends he...
Beaten Cheeks donated
Yo, good to see you in the chat, man.
$69.
Thank you.
Ladies, I'm in my soft guy era forever
Drizzle,
now.
drizzle, dude.
Whoever makes 500k a year, own a home, have a car, pays for the first date and will pay my bills along with my seasonal suits. Holler at me. Drizzle, drizzle.
Drizzle, drizzle.
I'll do that for you.
My husband
But can you
literally
lay
made
it down?
$500K a year.
If you
I
can't
love-
lay it down,
I
it's a
still left
no.
I
Wait,
love
hard pass.
do you have a romantic interest in beaten cheeks?
Oh, I have no idea, but I'm just saying, like,
If he makes five...
we
I
don't
heard some
care how
whispering.
much.
Like
No, we don't
the
care how much you
Oh,
make
you
because
don't
my
care.
husband made $500K and I still divorced him.
Still divorced.
But
Wait,
he was
no, I
saying
thought
he
it
wanted
was-
that from the woman. And
No,
for
yeah,
them
that's
to pay
how
his
it-
bills.
Oh,
Guys.
he wants
He wants
cheeks.
that.
He said you have to make 500.
And I'm
Cheeks? I didn't know
willing-
that. Right. Okay. He's
wants to be a sugar
He's in
baby.
his soft guy
Yeah.
era.
There's some girls
You
who
want to
do
be
it.
a stay-at-home dad? Well, come over and sit on my lap.
Would you be with a bi guy?
I have no judgment about it, but I personally would not.
I have in the past. I didn't know they were until much later, but it didn't bother me.
Okay.
It's all the same to me.
No, absolutely not.
No. Okay. All right. There you go. There you go. We were talking a little bit about your marriage/divorce. Now, I'll actually just pull up my notes here really quick. Actually, you know what? We'll come back to it. But your position is that your soon-to-be ex-husband, was a narcissist.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And have you? So, how long have you guys been separated?
So he left the house in February, which is when I filed. And the last time we had any contact was maybe early March. Like he was still
Okay.
trying to get me back January, February, and like into March a little bit.
But you
once-
moved out in February.
No, I moved
But-
out in March. I filed for
Oh.
divorce in February.
But how long were you checked out for? The whole
Like
marriage?
2 years. I
2
tried to
years.
file for
Okay.
divorce during my first pregnancy.
Oh wow. Okay. And so, in terms of dating though, have you been dating at all?
Yeah, I was seeing one guy for a little bit, and he's just too young.
I saw your Instagram story last night.
It didn't work out. But I'm not like talking to anybody really right
Okay,
now.
we're just gonna ignore that.
Well, like, wait, what did I put on there? I don't even
I don't know.
remember.
You were. I guess you guys got into Santa Barbara early, and you're like, oh, there's a lot of tall, attractive guys.
Oh my God, there is.
Here in Santa Barbara.
Tall guys with glasses. Oof.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys get lucky last night?
No, I don't have
No?
like casual hookups.
Okay. So, have you had like any, like a short-term thing with any guys?
Yeah. After my husband, I started dating a comedian dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was a year
Rebound?
younger. No, not a rebound.
Not a rebound. Was there a rebound?
No.
No rebound. Okay.
No. It's just someone that I met through a mutual
I
friend,
see.
and I was like, oh, I really like you. But
Now, does your husband, does he pay child support?
he has no, well, okay, so He's not going to be legally ordered to until we go to court.
Okay, so
And
that's in the works.
It's in the works, but he has not. The first month when I was still at the house and he still thought maybe I would stay and like change my mind, he was sending them me like $100 a week.
Salu Brian Sava donated $69. I would Maddie's Kuam off of Frankie's D just
bro,
to
I gotta
know how she
skim this
tastes.
one.
Why did you
No,
not?
it's already read out. It's the
Too
damage is
late, I
done.
missed it. All right, salute. Gee.
So bad.
Y'all crazy, bro. Y'all crazy.
Off the
Okay.
chain.
Yeah, so he was sending like $100 for
Wait,
every
how much?
week.
How much does he make a year?
$500,000.
Did you guys have a prenup?
No.
No prenup.
No, but I mean, like, honestly, in Texas, the men are pretty protected. Or whoever makes the most money or owned a home first. Like, there's protections in place there anyway.
Were you making any money while you guys were together?
Yes.
Okay.
In real estate.
Yeah. You also, did you do dancing too? Were you a dancer?
Not while I was married. I was a dancer in my young adult life, but not ever at any point when I was with my husband.
Not with him. Okay. And so, no prenup. You guys are getting divorced. Is he, I don't know if how this works in Texas, but does he have to, do you have a lawyer?
I do.
Does he have to pay for your lawyer?
We're going to request it.
You're going to request
And
it.
he's going to have to
Okay.
pay back child support from the time that I left, since he
Okay.
hasn't sent any, except the first month. He hasn't sent the money, talked to them.
Are there child
seen them.
support maximums in
There
Texas?
are. Yeah. The
So-
maximum would be $2,300 for 2 kids.
And I'm assuming, given that he makes $500,000, he's probably obligated to pay the maximum. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's good that they have a maximum, though, I suppose. Okay, so you've been kind of dating a little bit here and there. You're in the process of getting divorced, and we'll get into some of the details of the relationship a little bit later on. What about you?
I am single. I've always been single.
Always been single?
Always been single, but I had like an relationship for like 3 days.
Huh?
To those who know, they know. Okay.
Wait, what is an relationship? So
Okay.
you never met in person?
No, we never met in person. We were talking on Discord for like 3 years.
Do you know what he looks like, or was it just like an anime?
No, I know
profile
exactly
picture?
what he looks
Okay.
like. It wasn't AI generated.
Wait, you guys
either.
were like dating for 3 years?
For 3 days.
Oh, 3 days. But
Yeah,
you knew
we had
him-
been talking for 3 years.
3 years.
Friends.
Damn, that's a lot of.
Oh,
Hold on.
I don't know, man. That sounds like a lot of work.
It was a lot of work, and I had to put in like he was broke, bro. and-
You send him money?
No, I didn't send him money,
Oh, okay.
but he was.
So why did it only last for 3 days?
The reason why was because I had been acting a little bit crazy because I had gone on shrooms, and I took like way too many shrooms.
What?
Went to a psych ward.
Word.
Then I was having like, I don't know how to describe it, but I was having really bad like expression of myself. Like I was saying things out of turn, and I think it became too much for him, and so he.
Wait, did you get 5150'd?
What the?
What's that?
3-day hold.
It's a 3-day hold.
5150
Yeah.
is
Yeah, I did.
involuntary
I
psychiatric
like,
hold.
yeah, I like blew the doors off the ambulance
Damn.
With a firearm?
with my hands. Like,
Wait, what?
no, like I blew the doors open. And
Okay.
So wait, were you just on shrooms?
yeah, I was just on shrooms.
Don't
but
do
I,
drugs, kids. Don't do drugs.
You know, it's not the.
You had that special ed strength.
No, but I took like, so this comedian had given me a bunch of shrooms, and I just took them all at once because I thought, you know, the universe was pointing
Beaten
me towards
Cheeks
doing
donated
that.
$69.
Yeah, thank you,
I
brother.
make 450k yearly, but you have to pay me to lay it down.
Word.
If you want to DM me, you need to send $1,000 via Cash App first. I'm
Drizzle,
not trying to be with a
drizzle.
brokey. Show me a bank
He's
statement.
not trying to be with the
Drizzle,
brokey.
drizzle.
Drizzle,
knows his worth.
dude.
What does that
What's
mean?
that? Bean Cheeks, I'm sure you'd love that Chris Brown song. It's like, fuck, how's it go? You know, these hoes ain't loyal. How's it go?
You just said it.
What? No, but what's the lyric? It's like, wait, something about broke bitches. Anybody know the lyrics to
I can
that?
make a broke bitch rich,
But I don't date.
but I don't fuck with broke bitches.
There we go, Madison. She knows the lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
She's a Chris Brown fan.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you, Bean Cheeks. Appreciate it. So okay, let's.
Unpack?
Okay, you did some shrooms. Cool.
Yeah.
Get it? Freaked out. Psychiatric hold.
Yeah.
Committed to a psych hospital. Do you take any medication for
Like, oh yeah.
that? I guess. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm on mood stabilizers now and
Mhm.
anti-anxiety stuff. So, well, I've
Like
been
any
on it for a while.
psychotropic antidepressants?
Not psychotropic.
Okay. Okay.
I think that would just exacerbate any.
Have you been diagnosed with anything like bipolar?
No.
Nothing like that. Okay. So in terms of your relationship, though, you said you've been single your entire life,
Yeah.
and you're 24. So what's, I guess, the longest period of time? Like, have you ever dated somebody in person?
Not really.
Have you been on a date?
Yeah, I've been on dates.
What, have you been on multiple dates with the same person?
Yeah. I would say I've been on like 5 dates with one person, but
Okay.
it was a rebound situation. I was the rebound, and he wasn't looking for a relationship.
Okay. So what's the longest period of time you've seen a guy? Was it that guy? 5-date guy?
Yeah, I was the 5-date guy.
And that was like, what, a month?
It was like 3 months, but he still talks to me.
3
Like
months.
he tries to.
Tries still to smash?
Yeah,
Still tries to smash? Okay.
still tries to smash.
So single your whole life. Your longest thing was 3 months. And so have you done like more casual type stuff, like casual hookups?
Yeah,
Okay.
for the most part, not
All
a lot,
right.
but
And are you desirous of something more serious, something long term?
yes, I'm waiting until marriage.
For what?
To have sex?
Yeah, for sex.
Are you a virgin?
No.
Don't you think that ship has sailed?
You can decide at any time.
I can.
You can decide at any
I
time.
can
celibate.
like because okay, I feel like anytime a girl starts having sex, it's like I don't know. That's just an experience.
X4X Blasi donated $69.
I like this one.
Ladies,
We'll come
you're
back
out
to
in
this.
open sea on a raft. Would you rather have a man with you or a great white
It's a
shark
table, you're out of
circling
frame.
you?
Okay, starting with you. Go ahead, Bobby. Open sea on a raft.
Obviously, I
Rather
would like to be with a man.
or a great white shark. Random man. It's a random man.
Yeah, man. Man's great.
A man, obviously.
A random man. It's not so obvious.
I would take a random man.
Yeah, definitely a dude.
Manny. Okay. So going back to this.
Yeah.
So wait.
So you're waiting until. Are you religious?
A little. I've been reading the Bible a lot more recently.
Do you have a denomination?
Christian.
No, I mean, like, are you Protestant, Orthodox,
No.
Catholic? Okay.
I have a question, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So you're not a virgin,
No, I'm not a
But-
virgin.
but now you want to wait until marriage?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay, you do realize that doing that, you're setting yourself up for failure, right? Because you don't know what you're getting into. You don't know if you have any sexual chemistry. You're going to get with this dude and find out that he's not tooting your horn.
Well, so I believe that you can like teach people.
And you're in favor of teaching people. You said it outside. Teach the young ones.
That's,
So-
that's true.
Same concept.
So definitely if someone, my main concern now is a relationship and not like I was willing and I am willing now as I've gotten older to like put sex on the back burner. And I don't think a lot of women are willing to do that.
You don't think sex is an important component of a
No, I
relationship?
definitely do. But
So, question, if the guy has a schmeckle and it's not able to get you off, then what?
I mean, I've been masturbating my whole life, so.
Right, so that means you're going to be with a dude, you're going to marry a guy, spend the rest of your life with him.
Masturbating? No.
Well,
no.
then, so
I
that's
mean,
what I'm saying.
Relationship is truly based on love, then
I mean,
don't
and
think
sex
that-
is, wait. I don't know yet if waiting until marriage includes all sexual acts.
Banana Lover 123 donated $69.
Like, I don't...
Panels have been awful lately and this looks like another horrible one. Where is Andrew? He's the only thing making this show interesting lately.
Sounds like somebody
So-
has a crush.
Right? Stop
Andrew-
projecting.
Andrew's going to be doing a call-in a little bit later on. He will be calling in, but if
It's popping right now.
We're just getting warmed up. Relax. Take a chill.
you're welcome to honestly, you're welcome to unsubscribe from the channel. Like, I don't give a fuck. Okay. We had some flakes. It is what it is, dude. We had no shows, so.
Back to what I was saying, I don't know if waiting until marriage includes all sexual acts. So I would know based on certain things, like second base, if he's... But size is, like, not the concern. Like, I know sex is very important, okay? I've known, but it's not the priority for me right now.
Size matters when it's a micro, for sure. If
She
you're
was
with a
not getting
micro.
audio?
No, she is. I'm good. I was double checking.
Wait, okay. I don't know what is going on, but
We can talk about it later.
okay.
I mean,
Would you be with a guy who has a micro?
a micropene. I mean, shit.
Exactly.
You would
It's-
probably know.
I have
before
already
you
been-
married him
yeah.
how it looks.
How it looks, how it...
Yeah.
Here, let me ask you a question. So, you've had sex already,
Yeah.
but now you're waiting until marriage. Can I ask, like, have you had a one-night stand?
No.
You've never slept with a guy the same night you met him?
No.
Second night? Third?
Most of my hookups have been from dating apps, so I probably like third night.
Third night. Okay. I mean, do you want to date a Christian guy?
I'm not really picky. It says in the Bible that like if you date someone or like you marry someone that has faith, then you're saved. And if like a man or a woman, it doesn't matter.
Have you been celibate for a while?
Yeah.
How long have you been celibate for?
Right now, 2 years, and then
Okay.
previously I did another 2 years before I met the
Okay.
5 dates guy.
All right. Well, it's not the worst I've heard, but and look, if a woman had previously slept with 100 men on the first date, and she decides after doing that she wants to wait until she's married to have sex with her, what would be her 101st partner, that's her prerogative. From the guy's perspective, if I were to be advising like a male friend, if that would be an acceptable dynamic, she can do it. I would just tell him, you shouldn't date her. So
Are you saying it?
women
from
are
the-
welcome to switch up. You could have been doing sex work, OnlyFans, sleeping with a new guy every single day of
Yeah.
the week. You can switch up and be like, well, I'm going to wait until marriage now. But you're able to do it, but men are also allowed to feel like that's kind of a raw deal and this is not a woman that I want to pursue.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally understand that, especially from the perspective of like if I'm with a guy that's like actually like good for me, and I'm holding out or withholding sex from him, then he might not be as enthused by it. But
Salu Brian Sarvar donated $69. Brian, Banana Lover Boy is wrong. What separates you from FNF and other dating podcasts is whatever isn't ratchet and unprofessional. Keep up the good work, Bricks.
Sometimes
Maddie,
ratchet.
8.
Sometimes.
Is that 5 minutes of
8.
Freddy's?
8.
All right, guys.
Roasted.
Boom, roasted. All right, thank you, man. I think we are now gonna boost the TTS trigger back up to the normal, so that should be switched. Appreciate all of you guys who sent some in. The trigger should be bumped back up. So go ahead with your point.
I definitely believe that, like, okay, so I am willing to compromise on the waiting until marriage, but it's really situation based. It's something that I recently came to terms with, like after the shrooms. It's been within the past like 4 months that I was like, okay, I feel like I want to wait until marriage. But that's something that I'm willing to like compromise on or kind of
Well,
It's more so me just enforcing a boundary that I haven't enforced before, of saying, okay, I want to withhold or wait to have sex with people before, so that I can feel chemistry with them and not convolute it with sex, because sex will convolute any chemistry that you have, and it'll ruin the potential of a good relationship.
Can I ask you a question? What if there was a scenario where you meet a guy, and could you imagine a scenario where, for example, you meet a guy that he's not inclined to wait until marriage, but let's say you do have sex with him, he really likes you, you guys get into a long-term relationship, you guys end up dating for 1 or 2 years, sex is great, you guys love each other, monogamous relationship, he now ends up proposing to you, you guys get married, you get the man.
Okay. That
So-
sounds like a great...
But by, let's say in this scenario, he knows exactly what he's looking for in a relationship, and that's a sexual relationship.
Okay.
And that would potentially close the door on a guy who could otherwise end up being your future husband, life partner. Any thoughts on that?
Like I said, I'm willing to compromise. So if it's really important to him, then I'm expecting him to communicate that to me. Like, I really need sex in a relationship. And I would completely understand that, and I would sympathize with it, because I'm like, I am someone who wants sex too, but I'm also someone who in the past has made irresponsible decisions when I was younger, and I don't want to, like...
So you would like to wait until marriage, but if presented with an attractive enough partner, you would...
Does that sound like... Can I make that decision? Is that like greedy or what?
It sounds selfish.
Okay, but everyone's selfish.
I think you're totally valid.
Does anybody, what's the panel's thoughts on the whole, like, well, you've had sex with 20 people. I'm not saying that's the case for you, but you've had sex with 20, 30, 40 people. First night, second night, third night. Then Prince Charming comes along and, oh, hold on. I gave it to the fuck boys
Right.
instantly, but the guy who's actually ought to be deserving of sexual access, you get to wait. Your thoughts on that, panel? Go ahead.
I think that anybody can change. Like, drug addicts get sober all the time. People get saved, and so I think people can genuinely decide, I want to be reborn in one way or another, and that's valid. But if the partner comes along and he can't respect her boundaries on that, then he's not meant for her to begin with. It's an incompatibility issue at that point, and you will find somebody who will respect that. And you shouldn't just let anybody make you change your mind on what you morally think is right.
Yeah.
And a man who is Prince Charming won't try to force you to.
Yeah.
That's just my take.
And
I don't think it's about, I don't think he would force her. He would just
walk out. He would.
Yeah, and he's entitled to do that. Good.
He'd leave. Any thoughts from you?
I agree, sir.
I think we're just all very sexual beings, especially men, and I mean that's a hard sell, I think, for most guys. But I do see this is totally a valid point, and that's what I was gonna say first, is that like people can change, and like my promiscuity used to be higher, and now I really don't have a desire for men.
Can confirm.
At all, besides mine.
Right.
Women, obviously, different story, but...
Like, I'm not saying that women shouldn't change for the better, can't change for the better, but it's like, don't expect men to accept your past, because we also have a right of discernment and judgment, just as you do. So
that's totally fair too.
And I mean, I can see why it seems weird, but it's also like, I'm not going to judge. I'm not as judgmental of the guy if he's made a decision, whatever decision, like informed by his past experiences.
At least from the male perspective, it's one thing like if she's a virgin or like that's always been her standard.
Right.
Maybe not like the marriage thing, but she's like, okay, well, I want to wait until we're in like a serious long-term relationship. She's only been with 1, 2, 3 other guys. She always waited like 1, 2, 3 months before having sex. But I think it's just like the switch up of like the shifting in values. Because I think one of the concerns that might be the case, maybe not marriage, but let's say a girl wants to wait 3 months to have sex. It's like, okay, did you do that for the last guy? And then what about the guy that's going to probably be after me?
Yeah.
Because like that's the crazy thing is like when a girl's like, oh, I've got a 60-day rule, and then like
They've never
I've not
enforced
done that
it.
shit, but
They've never
Well,
enforced
can
it.
I say something really quick? I actually
Yeah.
have a friend who just, even with her boyfriend, her current boyfriend, like they've hooked up plenty of times. And then she was like, you know what? I'm going to go back to Jesus. And they're both very attractive people. He's a very attractive guy. And he's actually respecting her going celibate.
oh wait, so they were dating?
Yes.
Oh, this is
They
interesting.
are still
Okay.
dating.
I've heard about this a little bit, but okay,
Yeah.
so they're dating. They were dating. They were having sex. She became religious, found
And
Jesus.
he's not.
Interesting.
And then, so they were having sex. They're still together, but then she's like, let's not have sex anymore.
Yeah, she's like, morally, I just feel like God's putting it on my heart to like wait until marriage. And he actually is going along with it. Yeah.
I mean, men.
I hope she comments.
I mean,
If
look,
you're watching Hillary.
That's brave.
Is he intending to marry her? How long they been together?
Ooh, I don't know, like maybe a year. They live together. They have a really healthy relationship.
He's cheating.
No, he doesn't. I promise he's not.
I mean, he would be 100%.
I mean, I don't trust anybody, but he's not cheating on her.
It would be 100% pretext for a breakup. He would be 100% in the right to break up with her.
Yeah, like if he decided he wanted to. I'm not
but
saying it's not valid.
He also seems to be, if he's okay with it, I mean, I suppose that's fine, but
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to have different standards, but I think it's
That is an
fair if
interesting-
men are like, you know what, I'm not cool with this. But not all men are going to be that way.
I've actually had one or two similar experiences to that sort of, but like earlier on, which has been very peculiar. So I've hooked up once, twice, 3 times with a girl, and then she's like, can we like pump the brakes? Can we? And like, that's not.
Was it, like,
that's
religious
not a
reasons?
good look. Nope.
Ooh.
Just like, yeah.
I don't know if I'd tell people that.
Isn't it though dependent on the guy and his tolerance?
Well, no. This is
for-
what it is. This is what I think it is in that situation. Is that so hooked up with the girls, and then they're like, I don't know. Like they still want to date me, but they're like, I feel like we moved too quick. You know. I think it's that they want to leverage it into a long-term relationship. But at that point, the cat's out of the fucking bag. And I just feel like that's way too much like carrot on the stick. It's way too much you trying to like withhold or leverage sex because it was never, we already hooked up. Now you want to reel it back to try to get me into a long-term relationship. So those invariably, I was just
Yeah,
like,
that's
you
weird. If it's for religious reasons, I can understand it. But I mean, and I think everybody has a right to their own body and what they want to do. But that situation is a little bit less. Like I don't understand it as much as if they have like some moral obligation that they.
It makes
come
sense
upon.
to me if a woman is trying to pursue a long-term relationship as her primary prerogative, because that's how we biologically are wired. We want stability for our potential offspring, and if we are making decisions based off of that, like I think most women have the sense that like if they're going to get into a long-term relationship with somebody.
Okay. So anyways, let's get your relationship status.
I am properly single. I was in a 7-year relationship that ended in 2020. And yeah, I've taken the last 4 years to work on friendships and my business, and I haven't really dated at all. So,
Okay. So single for 4 years, you're dating for 7. So from like your late 20s to mid 30s, you guys were
I'm
dating?
38 now. So yeah, that ended when I was 34.
Okay. And is that your longest relationship you've had? So you've been single for 4 years. You've been, and you said no dating.
No.
Celibate
Yeah.
for 4 years?
Yes.
Damn.
My friends are watching this too, so.
All right. Wow. Okay. Celibate for 4. Nothing. Not even a rebound. No rebound.
No.
Oh. Okay. All right. Good for you. And okay. Why did your relationship end?
There were a lot of value differences in the beginning
Okay.
that I was aware of, but I just kind of ignored. He's not a bad person. But yeah, there was some huge value discrepancies that I just kind of like turned a blind eye to, and that was totally on me. And it just got to the point where I think as I continue to grow and mature as a person, it was just not, it was not doable for me anymore. And I think that if there's some really big core value differences, like that's not something that like counseling or talking it out can really change. I'm also not really interested in changing the man that I love and I want to be with. So it just got to the point where out of respect for myself and for him, I was like, this is not how I want to live the rest of my life. And, you know, while I still have some youth and fitness and looks and health, I'd like to like find someone who's right for me.
So did you end things?
I did.
Okay. All right. And so, okay. Single for 4 years, ended things in person, or was it like a text message?
Oh,
Your
definitely in
relationship?
person. We were living together.
Later? Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm married for 10 years, and I'm proud to say actually that I married my first, or no, not first one night stand. He was a one night stand, so I married a one night stand. He was supposed to be a one night stand, and it turned into a 10-year relationship. So.
Oh, there you go.
Was he a Tinder?
No, he was a person I met in real life.
Wait, so married for 10 years, but how long were you together before married?
About a year and a half.
Okay, so together for about like 11, 12 years.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
We're coming on 12 years together.
All right, and he was a one-night stand. How did you guys met at the club?
No. We met in Alaska. We were both working up in Alaska.
Shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were selling jewelry for different companies. And here's the funny thing. So this guy that I met, he was the friend of a guy who I was already hooking up with in Alaska. Because in Alaska, there's very, very little to do. You're working 12 to 14 hours a day, and then afterwards you're drinking or fucking. That's literally the only two things to do in Alaska.
Or
I'm sure
fishing?
a lot of people are fucking the same people. Too.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
A small community.
It's a very small, and the town that we were in was literally 4 streets wide, 20 streets long. You could walk the whole town in 45 minutes.
What
I
town?
think that's why they call it Eskimo.
Skagway, Alaska. So,
Skagway.
yes. And
There's a lot of skags that way. Okay.
what prompted the whole thing was the guy who I was seeing, him and I had kind of like, the attraction just wasn't there anymore because we had hooked up the first time I'd gone up to Alaska, and it just fizzled out. So when we came back up, we tried to reconnect again. It just wasn't working. So I met his friend, and I didn't like him at first, but we had made an agreement, the guy who I was with, like, I'm not going to sleep with any of your friends. You don't sleep with any of mine. I find out he slept with one of my friends, so I had to sleep with one of his. Revenge is revenge.
Bets are off at
Damn,
that point.
okay.
So, you know, but it turned into something a lot bigger than I thought. And the craziest part of the story is
This is crazy. I love it.
I was working with his mom before I met him. I didn't know that it was her son when I was dating him. So come the end of the summer when we first started hooking up, his mom and I are having dinner, and mind you, we're really good friends. And so she's like, so I hear you're seeing someone. And we tried to keep it on the DL. We didn't want everybody to know. And I was like, yeah, I'm not sure where it's going, you know, like hopefully, you know, it's something that lasts long, but you know, long distance relationships, we'll see. She's like, yeah, so what are your intentions with my son? And straight up, like at a movie, I was like, what? I'm fucking my friend's son. I was like, oh, well. She's like, just be good to each other. And a year and a half later, we're married. So it worked out. Now my mother-in-law is my best friend. So
Wait, going back to you really quick, and then I have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Wait, so when you're trying to divorce him, was it during your first or second pregnancy?
My first.
Oh, wait, hold on. But you have 2 kids.
I do.
So wait, why did you, if you were trying to divorce him during your first pregnancy, why did you go and have a second kid with him?
So it's
Were you guys like working it out kind of, or?
sort of.
Okay.
But I didn't exactly choose to get pregnant again.
Unexpected.
Yeah.
Good times. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to read 2 chats, then we're going to get into some topics here. We have Bobby. Bobby, I'm going to have you read some of these chats. Nick, can you pull this up?
The dyslexic person. Okay.
Oh, you're dyslexic? Okay.
I'll
Give it a
try.
shot. I
I'll
believe
give
in
it
you.
a shot. Okay. Oh, is this one? Okay. Alyssa, I love those kids, but can you quit being so easy on the Lorax? Give the juicy stories. I'll find a way to wipe the internet of this interview by the time they're old enough to see it.
What?
Is that your
Who is that?
The
husband?
Loraxes. Yeah, he looks like the Lorax.
Okay, so after I left, I have him blocked, and I had to change my number and all kinds of stuff. But my friends still look at his page because people are nosy. like people are just nosy. And they send me a screenshot of his new partner. And in that picture, like my husband had literally aged like 20 years in the course of a few months. And so there's like a side-by-side picture, and everybody called him the Lorax. I don't know who that is or why they just said that on the internet, but
It must be someone.
I mean,
we
you
know.
can't really help how you look, so there's more important things than that. But I think it can be a reflection of like maybe when you stop taking care of yourself, it looks like maybe things are going downhill a little bit.
All right. So he's the Lorax because he looks.
Yeah, they say he looks like the Lorax.
Oh, so this is one of
Really
your friends.
doesn't.
Okay.
Can confirm.
Bobby, can I have you read this one, please? Thank you, Renaissance.
Repeal the 19th Amendment immediately. These women have no understanding of how men work or what we want, nor do they care about what we want. We need Patrice O'Neill back immediately.
I love
Comment
Patrice.
now.
What are you? I feel like he's referring. How the hell are we supposed to know what
do.
men want
Meet
if
Patrice O'Neill.
That's my boy.
Like,
right there.
Rest in peace.
we're completely different? Like, unless people are being honest with communication, we don't. Like, I don't know what men want.
It's an
I think I have a
individual
pretty good
basis,
understanding
like, what people
generally.
want.
Well, it just cracks me up when people say like, "Oh, well, female," or "Oh, men
Such a
should be like this," or
generalization.
"Female should be like this." It's like females should be, like it doesn't. Everybody's different.
It's
Yeah,
ki-
we're all
literally,
literally
everyone's so
a
different.
product
Don't
of a
generalize
million
us.
dependent variables that are unique to us based off of our nurture and nature and all of our unique experiences. So everybody's going to be different, but for the most part, it seems like men kind of have some things that we can all say that they want. And I don't think that we don't understand what men want. I don't know what,
I
what
think
men want.
I think most women don't understand what they want. Most women that I know, especially
fair.
under the age of 25, y'all don't know what the hell you want at all. You don't know what you want to eat for dinner. You don't know what outfit to wear. You don't know a lot.
I think men mostly, more than like y'all can say it's sex or whatever, men want to feel appreciated for like the work that they do, and they don't want to have to read your mind. They want you to communicate what you want, and if they're working for you, providing for you, they just want to be seen and appreciated. And I think in society, for the most part, men don't get that, and they're also not given as much freedom to be emotional, and then they turn into like these incels that like.
I think the biggest thing that men would probably really appreciate from women that they don't get is women holding themselves accountable for things.
That's a good one too.
80% of women that I know don't know about accountability. They don't know how to take accountability. They don't know how to admit their own failures, whether it's in relationship. Exactly. They can't, you want to take away the sex because of this and that and the other. Well, what happened? What prompted that in this relationship? Why do you feel like you need to be the one to hold out? And then you want to scream equality. Like, come on.
Though, like, obviously there's men who can't be held accountable too. Like, my husband would point things out about me, and I make it a point in my life to not be ruled by cognitive dissonance. Like, I feel like the more intelligent you are, the more you know that you don't know. Like, you have blind spots in your awareness. And that made me a perfect victim to narcissistic abuse, because he would be like, "It's you, da-da-da." And I would reflect, and I'm like, man,
Was your therapist a liberal?
No. I'm not a liberal.
Was your therapist a liberal?
No.
Well, who
I don't
did
thi- I
the
think she's-
therapist introduce narcissistic abuse into your lexicon?
Yes. I didn't know anything about it. But when I was explaining like all the experiences, she said it sounds like, she's like, obviously I can't diagnose someone who's not my patient.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think there's anything you did wrong in that relationship?
1,000%.
Like what?
1,000%. All kinds of things. Like, I would like I would threaten to leave a lot instead of, like, that was my resort to stress. Like, if it got too stressful, I'm like, I'm gonna fucking leave. Like, I'm not dealing with
When
this.
you say leave, do you mean break up, or leave as in like physically just
leave
walk?
in general. And then like I did plenty of wrong things, like yell, cuss, throw things, all kinds of things. Like, I would kind of leverage my ex a little bit in the beginning, but also I was 22 at the time.
Wait,
so
what do you
keep
mean
in mind.
leverage your ex?
So like
your husband, or like a previous guy?
Yeah, so
you were
my
dating?
boyfriend before my husband, like in the beginning when I first started to see like the crazy shit, I don't have family in the state. So the only person that I knew was my ex, and he was a couple hours away. And I would call him and I'd be like, "Come fucking get me. This guy's insane." And he would start to, and then like my husband would kind of like switch it up and like cry and like beg me to stay, and then I would be like, call my ex and be like, never mind, just go home. Like,
Wait, how early into the relationship did some of these worrying things
so
manifest?
like a year in, but they were more of like a codependent nature, like a clingy, obsessive, like hacking my email type of stuff, things like that. Maybe you should have a air tag in your car. Let's share locations type stuff, and whatever. That's fine. Some of that is fine, but
No, it's not.
That's also not codependence, it's coercive control.
well, yeah.
They're
So I
just
know that
different.
now. I thought it
Yeah.
was just like maybe he has BPD or something, you know. And then after I had kids, and people want to act like, oh, well, they just lose attraction during pregnancy. He was more attracted to me when I was pregnant, like, and
Wait, what?
yes, and actually, let me tell y'all something about guys.
Like the more pregnant you got,
There's a
like
fetish.
the bigger the belly.
No, so I used to have an OnlyFans, and I made more money
my God.
during pregnancy than any other time in my life. More money than when I was like 19 years old. Yeah, so men are into that.
Are
Wait,
all
so-
women under 25
I
on
can.
OnlyFans?
You know what? Maybe in my head, one of the reasons why a guy might like maybe at least early on in the pregnancy. I mean, you can't get pregnant twice, right?
That's true. And then there's a biological component
Can't
to
get
it where you're
pregnant
reflecting
twice.
fertility and, you know,
So you
they
could-
might feel
You
more
can get pregnant twice.
pair bonded to you.
Wait, what?
You never heard of that with like twins?
So you're
Like
hold
you
on.
can like get pregnant once, and then if you get like nutted in a second time, like around that time,
There's
you
no.
can,
What? I've
you can get
never
two eggs,
heard
and
of
you
Oh,
can
yeah.
get pregnant.
Hold
you can
on.
have a double
so you're
pregnancy.
you're
and
a
have
month pregnant, and a guy keeps blasting inside you. You can get
pregnant again.
re-pregnant. I've never
With
heard
a
of this.
second
There's no
baby.
fucking way.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way.
Yeah.
Is this a thing? Nick, could you Google this shit? I don't believe
Where
it.
did you hear that?
It's happened before. I know a lady right now that's
I
pregnant
have
with
never.
two.
Is this could be a thing?
Do
I
they
just,
come out at different times?
I don't know all the details. I just know.
I feel like I did see a
This
story
does
about a
not
woman who got
make-
pregnant by two different men.
Right. And
they
she had a
had
white baby and a black baby. I saw that
think
story.
did see that.
Yikes.
It's a thing.
She must have had two eggs.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes you
Okay,
can
so
have
it
two,
does-
but
It
most of the time
exists?
it's
It
one.
does happen.
Yeah.
Whenever
So
you're
wait, hold on. You
ovulating.
can get.
Explanation.
Is it safe to pull up?
Yeah,
Can you show me? Let's see. What does the internet say, Nick? What the fuck? It's extremely rare. Superfetation involves a person ovulating again while pregnant. Usually prevents subsequent pregnancies once an embryo is developing because of hormonal changes that stop ovulation. However, hormonal imbalances or irregular menstrual cycles could make it more likely to happen. Oh shit, so okay guys, be careful out there, boys. Just because she's preggers, you can't be blasting, I guess. I don't know. All right. It's
Brian learned
God,
something very important today.
Shit, boys. Okay. Okay.
That's crazy.
Two for
Anyways, I did not know that. It's rare though. It's rare. So you're probably good, guys.
He's like,
Okay.
I could have a kid out there.
Wait. So where were we? We were talking
So,
about.
like a lot of people would say, like, oh, it's because you had kids that ruined the relationship. No, it's just because we had kids. He thought she's tied down. I don't have to do anything anymore.
Mhm.
You know, whatever. I can disappear for 11 days and her file a missing persons report on me, and it's going to be all good. You know, she's taking care of a newborn and a toddler. Like, she doesn't have the energy to leave. And then it just, you know, the behaviors got worse and worse until it was
So,
like,
but he was more into you when you were pregnant.
I mean, he was
Like,
always very into me.
You talking like sexually, or what are we talking?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, only sexually. When I was pregnant, I didn't get like the foot rubs or the here's some chocolate, none of that.
Oh,
I wasn't even treated good giving birth, actually.
damn.
I was dying. And he was just like casually eating peanuts and inviting his
Have
mom
you
into the
seen?
room.
There's like this meme that's going around of a guy who, it's not a selfie, but a guy takes a photo of himself with like a pepperoni pizza.
Yes.
And then the woman
I saw that.
is in the background giving birth to a child and like
Yeah.
screaming in pain.
Yeah.
That's.
Is it a trend?
And I
that
actually
kind of-
showed him that, and I was like, hey,
Could you find that, Nick?
and by the way, you can eat during pregnancy. Or during labor. Don't let your nurses tell you that you can't. That's hospital policy is not law. You can eat during pregnancy.
Why would you want to?
Because your body's like running a marathon. It takes a lot of energy. You need food, and if you're in a long labor, you're going to be hungry.
Did you find it, Nick?
I would think you're nauseous while I'm trying to push
man-eating
something out of your
pizza
vagina.
labor?
Well, you're not like I mean, sometimes. So for me, I was like dying with preeclampsia. So I was there about a week
Oh.
before I was
Got
able
it.
to. give
You
birth.
got it.
That sucks.
And then got pregnant 3 months.
Mm.
Later.
Did not know you could impregnate a pregnant chick.
That's crazy.
Careful, boys.
The more you
Watch
know.
out.
All you guys with like your pregnancy fetishes or whatever, you gotta be careful. You got it?
Is it this one? Do you see that?
It's hard for me to tell. Wait, is it TOS?
It's not TO actually. It's
Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty sure. Go ahead, pull it up.
Good lord.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, with the jalapeno. What a fucking monster.
It's the taking the picture.
Who cares
for
about
me.
like him eating during the pregnancies? Put fucking jalapenos on pizza. What an
It's not
idiot.
delivery,
that's-
it's DiGiorno.
That's
It's not-
sacrilegious.
All right, where were we, Nick? Let's do Twitch, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub, guys. It's been 16 minutes since we've gone to Prime. I think it's bugged. I think something's broken on our Twitch. By the way, we've got no ads. At least, apparently somebody told me that even if you disable ads on Twitch, Twitch will still force ads, pre-rolls maybe. So if anybody, any of our Twitch viewers, tell me if you get ads because I'm pretty sure I disabled it. Oh, Dark Lighter, thank you for the Prime. I thought it was broken. Nightmare, thank you for the Prime. Moonshine, thank you for the Prime. Jesse, thank you for the tier 1. Struders, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. Drop us a follow on Prime sub if you have one. And then also, guys, like the video. Nick, could you pull up the view count really quick? I'm just, hide that. Hide that. Yeah, we're testing out this other thing. All right, so we got 1,000 watching on Twitch. Oh, that's weird. It like did it. Okay, I gotta fix that. It should be one next to the other. But we got 1,000 viewers on Twitch, over 7,000 viewers on YouTube. Guys, drop us a like. Drop us a like on the video, please. Thank you, Nick. It helps with the algorithm. So drop us a like, guys. We got that 7,000 people watching. Like the video. Okay, you can hide that, Nick. Did something fall?
The table's breaking.
It's all good.
It's okay. Just let it, put it on the ground gently.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a table malfunction here. Good times. All right, cool. So we're gonna go around the table, ask everyone to rate their looks, face, body. So 2 ratings on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Starting with you.
Face and body. Okay, so I would say face. I'm a natural 10.
What's a
and
natural
body.
10?
Oh, I was hoping you would ask because I put a lot of thought into it. A natural 10 is like in Brian's perfect utopia where women don't wear makeup, don't have Botox filler.
In
that
my
stuff.
perfect utopia.
Yeah, if they don't wear makeup or Botox and filler, I would like to think I was in the 10 range. Maybe a 9.5.
In my perfect utopia.
Yes.
Okay.
A natural 10. But in this economy, maybe different. But body, I would say 6 or 7.
Can't say 7.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Why can't we
Why
say
not?
Yeah,
seven?
why?
I guess everybody says it, maybe.
What about you?
I would give my face a 9 because I hate my nose. Yeah.
Okay.
And my dad doesn't like it either, and I have his nose, so it's a curse.
Mhm.
And then I'd give my body a 10 because I'm just naturally fit, and I think I'm hot.
So if somebody just asked you in total just to rate your looks, would you give yourself 9.5? Or would it be a 10?
9.5.
Okay. If you fixed your nose, would it be a 10? 10 face, 10 total?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, 10.
Show me your side profile, turn that way. Your nose is
I hate it.
Looks normal.
your nose is
my nose.
fine.
My nose
What's
is so
the
normal.
what's the issue with it?
I just hate like if someone catches me off guard and I'm like making a face or like scrunch my nose, it just looks so pointy. Like, oh my god.
Pointy noses are
Gremlin.
aesthetic, I think. I don't know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think you have a cute nose.
Thanks, guys.
It's a good nose. Don't worry about the
Your
nose. You got a
body's
good
a
nose.
10?
I'll trade you. I got a big nose. I'll trade you the nose. You want to trade noses? I'll give you my nose. I'll take yours. So we'll call it a day. All right. What about you?
I'd say my face is a 5 and my body's like a 9.
Body 9.
Yeah.
Face 5. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna give myself a 6 for face. Yeah,
Right.
I'll say 6 for face, and then for body a 4.
Okay. What about you?
Say an 8.
For face body?
Probably about an 8 for both. I'm
8 for
pretty
both.
fit, yeah.
Can we see the tats? Show us the tats.
I love it.
Hold them out like this.
My solar panels.
What's the? Is there a story behind the?
No story. Everyone always asks if they're like cover-ups or something like that. I waited till I was 35 to get any tattoos at all. I kind of knew who I was and had my life together, and I was like, all right, I feel
Wait,
like I'm
so you
ready.
had no tattoos until you were 35?
0.
Wow. Okay.
0. Yeah.
Because I mean, like that's pretty intense to do like full coverage like that, right?
It was
What do they call that? Is there a name?
Blackout?
For blackout tattoo. Okay.
Their round meatball donated $200. Blondie is a 10 in looks, but gotta work on the non-looks stuff. Rest half fives or lower. Brian, keep up the good work. Haven't been able to watch in a while.
The real Mr.
Oh,
Meatball.
dude, it's the meatball guy, Mr.
Listen.
Meatball. Where you fucking been, buddy? I
Any-
missed you, dude.
If
You've
you think
been
I'm a 10, you
gone.
can follow me on OnlyFans.
Good to see you in the chat, dude. You're a fucking legend. Here, let me
Tavia
drop
the
this for
Vix.
you, bro.
He's
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
You're a fucking pioneer, dude. It's good to see you back. We missed you. Welcome back, man.
I'd love to know what Mr. Meatball looks like if
Oh,
he's in
he's a
here.
Giga Chad 10 out of 10.
Oh, okay.
He's-
I'm sure.
Cut jawline.
With a
and
name
all
like that, right?
yeah, cut jawline, huge PP.
I can change your
Nice.
mind about my rating.
Okay, so what about you?
I'm gonna say an 8 and 8. I don't do a lot of makeup. I've never put anything in my face. No Botox. I hate chicks who wear fake eyelashes. I don't know. I don't like the fake stuff. I don't like anything that's unnatural on your body.
Wait, so 8 and 8.
Yeah.
Okay, Madison, what about you?
Face probably 6.9 if I can't say 7, and body 8.
You're being too
Yeah.
modest.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
I
right?
could like
Girl, you're
work
a
out
10
a
and a
little
10.
and get stronger. I
I
think my arms
if
are
I
really
knew how to do
skinny.
makeup and got
Double
like some
10.
Botox and shit,
It's the rest of your body.
I
Though.
could kill it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're the only 10 then in Brian's perfect utopia?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, you said Blondie. Oh, okay.
I believe in modesty, so I didn't want to give
That
myself a
comment,
10.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay. I wonder what the chat thinks.
What about you?
Let's find out.
Oh, what I get? Face and fuck. Damn, I never. I just give myself a 5 normally, but face, body. That's a tough one.
Someone
Because I
play the
got to lose a
Jeopardy
bit of
song?
weight right now.
But I think
I
if
would
you
say-
have like a dumpy, it makes you higher.
If I got a dumpy.
Yeah.
It makes you higher.
Do a 360.
I'll just say
He's sweating. I can see it.
five face, 4.5 body right now.
It's fair.
I gotta lose some weight. I got a
Yeah,
dad
me
bod.
neither.
I got a
Yeah.
dad
Women
bod.
love dad bods.
Eh,
promise.
They say that, but it's
I
not,
swear to
it's
God.
not true. It's not true.
They love
hand to God.
personality.
Except
more
that it
than
is-
They marry dad bods, but they cheat with.
I've never cheated on anybody.
That's
but
not a
I'm
bad-
True.
If I was gonna cheat, it would be with a dad bod.
Oh shit.
But I wouldn't date somebody who's like super muscular anyway. There's this meme that's like guys posting gym pics and the other men are like, yeah, bro, and the women are like, don't care. We like dad bods. It's a
You
thing.
say it, but
I
like.
swear.
The behavior
If
shows
Taylor
the truth,
Lautner
though.
came into this room
Absolutely
right now,
not. I have a crush on Jim from The Office. Like that's my type.
Jim
like,
is a babe.
Like heavy Eric Foreman would also work.
Eric Foreman.
That's
Yeah,
the
like if
70s
he was
show.
like if he was a little thicker. I had a crush on Uncle Joey growing up, not Jesse, Uncle Joey.
What
Oh,
did
that's
your, what
weird.
did your
Jesse's-
dad,
that's
what
the
did your
total
dad look
babe,
like?
yeah.
My dad is tall and skinny
You were
and
like
redheaded.
You're like an Atlantis
and my mom was like
Morissette.
this Italian Puerto Rican lady.
Good to know. Good to know. 10? Really? 10? Don't you think it's a bit hubris? You know, a little hubris.
Well, like I said, it's a natural 10. Like, say we're in a world where there is no filler, Botox, and like people wear makeup. Because I usually don't wear makeup at all. I'm literally wearing some tinted, like, brow stuff and blush just so that I don't get washed out on camera. It's camera ready makeup, but I usually don't. Not to brag, but you bring it up all the time how you prefer women that don't.
Sure.
And
Yeah, I
I'm
do
just saying,
prefer
like,
women
in that
without makeup.
utopia world, I would say that I'm a 10. And you have to also think that I'm 30, so I have, like, I still have my...
Like wrinkles.
I'm no. I wouldn't say wrinkles. I still have
She
my
looks
cut
younger than 30.
jawline. I still
Wait,
got my
Yeah, no,
cheekbones,
I'll give
and
you
that's
that.
all
I'll
real.
give you that.
She
I'll
looks
give
It's
you
all
younger.
real.
It's
So
all real.
yes, sir.
Don't you think though, like the armpit hair is gonna knock you down like a point or two?
a little
I can
bit.
shave that. That's like literally
Wait,
not a thing.
Can
I
you
think
show
that's
us one more
sometimes.
time?
That's a part
Can you
of
show
her
us one more
natural.
time? We can't. The
Like,
mic's
this one is
blocked.
actually a little bit thicker. This
Oh,
one is like
boy.
my favorite one because it's more like
Chat's on fire right now.
dainty. It's kind of cute. She's giving.
Nick, could you pull up those?
You
There's
think
IG
that's
photos too, where it's a bit more.
It's so gross.
It's okay to have your preferences.
So
and
I
I
wanna-
have, I mean, I really
Do I
just,
have
I
phones?
don't have a preference for being hairy. I just, Like, I'm very low maintenance. The most I do is purple my hair.
So that's a photo of you with the armpit hair next. Okay, rocking the armpit hair.
Armpit hair kink.
So I want to ask the chat, would it be a red flag? Would it be a deal breaker? Would you date a girl who has armpit hair? That's the question.
Well, every
You can
girl
X out those
has
names.
armpit hair. They just
Well,
shave it.
Unshaved armpit hair. Wait,
I
hold on,
wouldn't.
Madison.
Like,
That's like, hold on. That's like me
embrace it.
saying, hold on, Madison. That's like me saying, if somebody asks you, would you date a guy with a beard? And then you're like, well, every guy has a beard. They just shave it.
No, not every guy can grow a beard.
That's
Their round meatball donated $200.
Giving
Okay, whatever.
testosterone.
Armpit hair is a
actually, like-
minus 1,000.
Armpit hair is a... Yo, Mr.
I agree.
I think I can
Meatball.
shave it, and
It's-
I frequently do.
Then she's plus 1,000 with.
Now, is it like, what about leg hair? Do you shave leg hair too?
Well, I have very fine, like, blonde hair, and so
Okay.
you can't even tell if I have leg hair. It's only like,
Doesn't it feel like
Well, we don't need to see that.
yeah. I
Uncomfortable.
currently have a bunch of scratches and bruises because I have a bunch of kittens, but yeah, I don't shave my legs.
What?
I did like once, and I did not like the prickly. I don't want to like be prickly.
Good to know. Good to know.
feel like a
Look,
cricket in bed
some
rubbing
women
my
have
little legs
like fine
together.
hair. Some women have fine hair, so good to know. Good
I
to
dated
know.
a guy who loved the way my armpits smelled. I don't know what that was all about, but I just found it very interesting.
Yeah, I knew a guy that liked to smell armpits.
Excuse me?
Strange.
But I shave my armpits though, so less stink.
Well, would you wear
That's
deodorant?
fucking disgusting.
Would you wear deodorant, or is it just like natural armpit smell?
She wears deodorant.
Yeah, I always wear
Smell
deodorant.
good?
All right, guys, we're going. Whoa, that.
I think
What's?
the smell is like a 6. Doesn't smell all the way good.
Oh shit, bro! You're sitting right next to her the whole fucking show too.
Smell like
smells
French
fine
onion
here,
soup.
Oh, from there, it's just
Yeah.
like if
But if you
you.
like stick it in there.
If
you
it were
stick it in,
someone
yeah.
who was sexually compatible or like to procreate, then I'm sure. And she's literally
They
a
were
woman.
down with her pheromones, you know?
Oh, definitely.
They'd be like,
Yeah.
oh,
There's,
yeah, sniffing that all day.
I've definitely known people who go crazy over my smell.
I heard of that.
That's true.
Like if
What?
you're attracted to like
Yeah, guys are into that.
sweat
smell
or
amazing,
something.
like,
True.
I had
naturally.
clients when I was a stripper who would come in and literally just lap dance with him with his face buried in my armpit.
It's definitely a thing.
What?
Yeah.
Good times.
That's cool.
I want to go home.
Don't be kink shaming. Don't.
That's not the weirdest thing.
Hey, don't kink shame. You're the one that likes bowing. Come on.
What's wrong with
Like,
that?
Oh,
We'll get.
It's a kink that not everybody is like cool
It's
with.
not even a
Honest.
kink.
Save
I don't think it's a
the photos,
kink.
that is a kink.
Definitely.
Bowing
How's it
in
a
what
kink?
context?
Are you
Submissive.
subby?
He's hella subby.
Their round meatball donated
Oh.
$200.
You like some dommy mommy
Gross.
shit, huh?
Nah.
Yeah.
You donated $200 and you only said one word.
Facts, bro. Facts. Okay. Wait,
Why don't you
you
just-
think I'm a sub?
I'm asking.
You think I'm a sub?
Well, I don't know the backstory to you wanting
I
to
should
bow.
be insulted.
No, he likes
No,
subs.
if you like to
Bowing?
bow,
Wait.
that's subby
No, she's saying-
behavior.
You're
She said- no,
insulting
I thought you
sub
said-
men.
I'm sub.
No, you like
Well,
subs.
explain your bow
wait,
kink.
are you saying you like girls to bow to you?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
thought you were
he's
saying
into-
like I don't know the backstory. I
you
just
think
heard the
I'm
bowing
gonna? You
thing.
think I'm gonna hit a bow?
No, I don't.
I could see you being a switch.
Wow.
I wouldn't say like fully sub.
She
but I
want,
could
this
see
girl
some
is
switch.
already ready to peg me. Okay, great. She wants to take me home after the podcast, strap it on, and just right. That's why. That's
I'm
why
not
there.
opposed
That's
to
why.
something like that. Like
I think
whatever.
I know. Look, all this narcissist shit, bullshit. You were trying to. You wanted to peg your husband.
No,
He wasn't
from,
down.
Actually, no.
He wasn't
He
down.
would have been down.
He wasn't.
I don't want to say too much. Listen,
sorry. I'm
that
not
is
gonna
not
You're
the
saying.
case.
You're saying you were. Were you
If a man wanted
sodomizing
to be,
your husband?
No, but if a guy was into that, like if he
You
wanted
would-
to get pegged, I'd peg him.
you
I
would-
probably wouldn't date that guy, but
You
like
would do
whatever.
it? Wait, didn't
Yeah.
you say you wouldn't date a guy who's bi?
Yeah, I wouldn't. But I can guarantee you that.
But you'd be
She
fine.
wouldn't date
You know
them.
what? I
would-
don't wanna
you
say
would
too
be
much 'cause my
fine
kids.
putting a dude in doggy style and penetrating him anally.
So I've had submissives before, so yeah. But like I wouldn't romantically.
So
like, I
you're a
wouldn't wanna
switch
date
then.
them. You could say, well, I don't know. I don't like to be fully like. You're not gonna be like, yeah, you dirty little. No, you're not gonna do that to me.
Oh,
but I'm cool
well,
with
that's
like,
degradation.
which is
You
a
could
part
you
of
could
domination.
still be sub. Well, you don't have to do.
I guess it just depends on the level of dominance. But
you could be like a gentle dom.
yeah, for sure.
Like, you don't have to
I could
like be
handle that.
degrading or even
Yeah.
do masochism
Yeah.
or sadism or whatever. You can
Sadism.
just
So then, yeah, I
be in
guess I'm switchy.
charge, let's say. But okay. Oh, the bear shit. Okay, boys. We've been talking about this man or bear conversation for a month now. Now, California, Nick, pull up the page, the Google page. Boys, there was a bear attack and a bear killing. A woman. This is the first fatal. Black
She
bear.
picked the
Maybe
bear,
there
I
was a
guess.
brown bear.
No, she picked the bear.
In California. Wait, 2023.
No, it's
Wait,
sad.
2023. Woman. Hold on. 2 days ago. I thought this was brand new. Scroll down a little bit. Lots of news articles. CNN, Sky News, NBC, USA Today, AP News, CBS. California confirms first fatal black bear attack. Oh, there are probably brown bears and grizzly bear attacks. Okay. There's a black bear. These girls saying, oh, well, if it's a black bear, it might be friendly. Scroll down a little bit.
Stupid.
Fatal black bear attack. It's been in the news. Nick, scroll up a little bit.
Where?
Or just right there. CNN 2 days ago. Patrice Miller, 71, was just leave it.
Okay, but I don't think she was
found
like.
dead,
So it broke into her home.
but a recently released
Wild.
Whoa.
autopsy report by
Found it
California's.
in her home.
Fuck it. Click that CNN shit. Wait, actually, fuck CNN.
I mean,
fuck
it might have
CNN.
already been
Scroll
out
back
there.
up.
You're gonna have a
They're eating
paywall,
and it just, like,
so.
comes out.
We're gonna do. We'll do Sky
home?
News. Let's see Sky
That's
News.
terrifying.
I'll allow Sky
At least she
News.
was at the end
They're
of her
kind
life.
of okay.
They're Australian.
Woman found dead in mountains was victim of state's first fatal bear attack. She was autopsy confirmed she was mauled to death in the teeny mountainous. How do you fucking say that?
Mountainous.
Mountainous.
Sorry for your losses,
Mountainous.
Miller
Mountainous?
It's mountainous.
It's mountainous.
Mountainous.
Definitely mountainous.
Sorry,
Don't be
sorry
dumb,
for the
ladies.
loss.
Sensitive
That's
here.
horrible.
Monotonous.
Like, what is life? We're in the Matrix.
So, fuck, I should have asked the goddamn bear question first. God dang.
Ask the bear question.
All right, I should have asked it before I pulled up the frickin' article, because now maybe it's gonna skew things.
Yeah.
Start on that side of the table.
No.
Well, I'm gonna be yapping, and you know this.
He's got to
Actually
prove his
have-
dominance now. You can't tell
Okay,
him what to
so going around the table, would you rather come across a random man or a random bear in the woods? Starting with you.
I've done both multiple times. I literally.
You've had sexual
I-
intercourse with a man and a bear?
What?
What do you mean
How would
you've
you frame this
done?
question?
Define done.
Well, I used
Carnal
to
knowledge?
hitchhike the country. Like, I was practically homeless. I just wanted to travel. And, in certain more rural areas, I would go walking looking for my place to, like, camp for the night. I would come across bears. And then sometimes if I were, like, more in cities, I have literally slept in the woods right next to some bums that I didn't even say hi to. I just walked up and I was like, hey.
Are you
well,
going
I
to
just
arrive
said-
at the point soon? Can you arrive at the point?
The point. See, I told you I was gonna yap, but I've
Do you
done
want to just
both.
answer the question?
Bear did not kill me. The man did not try nothing.
Beautiful.
So this is the silliest argument, man. But the bear's also cute. Like,
Huh.
for the
bear's
sake of
cute?
the bear's cute.
What about you?
I'd probably choose bear over man in the middle of the woods, just because men are unpredictable, and the bear I know if I poke it with a stick, then it's a dumb way to die. I'm not poking the bear with a stick. We can.
What if you don't
be
poke-
friends?
You can be friends with the bear?
For sure. Give it some food and stuff. He'll be very happy.
I've run into a bear.
You are
with
the food.
babies, too.
What about
I
you?
would
Choose the
still,
man.
like, I'm
Choosing the
here.
man?
Man.
Man.
100% the dude.
Man.
Okay. I shouldn't have shown the news article.
I don't think it would have
We
mattered.
talked about this before
What-
even
what-
coming,
what did it-
and our answer was the
Right.
same.
No, it
Would it
wouldn't
have
have.
You have
changed
to be
it?
No.
ominous
knew.
about it. You have to be ominous about
Actually,
like,
it
would you
did change
rather-
it because
If he-
I didn't.
Wait, really?
No.
The chances of a guy.
Wait, so you would have said bear?
I would have probably said a black bear, because I feel like
Okay. Well,
in
so your
media there
your answer
was-
would have been black bear.
black bear. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Only
what I don't
black
understand
bears,
with
no
the
brown
question
bears.
is like the chances of, if you're in the woods, you're there for a reason, whether you're camping, hiking, whatever the case is. And I'm not saying that this is across, the board blanket wise, but I'm pretty sure the dude is probably there for the same reasons. I mean, I'm not saying that every single time you go to the woods and a guy's in the woods that he's looking to kill you, rape you, or do
Use
terrible things to you.
SA.
So, you know, I don't see that necessarily being the first thing that's going to happen. So I
Well,
would
the
take my chances.
scenario, the better way to think of it, because a lot of people think like, well, what's the man doing there? I think it's kind of irrelevant to the question. The scenario would better just be described as you randomly get dropped in the woods, along with randomly getting dropped in the woods with a man or a bear, and you will cross paths with them. So the motivations of why are they there are kind of irrelevant.
Exactly.
In this scenario. You picked bear, why is that?
Because in some cases, the bear can be safer than the man.
And in what scenario will a bear ever be safer than a man? And a man you have a chance to fight against, a bear you do not.
A man could also, more likely than not, well, okay, go ahead, make your argument why.
I just feel like I don't fuck with the bear. Oh, if I don't mess with the bear and the bear doesn't mess with me, we're good. But men, you don't know. I mean, sometimes I talk to guys and just me being nice to them, they think I'm trying to move to the next base, and I'm like, bro, I'm just being nice to you. Like, I'm so good.
Okay, and in those situations where maybe the guy was not reading the signals correctly, did he end up murdering you?
Well, no.
Oh, okay. But you felt uncomfortable.
You could say almost. You never know.
Almost.
Yeah.
Really? So all those times where the guy misread the signals, you were on the verge of being murdered? But you just
most
luckily,
certainly, dude.
You never know.
I bet he had like a butter knife in his back pocket waiting for the moment.
Yeah, butter knife. That would be a good way to.
Some weird kinks out
Probably
there.
a spoon.
I think the only fair argument there, sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I think the only fair argument is like people in general, men or women, can be more like calculated, right? And manipulative, whereas like an animal's kind of just gonna react, whereas like a person could possibly act like they don't have bad intent and then actually have bad intent. I think that's the only argument I would say for choosing the bear.
Yeah.
Does that make
I
sense?
don't know. I've been
It's
actually.
like an animal's more predictable.
Like I'm gonna assume that a bear might do something aggressive so I can be ready for it, but like a man could like pretend that they have good intent and then kind of get you to let your guard down and then not. But I mean, the men that I'm running into on the trail, I'm a big trail runner, I have never knocked on something, and I'm in some really remote places, run into a man who is trying to hurt me in the wilderness ever.
Well, just here in LA, there was homeless guys randomly attacking women running on the beach.
Oh, that's
That's
like
in
in
the
New
city,
York.
though.
That's in like New York where they're like
so-
punching women.
Exactly.
It's different.
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I'm not trying to make the argument here that there aren't bad men.
Can we change the animal? Could it be like an elephant?
Okay.
A hippo, but
Hippos are terrifying.
But you're like super outdoorsy, right? Like,
Very.
do you do van life?
I lived in a van for 2 years.
Okay, and you're running. You do trail running. So, I mean, how many times a week would you be out running in the wilderness alone? I guess.
I mean, when I'm in peak training, I'm running up at like 12,500 feet for like 40, 50 miles a week. So I'm spending hours and hours. I'm talking like no cell service, completely by myself. And I do carry something.
Yeah.
I also have a really strong dog. So he's a very good deterrent. But I mean, still, if someone has a gun or a knife, and had really
Right.
bad intent,
So,
that's not going to do much.
Like, how many individual times would you say you've like been out in the wilderness? Over 1,000 times?
Easily. I've been trail running for like 7-8 years.
Like where you're alone, and how many times would you say you've like maybe crossed an individual man when you're out there?
Maybe like 15, 20, just because where I run is so remote.
It's super remote, so it's
Yeah.
rare for you to even encounter anybody.
Very rare,
Okay.
but I've never felt unsafe. I'm always like
Right.
aware, and kind
Yeah.
of wary, but I've never felt threatened or had anything happen.
And of the times you did encounter men, is it just you literally pass them and it's like a little nod or hi and that's it? You just walk past each other?
Yes, I think maybe I've just been lucky. I do think like there's an element of luck here. I know that bad things can happen to people and sometimes they're not asking for it, but I feel like the men that I've passed were kind of aware of the circumstances, of the fact that we were alone, and were aware of the fact that they are a man and we were in the middle of nowhere. And maybe I've just been lucky, but I felt that they were very respectful of that. So
Their Almed Meatball donated $200. Has anyone on this panel ever run into a bear before? How safe did you feel?
I have in Alaska.
Same in
but
Alaska.
I was in a car.
There was no harm.
You in a car?
Yeah.
In a car.
And I've run into probably about, I would say, 5 to 6 black bears since I've lived in Colorado, like 10 feet away, and they all just leave you be.
About their day, yeah, same. I've run into about 5 or 6, and one time, not counting the cubs, it was a mom with 2 cubs, and yeah, it was about like 10, 15 feet away, and I was excited. I didn't feel any fear, and I was just like, oh, that's so cute. And
I was terrified.
Really?
You're braver than I am.
sat in my
I was
car for
scared.
30 minutes last night because there was a raccoon outside. I was so scared to get into my house.
Raccoons are mean. That was smart.
I actually
Yeah.
got bit by a barracuda, and it was like over 100 barracuda. They're about that big. And one of them bit me, and I started bleeding, and I just held my finger and like swam to shore. But my heart rate did not even skip a beat. I don't know. I have like survival instincts like a motherfucker, I guess.
Or you're a beautiful psychopath.
Definitely not a psychopath. I'm very emotional. But hey, we both lived in vans before. Woo! Yes,
Van
ma'am.
Wow, commonality. Yes,
I mean, it's not
queen.
common.
I'm
I
more
watched-
boring than you.
I
wait,
watched-
it's okay.
woman.
Hold on, just going back to you since you said bear, and you were gonna say bear. I'm gonna just say your answer was bear.
My
because-
answer was bear. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So why? Why bear?
Because I'm an irrational human being.
Oh, that's a good.
Lord.
That's actually probably the best answer I've heard on that. You at least you're self-aware of that it's an irrational answer. And so, really quick, going back to you. So you, like, how many times per week would you go out into the wilderness? Like, 5 days a week?
It depends on the time of the year, obviously. But in the summer, I'd say at least 2-3 times a week. I'm up pretty high.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Good to know. Good to know. So, okay, a couple questions for you on this bear thing. So you think you'd rather be with a bear than the man. So what do you think the chances are if we select a random man from the United States population? What do you think the chances are that if placed in this scenario that a man would opt to victimize you in some way?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, give us a percentage. 20%, 30%, 40, 50%?
Well, it depends on what victimizing means to you.
Anywhere from, say, touching you inappropriately to all the way to murder.
I would say probably like 40%.
40%. And is that 40% of men would touch you inappropriately? Do you have a lower percentage for how many would murder you, or still 40%?
I just think it's like 40% for more like men touching inappropriately. Because just like my
Okay.
experience in like school with dudes, like going through puberty, like there was this one kid that literally would like walk behind all the girls with big butts and just like smack them and run away.
Yeah, that's wrong.
and,
So this was in, how old were you?
In middle school.
Yikes. Okay, well, that's wrong of him to do, 100%. But are you kind of arguing that 40% of the boys that you went to school with touched you or other women inappropriately?
Okay, maybe like 20%.
Okay, so just to be clear, if there were 1,000, say there were 1,000 boys, that would be 400 of the boys, or 200 of the boys in the case of 20%. 200 of the boys in the school were touching the women inappropriately.
They would shut the school down.
Is that your recollection of your middle school
I
experience?
just feel like dudes, before they have any common sense, just do stupid stuff. And then women are like, what do I do about this? Like, what do I do? Some women don't even say anything. They get touched inappropriately, and they were never even taught that they were touched inappropriately. So they're just like, but I feel like if we did a statistic and women had to like, if we had like a poll, like how many women were touched inappropriately in their time and didn't say anything, I feel like it would be a higher number than people would expect.
I think there is a
That's
poll.
what the whole Me Too movement was about. That's what the whole Me Too movement was about, is that every woman has been through something like that.
Yeah, so I'd have to say like 40%. I feel like 50 is too many, but I definitely feel like 40%.
I know.
Like men don't like. I feel like
So I feel like it's actually a smaller percentage of men, but it's the percentage of men, they're doing it more. So the percentage of men is probably like maybe 5-10%. But that percentage of men is doing so much SA or enough SA to where it's affecting multiple women.
What constitutes SA to
Right.
you?
For me, anytime that a man inappropriately touches me or holds me against my will.
And I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm
No, that's
genuinely
fine.
curious. So, like, if a man were to come up and like put his hand on your shoulder, you're not saying that that would be SA.
I think it would be a violation of my privacy, but it would not be sexual assault.
So can we try to narrow in here on a number in terms of the men, random man, what percentage of men do you think would opt to victimize you in some way in this scenario?
I feel like they don't opt. I just feel like sometimes they do it and they don't know that they're doing it. Like,
Okay, fine. They're
so maybe
doing
like
it
20%.
whether they're doing it
maybe
unconsciously
I would
or
say 20%.
consciously.
I think that's like a really good percentage.
20%.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say that there's 160 million men in the United States. 20% of that would be, oh, my math here is going to be fucked.
Mine wouldn't be any better.
30 something million? Let's just say around 30. So you think 30 million men in the United States in this situation would choose to victimize you in some way?
Maybe women in general, not just me.
Or, well,
You're the one on the hike.
that
But
would that
I'm the one-
do you
oh,
think
on a
30
hike.
do you think 30 million men in the United States throughout the course of their life will victimize a woman in some way?
Probably.
30 million men?
I mean, America's pretty good with the rules and things, and I feel like we have more morals than other countries. But I
What's
feel like
the
if we
current
go into
prison
other
population?
countries,
Hold on.
the numbers
Prison
might get higher.
population, So the current prison population, let's see, is over 1 million. It's 1.2 million.
In the United
And this
States?
includes, huh?
In the United States?
Yeah, 1.2 million. That's the current prison population in the United States, and this is going to include financial crimes. It's going to include drug-related crimes, men who are violent towards other men. So obviously, there are people who commit crimes, get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't get in trouble, etc. There are men who are released. But I mean, don't you think, given this number I've provided, that it's probably unlikely that 30 million men in the United States would choose to victimize you?
They probably have at some point in their lifetime.
You think 30 million men would?
At some point.
At some
And you're
point?
making a
No.
very broad definition of SA too. So that's what about
No. Well, I'm including murder
It's probably 5%.
in this.
Yeah,
Okay, but this is a
even-
logical fallacy
that's a
because
lot.
just because there's that many millions of people in prison right now, that's not like a broad overview of people who have gotten out of prison, haven't gone to prison yet.
Yeah, I
and then
mentioned
you,
that.
Right.
Yeah,
so then
people
you do
can-
have to account for that. And you
Okay,
also
let's
have
just
to
double
do
it.
the math
Fine,
and
we'll
see
double
how
it.
many people are in prison for
Rape or
I'm
sexual
sorry.
Guys,
assault.
And he
just
did
say
mention the
SA.
ones that haven't been reported, so
Or,
maybe
sorry.
add a little bit more for that because that's very common.
What?
Women who don't report the SA.
Oh, yeah.
So it's
I think
really hard to
40% 's
look at
valid.
statistics in this way when it's such a nuanced.
I think if you looked at the whole entire world.
Well, how about, why don't you tell
40%?
us what percentage of men you think would choose to victimize somebody in these circumstances?
Okay, who I think would actively do it.
What percentage?
I don't think it's 40%. I mean, I can't really say. I mean, I've encountered things like that myself, but I also know a lot of really good men, and the other guys are like outliers. I don't know, maybe 20%.
Still a lot of men. 20%. Again, that's what, 30 million or something.
At least once in their whole lifetime with this whole broad, very vague.
No, most men are
It's probably
throughout their
5 to
whole
10.
lifetime are never going to commit a violent crime.
I think it is a smaller percentage of
Very
men
small
doing a
percentage.
lot of that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
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 Because
I
like
mean-
20, that's a lot. That's a lot.
You would think that the hobos in the woods that I like camped next to would be in the like demographic that's higher percentage to do something like that. I don't know if I would phrase that right, but
No.
you would think that they would be in that higher percentage, and yet no one bothered me. I did have a bum like throw his shit bucket at me once.
I was a correctional
think-
officer, and we see stuff like that all the time.
I think another important thing
Wait,
to
you're a
note-
what?
I was a correctional officer at
you-
one point.
Okay. Go
Another
ahead.
important thing to note, I guess, is not necessarily how many men are actually doing it, but how many men, given the circumstances, would do it. And that is probably higher than what's actually happening.
Do you mean
Because
if there were no consequences?
if there were no consequences for it.
40.
There was actually an
So
experiment.
no, you think no consequences they would?
Yes. That's,
I can say I
that's
think it's
the
beautiful
history
that
of-
you don't think that. I think you're projecting a very good internal world
That's the history of...
that you don't think that.
What about? I mean, the
People have been
So are you saying
pillaged.
like no criminal consequences?
Yeah, no criminal consequences.
Yeah. What about the consequences of your mind to do that?
Well, that too, but I think that's okay. Then let's roll out culture and shaming, because there's culture and shaming associated with SA. So if you didn't have that present, I mean, this is kind of like you're gonna have a lot more, because I feel like it's a natural inclination for men to want to dominate women and
Wait, hold
be
on.
aggressive.
You think it's a natural inclination for men to want to dominate?
women?
Maybe not
But
dominate.
but the
like,
context of the conversation here is SA. So when you say dominate, you mean it's in men's nature to want to SA women?
If you're considering the definition of SA to be like any form of inappropriate gesture or touching, then yes, I feel like a lot of men would do that.
if you're going by thought,
Give me a percentage.
like,
What percentage of men would do it?
15.
15? Okay. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I just, well, I mean, what we do for work, like the amount of men that make comments that are just like insane. And it's like, if it was a percentage by like, if there was no like liability for doing that, I feel like it would easily be 40%. Like men would just be
What do you mean
walking
the
around.
men that make comments? What do you mean? Okay. Men send you messages like what? Nice titties. I want to fuck you.
People say crazy things. Like
You're a sex
crazy.
worker.
Exactly.
Do you
I mean,
think-
Are you
that's,
Yeah.
like-
that's the world that you decided to be
Oh
involved
no,
in.
I know, but it's just like
It's
And
probably
that's
knowing
different than
that.
actually like doing something
That's not
physically
SA,
to you, right?
right.
Like
It's
actually
probably-
showing
Well,
up
I think
in
she's
person.
factoring into
Yeah,
the
it's not-
hypothetical
it's not
of no
SA for
consequences.
guy.
Yeah, the
I think that's-
hypothetical.
And if they
I
were
don't
there.
think men should be.
Yeah.
I don't think men should be sending you like sexually inappropriate messages, but that's not SA. For a guy to be like,
no.
"Oh, nice titties, I want to."
Could you ever?
No,
Could
she's
you
just
ever
saying
commit
based on
SA
those comments,
via,
that's
like,
why her view is that it would be so many. Because
Like,
she
if it
gets
was
so many
legal?
comments like that.
If what was legal?
If it was legal for men to just do whatever to women, I mean, in other countries, I mean, the stuff that happens to women, that, I mean, if we did a percentage of the entire planet and the countries that like women don't have rights,
Well, I don't know about the like. I'm not sure what country in specific you're talking about, but
probably
perhaps there are some
Saudi
countries
Arabia?
where this is a more common occurrence, but I can't really speak to that.
yeah.
So
Shoot, I can't remember what I was gonna say.
I got a question. So for those of you who say bear, if we go to any zoo in the world and you go to a zoo that has a bear enclosure, now take note that there will be men and women outside the enclosure. Why are none of the women jumping into the enclosure to escape from the men?
Cultural shaming.
Why haven't we ever heard of that happening? Cultural shaming, that's the reason?
Because why would a man like SA someone in a public space like a zoo?
I don't know. Maybe it's late
It's
late
probably
at
happening.
night. There's nobody around, right? Opportunity.
If a man was trying to SA me in a public space, I wouldn't jump into the enclosure with the bear unless I felt like the bear would avenge me.
Yes.
The bear would offend you. Okay. Nick, could you pull up that the meme thing or whatever about the bear?
I feel like we've been talking about the bear for now.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, it's apparently doing
In
well. 'cause
hypothetical SA
All right.
situations.
10,000 lives.
Maddie, can you read this?
Brown bear.
Project engineer.
Up to 9 feet tall
terrifying.
standing, up to 1,300 pounds, claws up to 4 inches, bite force 1,200 psi, pelt/fur up to 5 inches, speed up to 35 miles per hour. Kyle, 5'10", ew, 174 pounds, project engineer, said hi to you at the gym.
Kyle's hot.
Bro, this is exactly it, dude. That's exactly it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But
I mean, I did preface that I'm irrational.
can I ask you guys here, you said bear. If me and Nick were the two men here in the studio, if we just transformed into bears right now, do you guys think you'd be safer?
Two bears in one room. All of us?
Me and Nick, right now, just
think-
instantly transformed into two bears. You think you'd be more safe or less safe?
Definitely less safe.
Are you still you?
Two bears in this room right now, like
Mentally?
right
Do you have
here,
your
like you're a
mind?
bear right there, bam.
I just, boom,
Definitely less safe.
transform into a bear.
Wait, not safe at all.
Okay.
Like conscious-wise as well.
What if they turned into the bears from Mortal Kombat?
There's bears in
Oh.
Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, that would really be dangerous.
Good one.
Crazy.
That was
Maybe
good.
go to the Berenstein Bears, you know? I mean, it could be more safe.
Let me
No?
ask you another question. If you were in a bathroom, would you rather a man or a bear wanders in?
That's a good question.
Just say the
That is a
man.
really good question. That's different.
Well, if a man's coming into a bathroom that I'm in, then definitely the bear. Because why is a man walking into the female's
it's
bathroom?
So what if it's like a transgender woman?
Then it's a woman.
What if he's like a really hot guy?
Oh, no.
Yeah, you're eyeballing them all
Now
night.
there's lots of things. Like,
That's
there's so many
actually
things.
valid, though,
I thought the
because,
same
like-
Wait,
thing.
actually, so question for you. I don't know where you fall on the whole like transgender in the bathroom thing. Do you think the concerns over transgender women going into women's and girls' bathrooms, do you think that that's a reasonable, because of your hesitance to be in a forest with a male, do you think that that's a reasonable position to take?
I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's fine up to the point where if there's like kids and stuff using that bathroom, and what if that, like, people do crazy stuff. Like, what if a man? Yeah, I can't talk about that one. I can't even say that.
It would make
slope.
it would make
digging
more
yourself
sense.
a
No
hole.
one's going to feel comfortable giving their authentic take, but I would not want a trans woman who has a penis coming into the bathroom with me either.
Yeah, it would make more
Personally, I'll be
sense
the one to
for
say
you
it.
I think
Okay.
Especially if I have kids. Not
Some
to
people just
say
do
that
crazy
every
stuff.
trans woman is like a essayer, because they're obviously not. But
Okay, got it. I do want to ask one question, and then we're going to move on topics, because this bear one always gets a little heavy. I do want to say rest in peace to that woman who was killed by the bear. Nick,
We
pull
said
that
it
up one more
earlier.
time.
Okay, but I don't
Pull it
think
up
she
one more
chose.
time.
The Miller family.
I do want to say
wasn't
rest in
faced.
peace.
She wasn't faced with the
Pull it up.
predicament
no, it's not fine.
of man versus bear.
She didn't get to choose.
She was
The
71.
back news articles back. Let me know when
I
you
wonder
have
if she
it.
fell asleep eating peanut butter or something.
It's just like, what's crazy to me is, right,
Just, why
y'all
would a bear
will,
do that?
yeah, so rest in peace. If anybody's new tuning in, a woman first fatal bear attack in California, so this is local to us here in California, so RIP to that lady, man. But y'all
We're in
will
the
go to a
Matrix.
bar filled with random men. Y'all will go home and hook up with random men. That's
why.
what's crazy to me.
That's why it's irrational.
That's why I don't
It's
go to a
irrational.
bar.
Yeah, when I first heard it, I was like,
choosing
obviously the bear.
And
But I
Let's
get,
see.
but I get what I get the
Randomized
social thing that
man,
people
not
are
the
trying
one
to
you
shed
choose.
light on. Like, I get it. But realistically, come on now, you're not going to choose the fucking bear.
No, it's basically just like social signaling
That's
Yes.
stupid.
to be like, we don't like men, basically.
Yeah.
I would never say that I don't like men.
necessarily think it's that they don't like men. I think they're just trying to shed light on a problem and put it into
Maybe-
a perspective.
I just think an
But some
animal
of them don't
is
like men.
easier to predict
Their
than a man
behavior.
with a brain that is very complex. A bear, I know if I poke it with a stick, I'm probably gonna piss it off, and then it's probably gonna
Even
try
if
and
you
kill
don't
me.
poke it with a stick.
It's a bear. It's a 1,300
Okay,
pound
it's
animal.
chasing you.
My
That's willing
How
to
many-
kill you.
You said you've seen bears in person. They never bothered you. You've seen bears in person. They've never bothered you. Me, like any of us could say. I mean, what are the chances of a man bothering you out in public?
Would you rather interact with
Higher than the bear, probably.
Slim.
I think it's about the danger, though, is the point here.
Would
right?
you-
Does that make sense?
Okay,
Like,
can
the
we say
actual
if a bear
danger.
was going to attack you and a man was going to attack you, who would you rather attack?
Like
you?
a bear's not
Obviously,
going to
man.
catcall me, but like,
Women
you know
will
what I
still
mean?
say bear.
Because they're
Okay,
dumb.
they're just
Well, the bear will just kill me, but who knows? The man could
I did see
torture
some
me
things
What
and
like that.
Okay.
you know, do all
Oh,
kinds of depraved shit.
Is there a difference
But
between
you'll
bleeding
live.
out
You may
and
live though.
you know
like
what's
the bear is really
what's the
gonna kill
difference?
you.
That's true.
can live
And
with
also,
some
the bear
trauma.
will eat you alive.
Exactly.
Too, so.
Probably slowly.
A slow
yes,
death.
like
Yes.
they
Taking your arm off and just
All right,
gnawing
this
on
is,
that for a minute.
so this
Oh my
is kind
God.
of-
You're just kind of crawling there, like.
So this is kind of a heavy
shit myself.
question, but I'm just really curious to know because I want to better understand like the female psyche on this, and I don't want to linger on it just because it's kind of heavy. But like, so would you rather be SA'd or killed?
Essayed.
Essayed.
I said.
Essay.
Essayed.
Sounds like
Yeah,
collectively we all would rather
So
be.
therefore, you choose the man.
Well, there's no okay. It doesn't mean
Choose
dark.
our
Thank
by a
you.
rich
Next.
man so I can sue them. Yeah.
Well, you don't have evidence. That's the whole part of like being in the woods. Is like, I mean, I guess
my-
you can go get a kid done immediately.
Wait, can I ask a
I would
question?
choose the
You're not
man
being
because I
held
support
What's
the
up? What you
Second
got?
Amendment.
What you
Okay,
got?
would you rather encounter a female tweaker or a sober man that's like normal?
A fucking sober man. dude.
Sober man.
Okay.
Sober man.
Yeah, drugs. Are,
I've seen some people do some crazy. I saw some guy peeing on himself the other day
I'll take the
in
tweaker.
LA.
I
You'll
can-
take the
Dang,
tweaker?
weird.
Yeah, body slammer.
I have a question.
No, they
dealing with
get back
Wait,
up. Listen,
hold
I've
on.
brought a tweaker.
I just thought of a
There's
good
videos
one.
of
I
it.
just thought of a good
Bitch
one.
kept getting up.
Okay, if there was a bear in your home, let's say you're, I don't know, you're in a fucking cabin or some shit, would you call the police or animal control?
wait, if there was a bear
I would call the police. I
If
don't know
there
animal
was,
control's
if a bear
number.
broke into your home, trying to break into your home, maybe it smelled some food in there or something.
Animal
I don't know, you
control?
left a screen
Animal
door,
control.
you left the screen door, it opened it up, whatever. If there's a bear in a home, would you call the police or animal control?
Animal control.
Animal control.
Well, I'm not asking would you call the police or like you'd call
Yes.
one of you'd call
you
one
would
of
call
them.
one of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
animal control.
And a man would show up. to take
Potentially.
your phone.
Potentially.
That's a good point. That's true.
All right, anyways. Moving on.
It's funny.
Case
Oh,
closed.
a man would show up to take the bear.
Maddie, could you read this one?
My God.
My
I'm
God.
simply hosting. Oh, sorry. Did you mean her or me?
Okay. You can read it actually, go ahead.
My God, I'm simply hosting a simping symposium for the raven-haired goddess. The three on the right. Yo, okay.
Took too
Who's
long.
who's who? Who's what?
Go ahead.
There
go
was
ahead.
too many tongue ties in there for
read
the
it.
dislikes person. My God, I'm simply hosting a simple symposium for a
I
raven-haired
know
goddess.
you already read it. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's the same one. You told
No,
me to
but
read
you didn't
again.
finish the whole thing. Oh
Okay.
my God.
10.
Sorry.
8.5. Or wait.
Wait, am I on the
9.
right
Help
too?
me out.
Holy fuck! Can just finish the fucking paragraph.
Where do you work
So
out?
the three on the right, it's disappeared.
Because y'all can't. Oh my God.
But they're on the
Third
right.
time.
Raven
Hold
hair
on.
I told you I'm
garden.
challenged. Okay. So raven-haired goddess 10, blonde 5.8, purple 9.
It's 8.5.
Question for the panel: where do you work out?
In the bedroom. Sorry. That's so bad. I'm sorry, that was terrible.
When's the
Oh,
last time
like,
you
where
got
do I work
laid?
out? I just work at my house.
When's the last time you got laid?
It's been over
2
2
years,
years.
right? Okay, there you go.
I already answered that question.
Who's the raven haired? That's who.
That's
Which one is?
Melissa.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's black hair.
I don't know.
I have black,
Black
hair.
hair
as
is
well.
raven hair?
Yeah.
I never
Well,
heard
raven
that.
Like
is
a
Well, I guess
raven
ravens are
bird.
black.
All right, can you read this, Maddie?
Alyssa, when have you ever walked around like you're a 5? Tori, excuse me, Bobby, keep the wook life glorious.
I have no idea what that
Is it? Oh, okay.
The whoop
Did he mean
life?
woke?
Well, I don't walk around like I'm a 5
Excuse me.
because I
No,
because
he
I don't
likes-
just
it's
view
just the
myself
work
in
life.
terms of like looks. So I walk around with confidence because I have a lot of great attributes, and even if you are ugly, who cares? You can still walk around with confidence. So like I can think my face is a 5 and my body is a 9 or 10, and still, walk around like you ain't gonna treat me anything less than a 10.
Wait, who's gonna treat you like anything less than a 10?
Nobody is going to. They'll get divorced if they do.
Oh, so they got to treat you like a 10?
Yes.
So
And I
what
don't
do-
think the way you treat somebody should be based upon their looks.
Well, what does that treatment entail? What does it mean to be treated
Honesty,
like a 10?
integrity.
So that's only
you're not gonna
reserved for a
cheat on
10?
me.
A decent
You're-
human being.
No, I think that's what I'm saying.
Compliment.
I don't
Force
think
that
I'm a
cheat
10. I think my face is a 5, and I said my body's like an 8 or a 9. But despite that, I'm going to be treated like a 10 regardless. That's the point that I'm making.
Period.
4s get
And being treated
on.
like a 10 means that like they're not going to cheat on you. They're going to respect you. They're going to make decisions with you in mind. Like basic fucking on the floor level things.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. We're going to get into some of our pre-show notes here. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, I need to get up for just a moment. Maddie, do you want to ask your favorite question to ask while I go deal with some stuff?
The favorite 3?
Sure.
Okay.
I have trust in you.
What's everyone's body count?
Oh, fuck.
Where are we starting?
Yeah, where do you want to
usually
start?
Like, we usually go this every question.
So I have terrible memory, and
Just give us the number,
I have
please.
terrible memory.
You could do like a range if you don't
Oh,
remember.
she does.
She forgot
Definitely
about some of our hookups together.
Yes, some of our threesomes in the
Together.
past.
Last
I literally
night.
was like, we did what? But I would say
Oh,
Start this side.
okay. We'll start with you, I guess.
That means
I'm
his
in-
commentary. He wants that.
I'm in the 3-digit. That's all I'm going to give you. It's a high 3-digit, but it's up there. I'm a recovered sex addict, so I'll just put that out there. So,
Oh,
yeah.
nice. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. My husband knocked the hoe out of me. That's how I put it. Thank you.
I'd rather not share. I'm being shy. About
Oh, come on.
Range.
I know I'm a prude.
Don't be a prude. Come on.
You could say like under
Okay.
10.
Is it?
Definitely under 10.
Okay, so then you're fine. You are a prude.
I know.
6.
I don't know exactly, but and we were talking about it last night, but I've had like a series of monogamous relationships mostly. So I would say like under 25, but more likely under 20.
I think it's over 40. I have mommy and daddy issues, so it's been a long learning journey, but I feel grateful because I've learned a lot about what I like sexually from my experiences and what I do not like. So,
Mhm. And for me, I was gonna say, if we're counting men, women, and like scene partners. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a little bitty tiny voice. So if we're counting men, women, and scene partners, it's at least 50, but maybe closer to 100. Because I have bad memory.
At least.
How? Oh yeah, sure. We'll do men and women.
Well,
separate.
definitely majority men, because they're easier, and I'm shy with the ladies, you know.
So like, how many of the 50 to 100 do you think are men?
The percentage would probably be like 80.
Oh, and then like the other percentage, 20.
20, yeah.
Yeah, I have less female than men in my number.
I'm bisexual too, but I have 0 women on my docket.
So you're not
Wait,
really
is everyone
bisexual then.
bisexual here?
you want to add one?
I'm by myself. That's what I am.
Wait, is everyone here bisexual?
I don't think so.
I am. She is. She is.
Who said that?
Then you just.
Well, I
said
feel
that
like if
She
you've
said
had a
she was
threesome,
in between.
We were younger. Like I literally don't even. We've been like
they
really
be
good
having
friends
threesomes,
since-
but she's
Forever.
not bisexual.
would you say like
Not at
most
all.
of
Not a
like
little bit.
your
Oh,
bodies were like with her?
I love
No,
Matt's comment.
no, that was
I have-
like
I
I
have a
think that was
series-
only 3 occasions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
If
we're
a-
not out here just like tag teaming all the time or anything like that.
Sounds like they're going out murdering people. You're like, how many bodies have you got?
What's your body?
Just bagging people right in
That's
the
why they both chose men, because they actually want to murder the men.
I have a serious
caught us.
question.
Got
I have a
real dark.
serious question for you
What's
guys. Do you, if you're dating a guy and he tells you that he's had his dick sucked a bunch of times by a bunch of different dudes, including his best friend, is he gay?
Yes, he's at least
Does
bisexual.
he like men?
Yes, of course he does.
I think it's different for men and women. Like, I feel like in society, like, right, like it's more accepted for women to sleep with other women. Like,
Yeah.
I've slept with a couple women, but I don't really consider myself bisexual. But I was like, I'm curious, and like, it didn't traumatize me, right? Like, I didn't like question myself. Where I feel like if guys have an experience like that, like, it's not as accepted. Like,
Yeah.
like I ended a pretty serious relationship because I found out a man that I was dating had like gone down on another guy like in college, which is so dumb. I didn't judge him for it, but after he shared that, I just like saw him differently.
Nope.
You know,
Okay,
it
but
was
like on
different
one
for me.
hand, given that it is so like against societal norms and they still did it, They
But
look
you
gay.
know what I've heard also?
Yeah,
They look gay.
I don't disagree
Why
with
do you
you.
have
think
to
it's
I mean,
different.
but
I've
they
heard
should
that-
have the space
Are
to
you going through
experiment,
something?
though.
I've
Yeah,
heard-
like judgment, but for me, that
yeah.
killed it.
I just had an experience.
I've
like
heard that
this,
men are
and I
actually
genuinely
better
wanted to
We're talking
know.
over each other, ladies.
giving.
Wait, your current guy?
No comment. Not the current guy.
Oh,
Not
okay.
the current guy, but if I
One in
said
the
which
past.
one it was, then I
Well, I'm
would.
not going to say who, but someone that I was with is now dating
Oh man.
a trans woman who has a penis.
Yay for
So
him.
is that gay? Do y'all think that's bisexual? I think
I think it is if
Yeah.
you
I think it's
enjoy
bisexual.
sexual encounters.
I think
with
if they have a
the
penis,
same,
it's
like,
fucking
And they have the same
genital-
parts as
If
you.
you're a man who enjoys dick, then you are definitely a little bit gay.
And like
At
I
least a
can
little.
no okay,
A
so
little
bit.
here's the nuance
I was just
on
being
my
nice.
take in that. I think a man
not
can
being
want a
nice.
woman to peg him and it still be straight because they have a G spot.
Wait,
in
what?
there.
Say that again?
Yeah, that
I
makes sense.
think a man who wants a woman to like peg him, I don't think that's gay because
I
he has
agree.
a
I
G
think
spot
it
there.
is.
But
I
if
think
you
it's-
sleep with a man who has testosterone running through his body on a fucking biological hormonal level, you're bisexual at least.
I think maybe it's not like gay, but it's definitely like gay behavior.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
Maybe it's
okay,
like a gay
wait.
fantasy.
Wait, we're not
or
allowed to
kink.
say that.
Tendencies.
It's
Tendencies.
not straight activity.
It's
Oh,
not
right,
straight
it's
activity.
non-straight
Oh, yeah.
activity.
That's fair.
Do you think that
Um,
about like
Gay means happy.
But
What do you mean?
what I heard,
I think it's a little sus. I do think it's a little sus.
What I-
because
That's what I
only
think
because
also.
the guys that I've been with who were super into anal, I found one trying to hook up with men on Craigslist, and then the other one is now in a relationship with a trans woman who has a penis. And
Maybe
is
it's a
very
gateway.
clearly.
If your dude has
Their round meatball donated
Any
$200. Any penetration to a guy
what about
is
his
gay.
heart?
yeah,
Mr.
I just
Meatball
think
dropping the
so.
knowledge.
It's like a dominant submissive thing. Like I don't want a man.
What if I penetrate his
Yeah.
heart with
Yeah.
my love? No, but I've
Yeah,
heard
that's
that
kinda
men are actually better at going down on other men than women are.
What's your next
I
question?
heard
I think
then?
it's because
Otherwise-
they know.
They know more. That's what I've
Or
heard.
I leave for 3 minutes and they're talking about.
Okay, well, she's had like some guy in the
Sesame.
past that has went down on other
Oh.
guys. She's also
No,
had
other
that
way,
same
other way.
thing. Oh,
Had lots of guys go down on him.
yeah.
Wait, did
But
we
not
do?
gay.
We went all the way around on body count.
Yeah.
What was every? Can I hear it again? I was gone.
Over 50, closer to 100, over 40.
About 20
Wait,
minutes.
no, 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 no,
25.
just let them. Hold on. Let them say it themselves, please. So let's start with you. Go ahead.
Triple digit.
I don't want to share.
Do you want to do a range?
She said
it's
under
very
10.
low.
Under
what?
9.
She
Very
said
low,
under
but I
10.
just rather not.
6.
I feel like under 20.
Like over 40.
Less than what? Over 40, less than
60.
less than 60. Okay, and then she said this one's 60 or something.
She said 50 to 100.
Oh, 50 to 100. Okay. Good times. All right.
They must have had good times. Were they good times?
Me? Are you asking me?
Were they
Wait, are
good
we asking
times?
about
Are we?
Bobby?
Some of the times were not good.
Yeah, because I'm wondering
they were good
in
times.
those experiences if they're quality.
Oh, really quick. I'll just. So one of the flakes we put. Nick, can you pull up the thumbnail really quick? Guys, so we have one of the flakes in the thumbnail, and once we're done with it, you can X out that. Okay, she's the one with the blue hair. We obviously have the, I guess, the raven-haired girl and the pink-haired girl here. So we're gonna just do a little reaction to the thumbnail since she's not here. There's a couple pieces of criticism and commentary I have on this thumbnail and on this photo. First off, gentlemen, would you date a woman who has a sternum tattoo, has an under titty tattoo, who has, I believe, fake lips? They look a little fake to me, a little puffy. Fake contacts.
Purple
and
bob.
then the blue, it's obviously a wig. A blue bob. So, and I am possibly detecting nipple piercing. So, chat, would you date a woman like this? I can speak personally. There's absolutely no scenario where I would ever date a woman like that. I might even throw up in my mouth a little bit if I even encountered such a person, especially if they're inclined to no-show to a commitment that they requested. There might be a little vomit in the back of my mouth. So would you, I'm just curious, guys, would you date her, chat? Like that's, just wanting your guys' input.
I have a question. If
Tell
you,
me why I thought that was her for a
Go,
second.
John.
Who, me?
Samson.
It was her.
Cosplaying, and that was
Oh wait,
you.
before
No.
I have you go, your body count is between 50 and 100, and is it? You said it's like mixed girls, guys, kind of.
Yeah, like 80-20, mostly guys.
Okay, go ahead, Madison.
oh, I was saying like if you had to date a girl like her and one of those bad things had to go, which would you?
What do you mean? One of
Like
the bad
the
things?
sternum tattoo, the nipple piercings,
What's worse?
the like
don't
if you
know.
had to pick one to go.
Like only one could go, the rest
Yeah.
has to stay. That's still pretty shitty. How about just the being a terrible human being? How about that? That has
Time
to go.
management.
Why did y'all pick the most masculine looking picture of me? I look like
That's
a
a
lesbian
good-
in that picture.
It's a good photo. I like the beanie. It's a good
Yeah?
look for you.
Okay.
That's
Because I got
good
a big
photo.
ass forehead. That's probably why.
No, it's
No,
just
well,
it's a
you
good
I do have a
photo.
big ass forehead.
The
If I was rich, I would definitely get like a hair transplant or something, so my forehead wouldn't be so
your
damn
hair's
big.
fine. Is that the second one that fell?
That was a mic. The table's
Oh,
gonna
okay.
collapse.
Well, can your why did it? Oh boy. Okay. All right. Fuck this table. Okay.
I was thinking the same thing.
I can't. It's physically impossible.
Stop. Can I have you read this one, please?
Wow. Can you have her read this tongue twister also? Oh my God. Okay. She sells seashells down by the seashore. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Cans and clams can't believe that.
That was good.
I really tried. I have like a little bit of a
Alright.
speech impediment as well, so that's.
Yo, Kill of Cereal. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. That was a perfect test. I would like to actually test these women's typing speed, like words per minute. So one of these days, I'm just gonna like get a keyboard and let them do like a typing test and see their words per minute.
I type with 2 fingers.
I type.
Oh
I feel like
my.
I can type pretty well.
Just like I hit the space
Do you guys
bar
know
with
what
my
your
thumb, but
words
then
per
I'm, like,
minute?
literally like 4 fingers.
Like 20, 30 words per minute or
I used to
something.
know
No,
that.
that's
I
I'm
started taking
low.
Yeah,
I'm,
those
I'm,
classes.
I'm old enough that I took a typing class in high school, so mine was up to 60 words per minute.
Nice.
That's a good memory. I cannot
Nice.
remember shit from last week.
I'm going to get into the pre-show notes here. Actually, we did the Stifler. We had, I guess, a couple times. I'm just going to hide those. Pre-show notes. So starting with Juliet, you wanted to talk about the ways in which modern feminism is actually harming both men and women and keeping us from what we actually are seeking. Do you want to add anything to that? Do you want to elaborate at all? Or
Oh man, you jumped right in. I wasn't ready. Okay. I think that it's been really interesting for me over the years. Like the dating climate was very different. I'm 38 now. So when I was single, like 10, 15 years ago, it was a very, very different world. And I feel like it's not just feminism in general, because I feel like that has a lot of meanings, right? Like feminism 30 years ago meant something very different than it does now. But I think especially with modern feminism, I feel like men and women especially more for some reason, in my opinion, have lost sight, and I know we talked about this earlier, of what the other is actually looking for when it comes to long-term partnership. I'm not talking about short-term casual stuff. I think that's been really interesting for me, and yeah, I think it's a different world, and I think that there are a lot of women who are doing OnlyFans and sex work and all that kind of stuff and really enjoy it and are super happy. And I think that's awesome. I've also seen the flip side of it too. So I'd love to hear your ladies' perspectives on that. I don't know what your experiences have been. You seem like you're really happy with it, which is awesome. I fully support that. I'm very, I guess, kind of libertarian in that sense. I'm kind of like, do what you want. But I also agree with Brian and kind of some other people who have been on the show where I've also seen the dark side of it. And I think going back to mommy and daddy issues, I think we laugh a lot about that, but I do think there's a lot more research coming out about how we were raised and how those family dynamics determine not just how we value ourselves, but what we tolerate and seek in those intimate relationships. That's number one. I think that secondly, I think that as I've gotten older, I think that sex means different things to different people, right? Like for some people, I feel like sex is about getting off. And I feel like for other people, it's more about intimacy and connection. And yes, like chemistry is very important. I know, especially like with my next partner, like if that chemistry isn't there, I'm not interested. I do feel like that's kind of the glue that holds everything together. But I also think that sex is different for men than it is for women a lot of the time, and people denying that. I'm not saying one necessarily needs it more than the other, but it means something different. I feel like men can have sex and not get emotionally attached. I'm not saying women can't, but I do think that there is a biological predisposition there.
Yes,
and
they
that,
quite literally produce dopamine and vasopressin
Yes.
as opposed to women producing more oxytocin.
Agreed. And I don't think that has to do with feminism. I think there's some biology there that a lot of people these days, maybe with social media, maybe with new wave feminism, they're just denying that. And I think it's causing a lot of harm. And I feel like such a lame prude saying that. And 15 years ago, I was never super promiscuous, but I definitely had a very different mindset about it. I was way more kind of like free-spirited, just in my mentality, and I've really changed the older I've gotten. So I'd be interested to hear other ladies' perspectives on that.
So wait, do you think that modern femininity or feminism is like ruining sexual relationships between men and women?
Definitely.
Interesting. In some ways, yes. In some ways, yes. And I'm not like anti-sex. I'm all for like, I have no issue with that. I really don't have any shame issues around that.
Can you
or
give an
anything.
example? Like
An
can you
example
give an
of how it's
example
ruining?
of how you think? Yeah.
It's an
Yes.
objective fact that second wave feminism contributed greatly to hookup culture.
Yes, so she just
Like,
hit the
this
nail
is-
on the head. So that's a really good point. So for example, there's a lot of research coming out, and that's my bad for not like being able to cite my sources, so I apologize, but I think it's pretty easy to look this up. But a lot of the men that are on dating apps, maybe some of the women too, generally speaking, they're not really seeking long-term partnership. The people, it doesn't matter if it's Hinge or Tinder or Plenty of Fish. I'm not saying that people can't meet on those apps and end up finding like the love of their life. I know that that happens. All I can speak on is anecdotally. I'm not a scientist, but from my experience and 38 years of life, right, from a sexual marketplace value standpoint, 38 is kind of old. I don't feel old, but like, you know, I have to think like logically. Like just from what I've seen, like it's just a very different world. And and yeah, I just feel like this idea that women can casually have sex and hook up with a lot of people and just detach themselves emotionally from that, and I'm not even talking about drugs or alcohol, I don't think that's actually possible. And I do know that the one or two one-night stands that I've had in my life, I was lying to myself, pretending that like I didn't feel anything or I didn't care. And I'm very, very grateful. That's one of the few things I got really right in my life, is figuring that out super early on, because I do think it saved me, despite my family upbringing not being perfect or my mom and dad making mistakes. Like that's one thing I'm so grateful I learned early on in life, because I do think it saved me a lot of pain and trauma. So, yeah.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. B. The woman prattle is unbearable. The patriarchy is standing by. I can be in the studio ready to remote in 5 minutes, which might prevent us all from being bored to death with all this prattle.
Hey, Grid 1 Motorsports, thank you, man. Just for the sake of moving things along, we're just going to continue on as is, but good to have you in the stream, man. We will get you eventually on the call in. I'd rather like pre-schedule it instead of it being like sort of impromptu and spontaneous, but we will get you on the show eventually, my man. Whether it's in person or a call in or something, I'd just rather like plan it ahead of time than just impromptu spontaneous. But good to hear you in the chat, man. Well, you mentioned feminism really quick, so why don't I ask, going around the table, who here is a feminist? Starting with you.
I don't like claim any kind of side, but I guess like if you ask me questions, I probably have some takes that are on either side. No, I wouldn't say I am.
So you wouldn't say you're a feminist?
No, I wouldn't say I'm a feminist.
Okay.
Just like I'm non-denominational.
I wouldn't say I'm a feminist. No.
I'm not a feminist.
I am.
Not a feminist.
Can I
I'm
ask you to
assuming.
define what that means?
Well, I mean, there's different definitions. People define it
Exactly.
differently. There's a couple different charitable definitions I could give it. The way I've described it in the past is, and this is a charitable definition, is feminism is it's a women's advocacy movement.
In that sense, I would say no.
It's not an equality movement.
That's fair.
And I actually don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with women's advocacy, but it's certainly not, in my view, it's not an equality movement.
Well, to quote Jordan Peterson, I do think it's like equal opportunity is important, but the guaranteed outcome is not fair. So yeah, I do think that men and women should have equal rights. Absolutely, there should be laws in place to protect women. I'm all for that. But this
Hold
idea
on, why
that,
should
like,
there be, when you say there should be laws in place to protect women, what do you mean? Because that
like
doesn't sound like equality. If the laws are only to protect women, that's not really egalitarian, is it?
fair? I should have clarified, like a family setting, like with children or something like that.
Or maybe the fact that women were the ones who lacked the same equal rights. So that's why the
There was
movement began.
disparity.
Like, even objectively, I'm not a feminist, and I see a lot of issues, particularly with second wave feminism. But yeah, like you're not saying that men shouldn't also have rights. You're just saying that women had to
Yes.
catch up to the same rights.
Yes,
like
but once
owning a
they're
bank
there,
account and whatever else.
But right now, I think it's fair to say, like, it goes back to the trans debate too. Sorry to bring that. Sorry, is that a word I'm not allowed to say on here?
We were talking
Trans
about it earlier.
acceptable? Okay. Like, are there any laws that these people don't have that we have now? Or, I mean, just keep it to men and women, but I feel like men and women do have legally the same rights right now for the most part.
Yeah.
So I think it's fair
Sure.
that we can probably stop at that. But I think the whole idea of men being trash or evil or bad or pieces of shit, I really can't get on board with that.
Sexism. It's
Yeah.
Are you
That's like
feminist?
basically racism.
No?
CPR Ice 1824 donated $200. Pardon, I missed the intro, so I don't know your name. But divorce, I'd like I shot at the title.
At the title of what? Like my next husband?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, you're shooting a shot.
You have her Instagram.
What you look like? Are you smart?
Are you
What's
gonna
your
hide behind
IQ?
a screen?
See Price, hey, she's open-minded. She's asking if you're smart, what's your IQ, and she also wants to know your PP size. So please include that in your next chat. She's dying to know all these things. Okay, so feminists, some feminists, you're a feminist. Okay, good to know. We'll touch on feminism a little later on in the show. You said in your pre-show notes, men being unwilling to commit and expecting physical intimacy without commitment, but you can't blame them given the current climate, how women are conducting themselves. But you were raised relatively traditionally, so it's been a real challenge for you. Just a question for you: do you want kids?
That's a good question. I feel like I would need to have the right partner. Like, I would never want to be a single mother, just personal preference. I think that'd be really challenging. And I think also statistically, the studies do show that children do thrive best with both a mother and a father. So
Right.
would I just want a kid to have a kid? No. If I met a man in the next couple of years who wanted a child and he was the right person, yes, I would consider that. But I don't really want to have a kid after 40. So
You don't want to have a. Well, what if you did meet that right guy after 40?
I would just have to really consider that. I think there's some health risks there, and I think I physically could.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
would you want?
It would not be my preference.
Okay.
No.
You said you're also.
Doc Venabilly donated $200. Men with the dark
Good to see you
tetrad
in
and
the chat.
women with cluster B are more likely to engage in short-term mating strategies. Feminism has helped normalize all this mental pathology.
That's totally true.
Well put.
Yep. Very good point.
Thank you, Doc Venably. Good to see you in the chat, man. You're a legend. You also said that you're a business owner. You're a relatively high earner. You're a very driven person. So finding a man who can match and ideally top that, who's also interested in monogamy, isn't easy. So you're a business owner. You say you're a relatively high earner. I don't know if you want to give us a range in terms of income.
Sure.
I'm assuming it's 6 figures.
Yeah. I mean, there have been years where we've brought in $500,000. Yeah.
Well, in revenue or in profit?
Profit.
Okay. Who's we?
Me.
Oh, okay.
I'm a corporation, so.
Oh, okay.
Like,
All
yeah.
right. Do you have partners or is it?
No.
What's your business?
For privacy reasons, I'd rather not say, just because someone
Maybe
could
don't say
easily-
the name, but is it?
Let's
you
just
selling-
say marketing, like marketing
Okay.
consulting. Yeah.
All right.
It's just, yeah.
So you're making mid to or low to mid 6 figures in that range?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said you've had to teach yourself what it means to be feminine and follow not for the right man, but in general. And you're learning how to become the kind of woman that the kind of man I'm looking for would see it worthwhile to commit to. Required a lot of change and self-reflection on your part. So how were you before, and what did you change?
Just kind of, I think, unaware of myself in a lot of ways, in ways that I was not really appearing masculine physically, but kind of acting very masculine, if that makes sense.
Was this before or after the tattoos?
Oh, this was way before. Yeah.
Before you got tattoos. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because it's interesting to me. You said, I mean, you're 38 now, and you had no tattoos, and then was it 34, 35?
35, and you're right.
You
That's
just-
a good point. It was a very kind of, I don't want to say a limiting choice, but in some ways a limiting choice for sure. But a concession that I pretty consciously chose to make.
What's the concession?
I think that it limits your dating pool. I think there's a lot of associations with women who have tattoos, which I totally understand.
So then, why did you opt to get the tattoos?
Because I think that I got a very clear idea of my values and who I was.
The
little Viking sleeves.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there are a lot of other ways aside from just how you look physically that you can embody feminine energy as a woman, in the sense of letting a man lead, really learning to defer in that way and fully trust someone. And I think a lot of that has to do with doing work on yourself and has absolutely very little to do with tattoos. But I am aware of how that can come across visually. But I think that just seeing the kind of people that I am attracting into my life now professionally as friends, it's been a real indicator that I'm on the right path to getting to where I'm going. And the tattoos, I would not say have affected that in a negative way.
Now, you said your 7-year relationship ended 4 years ago, and you've been single for 4 years. In fact, you've stated that you've been celibate for that entire 4-year period, but you are an attractive woman. So, I mean, I'm imagining that there are men who have demonstrated an interest in you. Do you feel as if your standards are too high?
Thank you.
Or
that's
maybe
possible. I think it's that's always possible, right? Like that we're expecting something that's more than maybe what we're worthy of. But I also think a big factor of that is I was kind of a serial monogamist from the time I was like 19, 20 onwards. I was always in like a long-term committed relationship.
Right.
And I had never really taken the time since I was younger and I lost my virginity to really, it sounds really cliche, but actually just be by myself and like learn to not like need a partner romantically. And taking the time to do that in my 30s the last couple years, I don't think it's so much that I'm like seeking these men and then being rejected so much. It's more that like I'm not in a rush to get into something where the person doesn't have the values that I'm looking for. It's not really so much about like this guy needs to be 6'2" and making $1 million and like that really doesn't matter to me so much. It's more just like I'm looking for a very specific set of values and I'm not willing to compromise on those values. And because I embody those values, I don't feel like I'm shooting too high, and I hope that makes sense. So it's more about
standards to have.
It's more about integrity. It's less like the guy needs to be like rich and really hot. Like that would be nice, but it's actually a different set of things that I'm looking for at this point in my life.
But in your pre-show notes, you said that you're a business owner, relatively high earner. We talked about that. You're a very driven person. So finding a man who can match and ideally top that, who's also interested in monogamy, so that does speak to the values thing.
Yes.
But it does seem like you do at the very least want a guy, would you say you want a guy who, in terms of his income, makes as much or more than you?
The woman in me does, but I understand too that might not be realistically possible for me, especially at 38, right? Like, because a lot of those men are statistically going to be going for younger women, which I totally respect, and that's their preference, and it makes perfect sense to me. But would it be nice if I met someone who matched that drive? And when I say drive, I don't necessarily just mean financial drive. As long as they can support themselves and they're like stable. It's more drive and they're ambitious, right? And how ambitious they are and their tenacity, and also just having a vision for their life. That's important to me.
All right, got it. Moving to Tavia, you said you've dated a sexy fireman from Spain that you met in Bali, Indonesia.
Yeah.
You dated a married couple that are open. So you were like the third wheel, or what do you call that?
Kinda.
Unicorn?
Yeah. Unicorn.
Okay. Are they still together?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You wanted to, maybe we'll touch on that thing later. You said you don't, here's something you disagree on. You don't agree with all the discussion about women's and men's roles in relationships. So I wanted to ask, what specifically?
Well, I think one time, loading.
Loading, yep.
I think one time I like opened up like your podcast and I was like scrolling through and there was just like controversy on like, would a man want to be with someone that does sex work? And I was just like, what kind of question is that? Because everybody's so different. Like, why does that one factor matter? I feel like someone's job, it's like, why would a woman that's young like me want to marry a guy that works a 9-to-5 office job? To me, that seems kind of boring. You know, like, why not a sexy fireman? I mean, like, everybody has a different
Why would it be boring
preference.
to marry a guy who works a 9-to-5? Isn't that a perfectly respectful career path?
To me, it's just boring.
So the same objection you have to wanting to date a man who's a blue-collar worker, for example, who works 9-to-5, why can't men have the exact same objection to dating a woman who fucks other people on camera?
No. Well, I'm just saying, I don't like the talk, like, if the question was like, why would a man want to date a sex worker? It's like, well, you could ask that question about anything. Like, why would you want to date someone from Walmart? Why would you want to date someone who works at a pet store? But everybody's different, you know? So that topic was like irritating for me because I was like,
why is it irritating to you?
Because it just doesn't, in my like, with the work that I've done, like, I've had 2 people propose to me already and I've said no, and I do sex work and they didn't see me any differently based on that.
Okay, so I mean, in terms of the conversations we've had on this show, honestly, I kind of don't really care when it comes to if women do sex work. I don't really care. But my prescriptive advice that I give to men is dating a woman who is involved in sex work or was involved in sex work is a suboptimal dating choice. So maybe that's your objection there. Men and women can have any preferences, standards, and boundaries that they want. But I mean, let me ask you a question. Can you try to argue my position for me? So argue, why would somebody not want to date a sex worker? Like, can you think of any reasons?
Maybe someone that's...
You about to say insecure? It sounded like you were about to say insecure there. No, I'm not asking what's wrong with that person. I'm saying what would be some reasons why somebody would not, like, negative consequences of dating someone who's involved in sex work.
Maybe someone that has a business, they don't want the idea of their partner to like ruin their reputation.
Sure. Okay, that's a good one. Yeah.
Someone that doesn't want to share their person with somebody else, with anybody else.
Okay, anything else?
Valid.
Oh, it's valid?
Yeah.
Well, thank you for making my argument for me.
It's valid.
Oh,
I just
so
don't like.
it's valid.
I just don't like that it's like a common topic. That's just was irritating to me. Like, why is it always like, why would a man want to be with a sex worker?
Well,
it's like,
here, look. Just to be charitable, women who do sex work invariably will probably. There's a bit of a cope when it comes to this conversation. I think if a woman's involved in sex work, she'll probably find a guy. Like this whole cope of like she's gonna be a cat lady and never find a man. Mm-hmm. It's cope, especially if she's attractive and not a total piece of shit. She'll probably find a guy. However, I will say, and in terms of prescriptive advice to men that I give, I don't recommend it. I don't recommend men date sex workers. I think it's a suboptimal dating choice. And sometimes you're not always going to get the most optimum partner in your life, but it is significantly suboptimal for various reasons. And I think the other thing is just slipped my mind. But anyways, yeah.
Can I ask you please, what are your reasons for why it's suboptimal? Like, why would you? Sure. Yeah, like she gave some reasons. No.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, I'll give you a couple. So first off, for example, women who do OnlyFans, and I actually try not to bring this topic up just to be, I suppose, courteous to the women if we do have OnlyFans girls on the show, just not to throw your hustle totally under the fucking bus. But y'all become very well practiced in deception and manipulation and lying.
Yep.
Here's why. Because most of you sell the girlfriend experience, and you basically commit, in my estimation, you commit fraud by saying, I'm talking to you. I'm not saying all OnlyFans girls do this, but most of them do. The bigger they are, the more likely they are to have, for example, a typer or to have a chatter. But you're advertising yourself as saying, I'm talking to you. So you become very well versed in fraud and lying. And you have no issue with it whatsoever. So you become accustomed and adjusted to making small lies, and small lies become big lies. So that's one of my issues that I have with it.
So it's
most of
only
these sex
OnlyFans.
workers are incredibly attuned to manipulation and lying.
Can I defend just my personal experience?
Actually, don't we have a tweet related? Some girl had a tweet about this. Fuck, hold on. Let me see if I don't know. Oh man, I don't know if we only have one tweet, right, Nick? Yeah. Oh man, I could have sworn that. I'm gonna double check, but do you guys acknowledge that girls who do OnlyFans have typers?
Yes, many of them.
Many of them, yeah.
Many of them do. That's the ones that are like online 24/7.
What do they even put in their bio? You can talk to me, right?
Yeah,
okay,
I don't like that. That's
you're
a practice.
lying.
I'm very
It's
against,
fraud. It's literally
personally,
fraud.
I'm very against having management companies and all that stuff.
Sure. So that's one of my justifications for it. In addition to that, OnlyFans girls will typically hide the fact that they're in a relationship. So you just become very well versed and practiced in your deception and manipulation, because if you were honest about the fact that you're dating a guy or you're married or you have a relationship, it would hurt your bottom line. Secondly, when it comes to the typing and chatting thing, if you were telling the guys, by the way, it's some dude in Bangladesh who's getting paid $5 a day to be sexting with you, and you're sexting with the dude, it would hurt your bottom line. So you're doing this sort of fraudulent misrepresentation. On that level, I object to it. In addition, in terms of the actual content that you're making, and I actually think the fraudulent misrepresentation is worse than the fact that there's nude photos of you floating around the internet.
Same. We agree on that.
So, for
What
example,
about people in sales?
Huh?
What about people in sales? What do you think about them?
If they're making fraudulent claims and they're enticing people, it's called fraudulent inducement into fraudulent misrepresent. I can't remember the specific legal term, but it could open someone up to civil liability if they lie about their product.
True, but people in sales, I feel like, do it all the time.
Well, so there's a sales principle called puffery.
Like leaving things out of the.
Well,
of
I
the
mean,
equation.
it depends. It depends
Is
what.
that technically considered
object.
lying or fraud if something is intentionally left out?
Can I interject?
When making a sale?
Can I interject? Because here's the thing. I used to work for Jenny Craig for 3.5 years as a program director. I'm not selling lies. I'm selling hope and like the fascination that they're going to be able to lose weight, right? You are instilling hope and faith in these men that they have a shot with you. So I think that's part of what Brian is saying too, is sort of like you guys are you painting this fantasy like, oh baby, I only want you. I'm only thinking of you. You're gaslighting them.
But I think everybody's
almost all men do to women so that they can get into their pants.
That's
on a
90%
regular
of
basis.
OnlyFans.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if I can acknowledge that that's wrong, can you acknowledge that women doing it is also wrong?
I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't have I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Okay.
But I just think
Exactly.
that the standard should be the same for men when it comes to their interactions with women, because they will also act like, oh, I want to be with you, when they really just want to sleep with somebody.
But they're not getting paid for it.
Don't the men already have this understanding?
We know
that
somebody
they're
that gets
not-
paid for it. We know some men that get paid for it. Yeah.
Do these
some
do these
men get
men
paid for
actually
it.
buy into the thought that these women are interested in them?
Absolutely. I mean, how much money are they spending?
Fetish. I think it's genuinely a fetish for men that they
It's
want
like degradation.
I mean, and I think at the same time, it's also in a way healthy for men that need some sort of somebody to talk to. And like for me, that's what I make my platform about. Like you have like a place to come and be yourself and express when you're lonely
While
or
you're
when
naked
you're
and fingering
sad.
yourself.
And
Only if
no,
they
them.
pay
I'm
you,
talking
though.
about them, not me. But like I think sex work is super important, because I think if we didn't have it, that there would be a lot of men that have needs that aren't getting met, and that makes things dangerous.
So your argument is, if there wasn't sex work, that men would just be on a rampage, just like essaying chicks?
Be that 15%.
I think it would be
I
scary.
mean, that's what porn is for. The only difference between OnlyFans and porn is that they get a reaction from you as opposed from porn. That's the only difference. You are technically porn. That's
It's
what
like an
OnlyFans is.
interactive
Exactly.
experience.
Can I ask
So-
you something, Brian? Do you support capitalism?
Oh, you're libertarian. Okay, I know where you're going. Yeah, I'm in favor of capitalism.
Okay, so there's a market for OnlyFans. So do you equally hold the men who create the market accountable?
Yeah, I mean, I don't hold these men who like pay for these girls' OnlyFans in high regard. And
Right,
I
but let's say
advocate-
your guy friend comes to you and he's like, I want to get this girl's OnlyFans. Are you just saying, well, you shouldn't because she's X, Y, and Z, or are you also like, hey, like you should probably contribute to society in a better way than creating this market which objectifies women and can lead to all the negative things that you talk about?
Well, there's supply and demand, right? So,
right. So if you're a capitalist.
yeah, I don't have anything wrong with capitalism. I don't actually, frankly, I don't give a fuck about sex work. But I look at it from a dating lens. So my prescriptive advice to men is don't date a woman who has photos of herself fucking other men on camera.
And I think that's
Simple.
fine. I'm just wondering if you also tell men like, hey, you probably shouldn't be subscribing
I don't
to
have a
this
double
stuff.
standard on this.
Okay.
Ladies, if you don't
But
want
not
to
everyone
date,
that does OnlyFans fucks men on camera.
that's fine. But it's not like I have a double standard on this. Women, if you don't want to date a man who's a porn star, that's totally fine. I don't have like, so this is kind of not like a gendered thing necessarily, but
So
well,
do you
I just
think
I think like when it comes to dominance in a man, I find it way more attractive and way more dominant when a man holds other men accountable. Like that's when I view a man as a real leader. It's easy for men to sit around and be like, you shouldn't want a woman who does da da da. But it's harder for a man to be like, hey, homie, you probably shouldn't be subscribing to this shit.
I make this prescriptive claim all the time. I say, men, you shouldn't even be following women on Instagram. You shouldn't. I don't follow any girls on Instagram. You shouldn't be liking their shit, simping for them, leaving fucking lame ass comments. That's me holding men accountable. Men should not do that. They shouldn't be paying for OF. They shouldn't be subscribing to it. But
That's
like,
good.
I don't really give would society probably be better if there wasn't like porn and sex work? Probably. At the end of the
100% it
day,
would be.
though, I'm not like, I typically, that's why when I do have OF girls or sex workers on, I'm typically not making actual like criticisms of that specifically. It's always from a dating lens where I'm basically saying, guys, it's suboptimal to date a woman who has an OnlyFans.
And you're saying it's because of
not
the
porn.
characteristics that
But if
come
they're a
with
porn
that.
star,
No,
then it's-
porn's worse.
Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah.
I mean, well, OF is if she just does traditional porn, and then she does OF, there's like different considerations there. I mean, look, most of these OF girls are just like constant liars.
Pick-me
They
girls.
lie about everything. We've had them on the show. They lie about their age. They lie about everything. They make up stories for content. Blah blah blah. That's why I'm. In any case, so look, I think it is suboptimal. So yeah, I don't know.
it's just
Oh, here's the other. I mean, the other reason. I mean, I kind of already touched on it. As a woman, your future husband and children will not appreciate naked photos of you being available on the internet. There's like the potential for bullying for the child.
Don't have kids.
And just as somebody.
Their round meatball donated
you, Mr.
$200.
Thank you.
Brian is right on the money.
He's a brave
Thank
and
you, Mr.
decent
Meatball.
man. He's a pioneer.
It's good to have you back, man. Good to have you back. Thank you, bro. Look, I mean, you're doing it. It is what it is. But, yeah.
That's a great
what
comment.
these women don't like this.
I think these type of conversations also come up really often because a lot of like the sex workers that we have had on the show are like struggling really hard to find someone.
Christ is Lord Ski U4 donated $200. So, the sex industry is helping men? The human race got along just fine without hardcore porn for literally all human history, for thousands of years. Is our society evolving or unraveling?
Probably
Unraveling.
Definitely
I think it's
evolving.
something.
Unraveling is what's happening. We are
Arcade days,
unraveling.
they were hosting like sex parties. There's like mentions of like all kinds of orgies and live
I mean, the
sex and all
Romans were
kinds of
definitely turning
historical
up like.
slabs and shit.
Yeah, go back to Greece, man. They was fucking everywhere.
fucking.
They was
They was
I mean, honestly, then naked women were considered
art.
They just
and
had
they
their
were
titties out.
statues everywhere.
It was
of
I mean, you
naked
could argue that it's about the same. You could argue that without
It's the same thing's happening now, except they're recording it and selling it.
You could say that without corn, they were doing more in-person
Kilo
stuff.
of cereal donated $200. Car salesman with a perfect junker. Jewelry salesman pushing a flawless necklace. An insurance salesman with the bulletproof deal. An OF girl with the wettest content. Sell me hard, her daddy.
Yeah, I mean, look, to your point about, holding men accountable, I don't think they should be subscribing to OnlyFans. I don't think that they should be following these IG models on Instagram.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $200. The current CEO of OF Keely Blair, female running a corn site. Females just as well can be dirtballs.
Is the CEO
Facts.
of OF I thought it was a guy. Oh no, the owners are men of OnlyFans.
Well, we
Look,
know that women
I'll
can
do a
beat
call to
cornballs,
action
too.
right now. I'll do a call to action to men right now. We'll start perhaps with something simple. To all the guys who are watching right now, take out your phone. If you guys... Yo, stay safe. Thank you for the raid, dude. Appreciate it, man. You're a fucking legend. We're talking about degeneracy.
Literal
guys,
social
open up
decency.
Twitch, Nick. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Stay safe. Thank you for the raid, man. Mods, can you shout them out? Twitch.tv/whatever. If you just joined from Stay Safe, guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub because we're about to talk about the dating meta of being a World of Warcraft player. So if you play World of Warcraft, what that means for
we
your
go
dating
again.
prospects.
I play
Now,
World of Warcraft.
These girls
Wait, why does that matter?
are going to tell you if
Big nerd.
you have a better shot with them if you play Alliance versus Horde. If you're a gnome mage or a gnome warlock, like what your chances are.
I read a show
So
based
drop
on
us a follow,
video
guys. Drop us a Prime sub if you have
I'm a
one.
nerd.
We got. By the way, we don't run. I turned off the ads. I'm pretty sure on Twitch, so I want to experiment this month, see if how that goes. But if you're watching the stream and you're not following, do me a little favor, boys. Drop us a little follow in the chat. Yo, stay safe. Thank you again for the raid, man. Really appreciate it. I forgot what we were talking about.
We were talking about social deviancy. With
I was going to
porn.
do a call to action. Okay, call to action. If there's any men watching, if you have Instagram and you're following any women, I guess like if it's like your sister, you can stay following her. You can follow your sister and your mom. That's it.
What about comedians?
What if they're interested
Brian
in
for
one
president.
specific woman
Rule
and they're
number
not just simping for random?
It's still unfollow
Men
that shit.
can't follow hot chicks.
So you
Not
want
allowed.
them to be
Sounds like a
interested
boring
only
world.
in men?
Brian, what about Brian?
Unfollow. If you pull out your fucking phone, boys, unfollow
Brian does not
every
like
single
hot
girl.
girls.
No, it's not.
Look on Instagram if
I
he's
like hot
following
women.
any hot girls and somebody.
It's a red flag.
I'm not following.
Red flag.
I follow. I don't.
Following
one
1,
person.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yo,
I mean-
Durin, thank you for the gifted 10 subs, guys. Just unfollow all these IG models and all that shit. It's
Question
fucking
though,
lame.
Brian.
Well, that's not the majority of women,
Hold on.
though. Like the
It
majority
doesn't matter.
of women.
Even if it's a normie chick, unfollow her. Fuck
What
it.
if you like
Stop
know
being a
her?
simp.
Oh my God! What if like you go to
no, for-
work
but
with her
seriously
and you
though,
want to
what
see
about
her
like
life's progress?
comedians or people who have the platform to progress entertainment? That's
fine.
not sexual.
If you're following Hillary Clinton, you can stay.
No.
Oh my God,
Ew.
definitely. Why would you follow Hillary Clinton to begin
Just
with?
kidding.
Because
You
she
block
keeps hot sauce in her purse. That's why.
Yeah. Nick, could you?
Well,
I
Like
guess you see who
Beyonce.
she's. Never mind.
She's not.
Let me not get
She's
on live.
not black. We'll just say that.
Wow.
Wait,
Wait,
what?
what?
That's left field.
That was in response to like
The
a
hot
video
sauce thing.
where the hot sauce thing where she
The
was
pandering.
talking to black people.
Oh, she was trying to get cool with them,
Yeah.
just by
I
saying
keep
that.
hot sauce in my
Look,
purse.
just
We don't
to
care.
just to reiterate here, kind of my objections to when it comes to dating women who are involved in sex work. When it comes to OnlyFans, you become on a long enough timeline. You become very well versed and practiced in the art of lying and deception. Change your name, change your age, lie about your relationship status. You lie about everything. This starts to become habit typically. If people start becoming practiced in lying, it starts to just you just keep doing it.
I'm honest about my age and my relationship and all the other.
If that untruth brings you closer to fleecing the money out of the pockets of your targets, you're going to lie.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of these OnlyFans become very well practiced in this. Also, some of them are involved in like romance scams. They're literally scamming the dudes. I'm not saying that's the case for you guys. We talked about the typers. We talked about the chatters. You'll lie about, oh, talk to me, baby, and then it's some dude. That's like most of these OF girls have a typer or a chatter, and it's a dude. You're like basically you're making these guys gay, basically.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
So are you telling them to unfollow all the women?
Huh?
That's not.
You're making them gay
That's
too, telling them
not
to
gay, but
unfollow
that's
all the
very traditional. That's very like keep it PG all the time unless you're intending to marry this chick.
Wait, what? I don't know.
That's a very PG. That's like a very, I don't know, adolescent perspective to be like, it's very innocent. Like,
what's innocent? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Innocent to like unfollow every woman that isn't your sister or your mom.
Wait, it's innocent?
Yeah, it's innocent.
So wait, do you like it? I'm a little confused.
Yeah.
I mean, innocence is good.
No, what do you
I like
what
it
do
if
you
you're
mean?
dating me, better
You
unfollow
want,
everybody else.
you're saying that men unfollowing every other woman is an innocent act?
It's like naivety. It would be an innocent act, but in this instance,
here, seeing as we have Stay Safe who just joined us, we have. Wait, can you guys not be? Can you? I don't know.
Guys.
What are you fucking doing?
I'm sorry.
What are you telling her?
I can't say it. I was telling her something that I wish I could say, but I can't say it because you said we can't say it. Well,
What?
okay, I was saying if. Never mind. I won't whisper it anymore. I
Okay, what
promise.
were you? Can you tell me what it was loosely about?
Well, you guys are talking about if a guy unfollows all women on social media. I was gonna say that would make him look pretty,
Oh, okay.
you know, in that like.
Not straight.
Exactly.
It's like, why is this guy
Exactly,
not
that's what I was saying.
following a bunch of dudes and no women?
Yay!
It'd be concerning.
Can I say
like, why only dudes?
it's like the
What?
guy's
It was
trying
a
to revert
joke.
to
It's like he's
virginity, his holy state.
But how many women will complain about guys who are following a bunch of random IG thoughts?
Yeah, if it's just random IG thoughts, then yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, anyone can be
I don't even care
insecure
about that,
But you said normies too.
that, like men are
So that's where the
insecure.
arguments come in.
Anyways, to bring it to World of
Anything on
Warcraft.
social media, it's not really real. Like,
Well, I mean, if you're an OnlyFans model, you can't have a problem with your guy following other women. You're an OnlyFans model.
Yeah.
It'd be a double standard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, so if you tell your guy, if you're an OnlyFans model and you're doing all kinds of horny, girly shit on OnlyFans, you know, and then you expect your dude to respect you and not follow other women, you're delusional. You're delusional to think that
But I
your
think
guy's
someone
not
that
going to follow other
even
women.
even cares about that? Like, why is my dude's following other girls? It's
Because women are dumb and they do. They get upset. I've known plenty of
I know,
other
I've heard
OnlyFans
crazy
women
women like that,
who are
for
like, I
sure.
can't believe he's following this girl. That bitch, you are undressing in front of a bunch of men all over the world. How dare you have that even remotely double standard that your guy can't do what you're already doing? And you're promoting it, and you're pushing it on them, and you are manipulating, and you are lying, and you're deceiving
The
these other
proverbial
men.
you, because not me. My dude watches porn. I love it.
I'm not
kind of
saying
a little
every
bit of
woman.
a
I'm not
little
saying every,
cucky
but a majority
sometimes.
of them.
I don't know. And just
Yeah.
the last thing, I'm kind of territorial, so I don't want other men to be like looking at my girl like that.
A lot of men are, and that's
I
what
mean,
comes.
a lot of guys look at a woman and
That's
they
monogamy.
automatically
That's what monogamy
start
is.
thinking things if they're attracted to them.
You can't be an OnlyFans model and then say you're a monogamist. There's just no way. You
That's why I
can't.
say monogamish.
You can't. Yeah, you can't. You can't. You can't even represent the whole monogamy thing because of what you do, because it is a double standard. It's hypocritical. It's hypocrisy.
Well,
I mean,
it's
if you're
mainly
not
just
sleeping
social.
with anybody else and you're not meeting up with anybody else in
You're
person,
sharing your
then-
body. You're sharing your body and these personal things that should be only reserved for the person that you're with or married to. If you're married and you're an OnlyFans model and you're sharing your body on the internet and I can pay to see your vagina hole, you are not a monogamous woman. I'm sorry. You're showing your private parts to other people who are not your husband. Because when you take that vow, when you get married, you're vowing to be for that other person and only for that other person. Unless you're polyamorous, it's a completely different thing. But if you,
I mean, maybe if that's what you vow, though. I mean, everybody, you can vow different
let
things.
me
in
ask you.
marriage.
Let me ask you a question. Do you plan on being in a monogamous relationship at some point in your life?
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to do it before or after you leave OnlyFans?
Their round meatball donated $200. Would you guys quit of all making any kind of content if you were in a relationship?
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Meatball.
That's exactly my question.
Yeah.
Is the man gonna like make up for the? I don't do OnlyFans, but
Yeah.
just hypothetically, is a man gonna make up for the financial differences? Like, are you going to be a provider and substitute whatever they were making?
Why should he have to?
No.
Why should
Why
he
should I
have
have to give it up?
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
everybody has a right.
Because you want to be in a monogamous relationship.
But that's you're assuming that they want to be in a
Well,
monogamous
that's why I asked. I asked her, and she said yes. She wants to be in a monogamous relationship, married.
Well, then, but it's sort of a false equivalence. Like, it would make more sense to say, would you be okay with your man doing OnlyFans?
Some
that
guys
would
are
be
okay
the
with
equal.
it. Some guys think it's hot and they get turned on by it, and that's literally a.
And then once
kink,
once the honeymoon phase is over and he leaves you because he can't take it anymore, then what?
But this for me, this isn't forever. This is
Right. But that's why I said
It's
for
fun
your
for me, and I
20s.
express my sexuality and saving money, and
But
then
that's why I said your 20s is for
transition into
fucking
something
around,
different.
finding out who you are. So, you're not quite at the threshold where you should be figuring yourself out yet, but you should probably stop OnlyFans before you figure yourself out.
I mean, everyone
I'm figuring
has
myself out right now.
different. Everyone has different tolerances for social deviancy and sexual deviancy.
Yeah.
And any rational guy going into a relationship or looking for a potential relationship, he's not going to seek a woman who is putting herself out there as a sexual being
To other men.
To other men. There's going to be allure. Like, guys look for allure in women. They do look for a little bit of competition, but that's not competition. That's like,
I just think it's crazy
just
for anybody
exposure.
to speak for like
A whole
everyone.
group of
Well, no, but here's
people.
the thing.
I don't think that's
most
broad category of people.
most men that are okay with it are not high value men.
I mean,
I would not.
And they're not the men that you're going to want to marry.
Exactly.
So what these two ladies just say, I think one thing that might be forgotten here, and again, no judgment, honestly.
no judgment.
But one thing that I think might be being forgotten here is that what men, and I am generalizing here, but generally speaking, I think that what men fall in lust with is very different than what men fall in love with. And I
That
think
part.
a lot of times,
100%.
maybe because of the way we were raised, the way we value or don't value ourselves, I think especially as women, I've seen a lot of people conflate those two things, and I think it causes a lot of pain on both ends. I think a lot of men are very confused too.
Do you do BG content?
No.
You only do solo content? Okay. So, I mean, obviously there's scales to it. Like a girl who's only done like lingerie stuff on OnlyFans, it's not quite as suboptimal as a girl who's done like gangbangs.
And sex acts.
And like BG content.
But in my opinion,
But it's still suboptimal.
like to me, like my standards, right? Like I would never go and do mainstream porn because to me, like I just can't do that with sex. Like, and I think if to me, a woman doing mainstream porn and having sex with a bunch of different men, literally on camera, like you can see all
Yeah,
these
that's
different
bad.
men.
That's bad.
That's not a vibe. I think a woman that does boy girl content on OnlyFans with her partner, her boyfriend, husband, whatever it is, and then maybe a divorce happens and it doesn't work out and now she wants to date someone else, is that person gonna judge her for having sex with someone else?
Can I ask a
whether it's on
question?
camera or not,
Yes.
like you're gonna be upset that your girlfriend that was dating people before you had sex with other people?
Yep.
on camera.
Can I have a question? I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question. Do you believe that doing OnlyFans, does that give you confidence? Does that build your confidence? Do you feel more confident because you do OnlyFans?
I think actually, yeah.
Because I think it's a false sense of confidence. Because here's the reason why I say this. Because OnlyFans gives you confidence because it's based on looks. It's only based on looks. You're not having Pulitzer Prize conversations with people that are checking out your titties and your vagina. So the second the OnlyFans is done or your looks fade, then what are you left with? What are you left with?
Well, I mean, obviously none of us really know each other that well, but like before I did OnlyFans, I had my own remodeling company at the age of 19 and
But
was
that, again,
doing manual
that's all
labor
looks.
remodeling. And that's my passion, and I want to own an all-women's construction company
That's
one
cool.
day. And this is just something that's fun for me. And I have
God, who the hell cares?
Oh, the construction company.
Well, just to add to her point,
it's just like
Like, obviously, there's
I don't think it's fair to belittle her goals.
Like,
just to add to her
so
point,
are
though.
if you have this alternative path that you want to seek, then what is the appeal in doing OnlyFans to you, and what do you think it is the appeal of doing OnlyFans to a multitude of women that actually do it?
I think for me, it's an ability to make a great like future for myself without a man. Like, I don't need a man in my life, and if there is one that wants to be there and love me for where I'm at and actually knows me and like what I've been through, then I don't think they would.
Can I suggest something? The quality of man and human that I think you're going to want later in life is the kind of man who's going to want to be needed by you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a
I
different
think
way
y'all
of
would be
thinking
surprised
about it.
who subs OnlyFans. Like, y'all have this idea that it's like the kind of man that you want is not going to subscribe to OnlyFans. Those are the exact guys that are subscribed. People just don't know.
Yeah,
Give an example.
It's the preachers that are buying prostitutes.
Yeah, but I'm not
But
looking to marry a
that's not the
preacher.
kind of man that I
Look,
would
Yeah,
want.
exactly.
here,
I hope that makes sense.
hold on. I'm going to make things very simple.
You're
here,
saying it's not
okay?
obvious. I get what
No, it's not
So
obvious.
your original question, do you want to just restate your original question to me? Is like, why am I what? Why do I object to dating an OF girl? Was that your original question?
I don't even think it was a question. It was just the original thing was like the topic that I brought up. I just
Here,
feel like
look, I'll pull up the notes. Okay, so you don't agree with all the discussions about women's and men's role in relationships, and then you went to there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I agree with Matt, by the way.
Now, on your OnlyFans, you state that you have daddy issues, so a girl needs some daddies, plural, LOL, which seems to indicate that you,
A pick-me girl.
well, it seems to indicate that you would entertain multiple men, so you've already made an admission on your own OnlyFans that you have an inclination towards dating multiple men. This is obviously a massive red flag, although given that I said that people bullshit on OnlyFans, you could certainly be lying. You also say, here you can see me fully nude, squirt, give JOIs, striptease, roleplay, get the full girlfriend experience, request customs, and you love to spoil and be spoiled. So you're giving the girlfriend experience. So if I was dating you, for example, and you're giving 10 other men the girlfriend experience, I'm getting your divided romantic attention and sexual attention.
wait, what's the
Do you have a typer, yes or no?
No,
You sure?
my page isn't big enough for that.
Your page isn't big enough?
Once it is, like, I will make it very clear, like,
You're gonna make it clear
She'll
that you're
get a
paying,
typer then.
that you're
Make it-
paying a
make it
guy
clear,
in
hey,
Bangladesh $10 a day.
Someone is like helping me sell my content.
Yeah, you're really gonna put that in your OF. By the way, the guy who's pretending to be me, that's a dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think
You'd say
putting
that,
all the
really?
women that
She
do
would never-
OnlyFans
she
into a
would never say
box
that.
is like
Putting who into a box?
all the girls that do OnlyFans. Like, everybody has
What box am I putting them in? The fact that they have typers and chatters, which is
well, like
proven.
saying that all of them.
I don't
are
think
like
all of
that.
them lie.
You don't think all of them lie?
I
Some
know for a
girls
fact they don't.
actually really enjoy.
But
like,
is it
doing
the
this and
majority, though?
talking.
It's like
probably the majority.
70%
It's
at
probably
least.
you guys lie about fucking.
Oh my God, all of it.
Everything. In any case, so I do want to make some World of Warcraft related comments here. So dating an OnlyFans girl, Nick, could you lower the volume just a little bit? Is kind of subpar. You know, it's like a pretty weak build. You know, like best in slot. It's gonna be a girl who doesn't even have an Instagram, probably. Kind of a shy girl, to be honest.
Like Maddie.
Like.
I have an Instagram.
Yeah,
You also have
for
like
the
a
streets.
wonderful boyfriend. I do.
Like, I don't know. Some guys, I'll give it to you. They'll still date you. They don't care about min-maxing. They're happy with an OF girl, maybe just like running 5-mans and shit, you know? Like, they're never gonna raid Molten Core. Like, they're never gonna they'll just like do 5-mans like for their whole like World of Warcraft career. And they're gonna like have a suboptimal build. And like, if they ever do, maybe they'll do like a pug raid and they'll like maybe parse in like the 50 percentile. But they're happy to just get some dungeon loot here. Like maybe if they're lucky, they'll get like a purple, like one of those shit tier purples from like the like a 5-man raid, you know? Like maybe if they're a rogue, they'll get Fell Striker from Rend in UBRS, you know, Upper Blackrock Spire. But you know, me personally, I want those 99% parses, and that's why, like me personally, I wouldn't date a girl who does OnlyFans. And you know, but these guys who are like in dad guilds and wiping on Lucifron and Molten Core, yeah, like they'll, you know, like noobs, they'll probably.
Can you put on the math symbols?
What do you mean? Anyways, like wiping, like the guys who are wiping on Lucifron, like they'll probably date like an OnlyFans girl.
It's because they can't get anybody else.
That was impressive.
Can you put on the
Although I
math
don't
symbols?
know anything that you just said.
The one where you're doing
Couple
all the
girls are like
calculating.
at this table are probably really turned on right now. What?
The one where you're doing all the calculating.
It's too late. The moment has passed. All right, Maddie, can you read this? Oh.
Their round meatball donated $200.
Nick needed to boost the
Give me
audio.
tear gear or give me death.
Yo, Mr. Meatball, give me tier gear or give me death. Well put, dude. Mr. Meatball, some fucking tier 3 Nax Ramus shit. Can you boost the audio, Nick? But yo, Mr. Meatball, once again, hold on. Let me hit you with the.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Good to have you. Good to have you back, man. Okay, Maddie, can you read this? 1 sec, it's coming in.
Panel, $1 million question. Why call yourself a feminist? That seems exclusive. Why not call yourself a humanist or equalist?
Well, you're the only person who said you were feminist, right? So
Yeah.
I don't think
do you want to answer that one?
Well, before I was continuously calling myself a female advocate and not necessarily a feminist, but I do consider myself a feminist because the differences between men and women, given not necessarily the physical stature but like intellectual capacity between men and women is so negligible, and you're never going to be able to quantify it. So how the heck can you discriminate one against the other? I think men and women are now competing for their spot in the workplace, for instance. And why call myself a feminist and not a humanist? I don't know. It's the terminology. Feminist is specific to females and catching up in the rat race. So, and a humanist, I mean, I'm also of the opinion that feminism is not always going to be a necessary force in the world. Like, there will be a point where feminism is not needed because women will have equal rights to men.
Do we not have equal rights now?
Well, not in all parts of the world, but...
What about in the United States?
In the United States, I would say it's fairly
Texas.
equal. The only thing that I would...
Wait, hold on. What's going on in Texas?
I don't know, all the controversy that's just happened in Texas with
What
Women's rights.
everybody knows.
Women's rights.
I don't.
With women's
I don't know.
rights.
What women's rights?
They're now denying like medical abortions for women, from what I understand. Like even if it poses a risk to the woman's health.
They basically have to be
Are they?
dying.
They
Yeah.
literally have to
They
be
have to be
dying.
dying in order to get help.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Let's assume that they did allow abortion under those circumstances. Would you still feel that there is an abridgment of women's rights if all other abortions were outlawed? Or is it only the only abortions you care about are the ones where the woman's life is at risk?
Oh wait, hold up. Just repeat that one more time.
Well, you guys are citing to an extreme example here that women, even women.
Well, that's just an example that's happening, right? You asked for an example.
Okay.
Like that's an example
But
right
so
now. where
you're
women's
fine.
rights
So
are-
just so I understand, are you saying you're fine with abortion being banned, but it should be allowed in the scenario where women, their lives are at risk?
I just think women should be able to have control over their own health and their bodies. Like,
So you support abortion.
So you're pro-choice
Yeah.
regardless.
yeah, just I'm pro-choice.
Okay. What does that have to do with women's like equality?
Because right now, women literally have to be dying.
But when
to
it
get
comes
proper
when it comes to
healthcare.
feminism and equality, the viewpoint, the standpoint is in comparison to men. In comparison to men, men have no reproductive rights at all. It's not clear to me if abortion rights have anything to do with inequality, insofar as men have no option at all when it comes to reproductive rights. So
Because you
it's not
don't
evidence.
have the
It's not
children.
because
It's not
men
your body, so
can't.
it's not your medical.
Right, but if men
with.
don't have any sort of say at all, wouldn't equality actually be for abortion to be entirely illegal? Wouldn't that be equality?
I don't know if it.
It's not even something that you can compare because men
But
don't
it-
carry
right, but
children.
if you're- if
So
we're
this is
having
such a
a-
redundant
Situation.
conversation.
It's not redundant
But it's
because
just
if
like
we're
we
having a
label it as health
conversation,
and health, and like men don't have to have kids. So like if a woman is on the verge of
Well,
dying and that's the
I
only
think
way
that's
that she can
more
get
of a
proper
human-
health care, it's like health care.
Right, but it's not about. It's not coming from a viewpoint of equal. Like, men have this right and women don't.
It's
Like, you
more
can't
of a human
compare
rights
that
issue.
to a male's right because a male can't carry a baby, so you can't even compare the two
Well,
things.
It's mainly
a man has the choice on whether or not he wants to get the snip, right?
Or if he wants to nut.
So does a woman.
Right. But
Do you want to nut in there? Like, that's you.
that's
That's
the caveat.
You're basically, when it comes to men, you're basically a bronze age pro-lifer.
Oh.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Is consenting to sex as a man consenting to fatherhood?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. As a woman, is
necessarily,
consenting to sex consenting to motherhood?
Yes.
not to me. It's not.
Okay. So
No,
let me
it's
ask you a
not-
question.
it's not.
Would you ever tell a woman who was inclined to get an abortion, and if she didn't want a child, would you... Okay, let me walk it back a little bit. What would you tell a man who got a girl pregnant and he didn't want to get a girl pregnant? What would you tell him if she wanted to keep the kid and he didn't?
Tell her.
Well, I would say that just be the best father that you can, and because it is.
What if he's upset
ultimately, like,
about this reality that he's about to face?
He has an
That
option
he's
to
gonna
sign
be a
his rights
father?
away.
No,
Yeah,
he
can
doesn't.
sign
Not
his
without-
rights away
No,
to
he
a
doesn't.
mother. It's a thing.
Okay, hold on.
They don't tend to do it very often because
Okay,
they
but
think in
would
the
you
future
tell him
maybe
something?
I might want to have a
would you
relationship.
tell him something along the lines of, "Tough, you should have thought of that before having sex with her. Your option
Kind of
would
blunt
have
sometimes, so
your-
maybe it depends on the relationship.
Your
I
option.
mean, some people that get pregnant, to some of the men, I'm like, why would you even sleep with that guy? I mean, you consented to sleeping
You just
with
shouldn't have a double standard.
someone.
If you're going to be
I see what you're
pro-choice,
saying.
and then you
But-
can't tell men you shouldn't have had sex if you knew what it could lead to, if you wouldn't say the same thing to women.
I'm not going to
That's the whole
victim
point.
blame.
But it's you're literally.
think that's-
like that's
that
the
was
same
one of the
thing that
reasons,
pro-lifers
health.
say to women. Oh, you should have kept your legs closed.
Not that I agree to that, but I think
Okay.
that's a horrible thing to say. But I mean,
Okay.
Can we
there's
all
kind
agree
of a
that that's a double
difference,
standard?
Though, like,
Yeah, I mean,
definitely a
there's-
double standard.
there's
but
always
what I
a
said is
risk
nutting
associated.
inside. That's different because there's options like condoms, oral, anal, pulling out. Like,
Cool.
you came in there, you can still have sex without impregnating someone.
Birth control.
Right, but let's say that like the woman lies
Birth
about.
control, I mean,
let's say
yeah.
the woman lies about being on birth control or lies about her fertility.
Well, then
Or
that
let's say
is
she's
a bad situation.
Let's
That's a
even
bad
say
situation.
let's even say she is on birth control, but a pregnancy still happens, or you did take precautions, but you know sometimes it can happen.
In that case, I feel like he don't need to worry because the mom is probably feeling the same way. Like, ooh, this was an accident.
Well, what if
and-
she keeps the kid and he didn't want a kid?
I mean, you have to consider the reasons for why people of like biological age do not want children, and it's because of social circumstances and financial circumstances most of the time. They're not ready,
Or they
because
can't have them.
They can't. Well, I mean, yeah, that's more of like a.
Okay, but that's a side
So wait,
tangent.
what's your argument?
My argument is that essentially, when you're, sorry, I got interrupted, so I can't remember. Go on. It's like, why do you not want to have a kid? It's for certain reasons. So you shouldn't be having sex if you're not ready to have a kid and you're not willing to take the precautions to.
I don't
prevent
even know what you're
yourself
trying.
from
I
having a
don't even
kid.
know what you're trying to say. Look, ultimately, what I'm trying to say is that this conversation about abortion being like some inequality that women face, it has nothing to do with equality or inequality. Men don't have any reproductive rights. So if we're talking about this from the lens of equality, the actual equality would be for abortion to be outright banned in the United States.
Yeah, it's a human rights issue. It's not a.
Well, it's within the purview of women's rights, but it's not from like a a comparison point of view in terms of the framework is not about equality.
No.
Well,
But it's not women not having the right
is
to
not always possible. And
women
that
not having the
there's-
right to have an abortion in Texas is not evidence of inequality. That's what I'm trying to argue.
I didn't argue that.
I don't know. Somebody was.
For
I don't
me,
know.
for me, it's like a health thing. If a man wants to go into a
Their Al
hospital,
Meatball donated $200. It's the Dave Chappelle joke. If they can decide to have a kid, you should be able to abandon them. But generally don't expose yourself to downside risk you aren't willing to experience.
Well put, Mr. Meatball. If women are allowed to murder the kid, the man should at least be able to abandon
And yes,
them.
And walk away. Absolutely.
That would be equal.
But that
I mean,
would
yeah.
be equal. Fortunately, that's
Yeah.
not an option in any state
have that right.
whatsoever.
That's not true.
Hmm?
What about sperm donors?
What?
Women who are looking to have children.
Yeah, that's not really super related, though. Maddie, can you read this chat?
Why do women consent to sex but not consent to the possibility of life? Sex leads to procreation. That's simply biology. Newly right-wing girl. I love your content, Brian. It's changed my life. Thank you.
Yo, Ashley B, good to have you in the chat. Thank you for the message. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, Ashley. You are a legend and a scholar. Okay, Kevin. So sorry, Jane Zanesville. I don't really get it.
Neither do I.
neither.
Is somebody who's Jane Zanesville? So sorry, Jane. All right, Kevin.
Oh,
thank you.
was she the one that got mauled by the bear?
No, that was something
That-
Miller.
I
Some
don't
lady,
think
last
so.
name Miller.
Rest in peace to the woman who got mauled, though. That was intense. Okay, where were we in our notes? We were talking to Tavia here. Let's go back to Tavia. Was there anything else you disagreed on, or
That was it.
come on, there was more?
That was definitely it. Honestly.
You said you don't agree with all the women humiliation that happens on the show. I know it's intentional and for the viewers. So what specifically do you mean by, the women humiliation that happens on the show?
Well, I mean, just like intentionally talking about things and doing things to like incite a reaction that you know is going to happen, because literally like I watched one of the podcasts and you started doing the warlock talk, and then you're literally zooming in on the girls' face that are like annoyed at you for talking about it, because they're like, clearly, you know, most of us have no idea about warlocks, and it's like intentionally
About warlocks.
Because you were talking about World of
mages
Warcraft.
Totally
or whatever.
different.
And it's like, bruh.
Wouldn't that be more me humiliating myself than me humiliating women talking about World of Warcraft?
Yeah, he's casting himself under the bus.
That's a fucking 50 DKP minus! What the fuck was that shit?
That was funny.
Anything? So just is that that was your gripe, the World of Warcraft stuff?
I just like things like that. Yeah.
Okay, can you provide one example of a time I humiliated a woman on the show?
Well, I mean, I didn't
probably
watch
have,
the show
to be
enough,
honest, but
but that was just one of the examples.
can you give me another example? You wrote it. I'm just.
That's one of the examples. That's the example.
Honestly, I've watched a lot of like the viral clips of this podcast, and it's not you ever humiliating them, it's them humiliating themselves.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't wrap my mind around the girl who cried because he asked her, well, what's misogynist? And she started crying and left. I wanted to strangle her. I wanted to throat punch her. Like, are you kidding me? Grow the fuck
Throat
up.
punch.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That was sad, though.
It wasn't sad. It was stupid. She was stupid. She was dumb for acting like a baby. Don't go on a podcast that's going to talk about these topics if you can't handle it. If you're going to sit there and cry like a little bitch,
Everyone's
go
gonna
home.
Everyone's gonna
I
have
still felt
unique
bad for her,
reactions.
though.
I didn't.
So
She deserved it.
But yeah, it is.
What's that?
It
What's
is
that?
definitely.
Is it a Socrates quote? Trust not when a woman weeps. For what is that? Is
White
that
woman
Socrates
tears.
or
That's what she was doing. White woman tears.
Plato? Is it Plato or I don't know? Maybe chat. Find me the quote. But can you provide one example of a time I humiliated a woman on the show?
Well, I didn't say that's. I said, or
Here, this is what you wrote. You said, I don't agree with all the women women, plural, I don't know, all the women humiliation that happens on the show. I know it's intentional and for the viewers.
That was my example. That's what I was talking
What?
about with
What?
the
That's not
with
his
the
example.
video game thing and just doing it to incite a
video-
reaction and then.
Are you saying just like showing that girls are annoyed or something?
How's that humiliating to
deficit-
women? You
a
just sit there
deficit in
confused.
knowledge.
Literally doing it to entice
Entice.
a reaction that you know is the
It
reaction you're
does.
gonna get.
It's,
'Cause
But it's
most
a
of the
knowledge.
people. Actually, the reality is when I do the World of Warcraft thing, like 5 people think it's funny, and everyone else is like, LLL, cringe, cringe, cringe. I hate it when he does this. Da 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 da. Like
In the chat?
I just
thought
do
it
it
was
because
impressive.
I want to do it.
Yeah, we all think it's
But
weird.
that was literally
Shut up,
only-
man.
that was it.
So okay, can you give me one example? Give me one example. There's
That was my example. I don't have a
there's
better
over 100
example.
hours of me doing this podcast. Wait, we've done like 160 something shows. What is this? 168?
Brian, to be fair, she's only watched like 2 podcasts.
Yeah.
I think
And
You're
I've
just
not watched all
letting-
the hours. It's a lot of hours.
Maybe.
Does
I don't even
anyone
think I've been
else
alive for
have
as
an
many
Can you
hours.
example?
provide
Maybe
one
she thinks.
example?
Maybe she thinks that you're letting
Do you
these
think
women.
go ahead.
Maybe she thinks that you're letting these women embarrass themselves. Like, but that's literally their choice because they select to come onto the podcast.
I mean, that
I-
was my example to that statement. So maybe it's
can't-
not the best one, but that's it. That's all I got for you.
Okay, all right.
you can't control that necessarily, but I mean,
I'm only responsible for the words that come out of my mouth. If somebody comes on here and says some shit, that's them.
What was that noise?
but I do have a question. Okay, so whenever you're selecting thumbnails, what criteria are you selecting your thumbnails based off of?
Are you upset that I didn't put you in the thumbnail?
No, I don't give.
Look at this. She's jealous. She's
don't
like,
give a
damn
shit,
it, Brian,
okay?
why didn't you put me in the thumbnail?
I don't
I'm the
give a
star. I'm the star of the show.
I'm the
How
sky of the
fucking
show.
rude.
What the hell?
I'm the
How
fucking A side of this
fucking
shit. You're the
rude.
B side. You should have put me in the goddamn thumbnail.
Yeah, instead of that thought daughter.
By the way, Nick, is there an improvement in the focus on my side, or is it still kind of out of focus? Out of focus, or?
Just a little bit.
Okay, maybe I'll try to adjust it. Anyways, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait. You have a tweet. This is the tweet. We're not going to pull it up. I looked at your Twitter. You have a tweet that reads, "Did you know that most of these OnlyFans pages are run by men or I don't know why you brought immigrants into or immigrants, and you're most likely not
Racist.
even talking to a woman with women. You need a
Women.
I need to help you out a little bit.
Yeah,
There's
no, it's
woman,
bad.
women, whatever. Not even talking. You're most likely not even talking to a woman. Well, I'm here to help because I 100% run my page, and you'll be chatting with me directly. I'm 21 and fun and thriving. Hope to see you there.
That was a sales hook, by the way.
Yeah,
Love. That was
pretty good.
that's your sales
I mean,
hook.
that was good.
Yeah.
And it appeals to your
but-
issue
And
with
it's literally
dishonesty.
talking about your issue.
Huh? It's
yeah,
about what?
she's satisfying that.
I'm literally
But I think,
satisfying your what?
like-
Yeah,
Satisfying
exactly
what?
what you said.
but you're
I know,
using
but, like,
it.
if you were
you kept
arguing-
saying like you keep boxing us all in,
Right, right. You
generalizing,
You literally
but you
admitted
said the
to
same.
it.
Yeah,
You
you
admitted to it on your Twitter.
right. You
Did I say everyone? Did I use the word
I
everyone?
wonder if we
I
can
said
find it.
some
Hold on, let me see if I
pages.
can find it. I'm going to try to find
That
it.
was
But
funny,
that's the
though.
thing, though. You're using the negativity that there's out there about the OnlyFans to your advantage to try to sell more people to come to your page. So you are being just as manipulative as though people that they're using men.
Is it
That's
manipulative
kind of
if
hard,
it's
like,
true,
what it
though?
is.
I relate to that. Like, I've definitely posted some salty things because as someone who does do all the work, it is so hard to see like them top 0.0 making the $1 million being
Nick,
like,
can you try
I
to find
chat
the
on my
tweet?
page, and they don't. They have
It
like
might take a
tens
while.
of thousands of subscribers, but us, I have like 500. What about you?
like 1,000.
Okay, I mean, even when I did have 1,000 before I had a boyfriend, so yes, I make half the income I used to make. It was still possible, and I did not need to hire anybody, but I do get salty, and I've made some of those kind of posts myself, even though it's frowned upon in the industry to like throw people.
You're
under the
literally
bus.
throwing your other competition under the bus.
Yeah, it's
just
not
to try
cool,
to get
and
up.
I'm not
get
proud
up.
of it. I'm not proud of it, but I've had weak moments where I'm just like.
But that's hypocrisy, ladies. That's hypocrisy.
Is it though? Because
I'm
like
not
that
the
would be
one
like
doing
me
it,
being
and
a
I'm very
realtor and
against
being
it.
like, is your realtor lazy? I'll do what they won't do. It's essentially the same thing. Like, she's proving that not all of them are manipulative and lying. Like, she really does run her own page, which Brian should be happy with because it's honest.
Well, here's the thing, though. Even if she wasn't running her own page, she would still lie about it.
How do you know?
That's what they do.
No, but you're saying all OnlyFans girls lie. But honestly, if a man is gonna come onto a girl that literally is like 3.5 million followers on Instagram and has an OnlyFans, and they're gonna come on there and think actually that they're talking to that girl, I mean, who's liable here? Like,
Wait, if you were
who are we gonna blame, the girl or the guy? Because the guy should have enough common sense to know, and the girl's just providing a service. Like,
if you were lying about this, would you be willing to pay me $1,000?
Wait, say that again.
Would you be if it's actually not true that you don't have typers? Would you be willing to pay me $1,000?
If it's actually
Not true.
So if you're lying about the fact that you respond to all your OF messages, would you pay me $1,000?
If you're not lying, would you pay him $1,000?
No, if you're lying.
If it comes out that you do have a typer, would you pay him $1,000?
If I had a typer, I would say it.
Would you? You would not tell.
Yeah,
you would
it's
not
true
tell your.
that
Yeah,
you're not
come on.
lying.
You would not tell your OnlyFans audience if you're making buku dollars. You're not going to tell these men that you have a typer. There's no way. If you're with a guy, let's say you're chatting with a guy, right? And he says, "I'll give you $5,000 right now.
Like, I'm not
I'll
there.
give you $5,000 right now if you tell me you don't have a boyfriend and I'm the only man you're talking to." Are you going to lie to him and tell him that you have a boyfriend? Are you going to lie to him and tell him that you don't have a boyfriend and tell him you're the only man that I want right now for $5,000? Yes, you are.
She can't
Yes,
even
you are.
answer
Thank
it
you.
'cause
Thank you.
She
She
can't
would
even
lie.
answer it because she has a typer in that instance.
Right?
Anyone
In
that
that
did
instance,
have
if I had a typer, then I guess they would.
So thank you.
Would they?
So
What
then
would
it really
they
is me
answer on your
lying, or is it
behalf?
the typer?
It is you lying, because if you're telling everyone you don't have a typer, right? You're telling everyone on Twitter and everyone out there, "Hey guys, I'm the only girl on OnlyFans that doesn't have a typer." But even though you don't have a typer, you're still lying and manipulating if you're willing to take $5,000 from a man on the promise that you don't have a boyfriend and that he's the only one you're talking to.
She didn't say yes, though.
She did say yes.
This is a bunch of side tangent hypotheticals.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, she did say yes. But it's
Honestly,
true.
I would say no, because I'm not willing to. I'm not going to pay $1,000 for. You could really fabricate anything on the internet. If you have some kind of proof or whatever that she, like, who knows? That could be so doctored. There's really no way to prove it.
Interesting.
Trust.
Are you about to bust out like some
looks like
dirt
he
on
is.
her? Or what?
No, he ain't got nothing.
I've seen him like be like, "Oh yeah, you say you're a virgin? Well, someone sent me like corn."
Anyways, moving on. We're gonna get to, who do we get to? We're gonna get to Alyssa here. Alyssa, you said your entire marriage, married to a narcissist. Your words, not mine. You could recount moving. Wait. Oh, you guys moved in together the second time you hung out?
Yes. I didn't know about love bombing or any of that
You
stuff.
said there's manic love bomb phase.
Yeah, that was fun.
Okay. So getting married, having kids, and then the crazy narc shit that led you to file for divorce. You can also talk about your dom experience with a sissy submissive. What? So yeah, why don't we talk about that?
The sissy submissive
so
thing?
You dommed a...
I've dommed a few people, but this particular one is funny. So he was like, "Yo, you're kind of a bitch," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know. So what's up?" Like, it's a good friend of mine, and I'm like, "Yeah, so like, what's up?" And he's like, "Well, I just think you have like dom energy," and I'm like, "What the fuck?" I didn't know anything about kink stuff at that. Well, not that level of kink stuff at the time. I don't know, I was young. Anyway, long story short, he came over in like a French maid outfit with in chastity, and I'm pretty sure I kept him locked for like several months.
Wait,
actually,
locked? Oh, the
like
chastity belt?
Yeah. Yeah. And like you actually shrink at some point. So he's lost.
Their Almond Fall donated
lost a little bit
$200.
of
Yikes to all these
Length,
things.
because if he's
Yeah.
Major yikes, dude.
So like, and like
big
if
yikes, big yikes.
and he would like clean my house.
Thank you, Mr.
and
Maple.
with like a butt plug, and I would like hit the button ever so often. But to further humiliate him, I invited my friend over.
Oh my god.
Who?
Is this before your husband?
Yes, I was so young.
Oh my god.
I was like 19 at the time.
Was he young too?
Exploring. He's like essentially my.
I want to go home.
But yeah, so like if he
disgusting.
didn't, if he wasn't like on his hands and knees, then I would like pour the shit out of the dustpan and make him clean it up again, and then like if you have a sissy sub, like if they do ever come to climax, like they have to lick it up, shit, stuff like that.
What?
Yeah.
That's fucking disgusting.
Yo.
It is 100%. It is.
Well, what'd you get
This,
for it?
It's funny.
That's disgusting.
I mean, most of my subs have paid me.
You see, you just said that on YouTube.
But like, I don't
I'm
like
sorry
sleep
to the
with
world.
them. or
Please
anything.
don't listen to this. I'm sorry for her. I'll pray for her.
No, literally, you should actually, because this is all my pre-Christian behavior.
Pre-Christian behavior?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, you dated a man.
I didn't
who-
date him.
Oh, you.
No, I didn't
domed
date him. Yeah.
What? So wait.
Well,
you
most
didn't-
of the
did you
dom
not have-
situations were virtual, but this particular person was my best friend, and he was just into it, and I was like, okay, I'll try it out. Like, why not?
And did you guys ever have sex?
No.
What? So
They're
what
not
did
allowed
you,
to
What
have
did you
sex.
get out of it?
A clean house.
And
So
money.
he's your
For
slave?
free. Pff, yeah. Foot rubs, all kind of shit. Anything I told him to do.
Simping ain't easy.
And money.
And so he would climax?
No. If he did, he had to fucking clean it up with his mouth.
No, but you said he would because.
Yeah, like at his house.
Oh,
Didn't have shit to
not
do
at
with
your
me.
place?
No kind of sexual relationship. I mean, I guess you could say it's sexual in nature, but yeah, no.
Holy shit.
It's like
Did I send the
cosplaying.
asteroid? Did I send the asteroid? Sending the fucking asteroid on this shit.
I would never date someone who is
It's pathetic.
submissive like that.
That's just. Yeah. I mean.
She domed him
And you
too.
wait. Oh, you guys both got a turn, huh? Yeah.
Oh boy.
I was gonna ask you, did he ever wear a red curly wig with bangs?
No,
Because
no
I had him
wigs.
over at my house once, and then my wig came up missing. You know he likes to dress like a girl, so I thought it was him.
I never saw him wear a wig.
Also, I think he's in the chat because he's obsessed with us.
Why are you so
You
obsessed
should
with
you
me?
should dom him right now and tell him to do a champagne call.
Class Food 20 donated $200. Purple hair chick is putting on an act, blonde is toxic, and raven chick is an enabler of her own problems. Listen to the woman to your right. Great panel, Brian. Enjoy
you.
being here.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Moss
Like-
Food 20. Thank you, man. Appreciate your support.
I'm an enabler to mom problems.
Your name is new, so welcome, man. Really appreciate. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the army.
Britney Spears.
Let
bitch.
me like reiterate. I'm 27 now, and I was like 19 when this happened.
It's even worse. It's even worse. It's like. Oh.
No, it's at that age where you're like experimenting with what you what you like.
You made him wear a chastity belt, which reduced his
he
penis
wanted
size.
it. He loved it. They love it.
It's actually a
The sub is
cage.
always really the one in control. Like they usually are the ones orchestrating it.
It's just like.
I mean, it's not something I would not date someone.
I don't
like
even
that.
have words for this. I just gotta shake
Don't
my
like
head.
it.
Alrighty
You
then.
Try it. Like I'll try.
Were
anything
you
once
ever?
And see if I
Did
vibe
you ever
with
feel
it.
pressured in that situation because he was your best friend and he was coming to you with this?
No, I just ignore him if I wasn't
check,
feeling it.
but-
And
Okay.
and I do now. I'm like, when I was married, I ignored him totally.
Did it change your level of respect for him?
No, whatever. He's in a weird shit. Who cares? I'm a libertarian. I don't give a fuck what you do as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else.
Yes.
Now, my
my
personal principles may not be the same as like what I think is cool for other people to do. But yeah, I mean, do what you do.
I had a dude that wanted me to put an egg in his ass, and that was just a red flag for me. I'm like, nah, I'm not into that shit. I'm not putting anything in your asshole. Like, this is not something I'm into. Bye. Kick rocks.
Haram!
Yeah, I agree. I guess there are a couple things that I won't try once.
Yeah, I'm not into that.
Just not into it.
I'm not into demasculating men. Honestly, I'm not. I'm not into it.
Anyways,
I couldn't even-
going back to your notes here. So you used to be a stripper. How long were you stripping?
For like 4 years in my early adult life.
4 years. Okay.
Yeah.
And you said the feminist take on 50-50 and how it's often low-key pick-me behavior
Yes.
disguised
Mm-hmm.
as empowerment. What do you mean?
Okay, so who is winning in that situation? Because and every relationship dynamic is different, okay? So I'm not trying to generalize everybody. But for the most part, the woman typically does the emotional labor. She's typically going to do most of the cleaning. She's typically going to do most of the childcare. I can tell you this in my own marriage. And
okay, well, maybe some of that other stuff, but the emotional labor, like, okay, that's whatever. But
you don't think so? I feel like it's usually women who like initiate, let's go to couples therapy and stuff like that.
Might as well just
well,
get
again,
divorced.
that's why I'm saying it's not like it's not every relationship, but generally.
If my girl comes to me, we need therapy. Let's just skip right to the chase. Here's the divorce papers.
So that's her. That proves my point. She's doing the emotional labor to keep the relationship going.
I'm not going to a fucking liberal therapist. So some woke liberal therapist. So that the therapist can affirm the woman's position, because most therapists tend to be women,
absolutely
and then
not
they
the
tend
case.
to be biased towards women.
With my husband, we did marriage therapy, and our therapist was a man, and he absolutely held me accountable on shit that I did wrong. Absolutely.
Okay, most therapists probably aren't like that.
Who hurt
but
you,
don't go
Brian?
to therapy? So where are you getting this information from?
More generalizations.
I don't go to therapy.
Okay, exactly. So the woman's doing the emotional labor. So you just literally
what
proved my
does
point.
therapy have to do with who's doing the emotional labor?
That's
in a
just one
relationship?
example. Like if the woman is
what
like,
evidence do you have that women are doing the emotional labor?
If she's saying, I want us to go to therapy so that we can keep the marriage going, and you're like, fuck that, then she's obviously putting forth the work.
That's me.
Okay, and I think that's generally
But
how
he
it
could
goes.
have his reasonings for why.
Anyway, the point is, they usually do most of the child
What's an
care.
example? Hold on. Let's talk about emotional labor, because this is such a buzzword. What does that even mean?
Okay.
To labor emotionally. Articulate what it means.
I'm not going to... Okay, typically women are going to stay with a man who cheats on them, and they're like, oh, I love you enough, I'll just deal with it.
What's that have to do with emotional labor?
It's emotional labor. It takes a woman through emotional pain.
Let's both agree that cheating's wrong. Give me an example in a healthy relationship where
let's go to therapy.
That is
the
hold on.
example.
In a healthy relationship, what is an example of emotional labor?
Let's say we have a communication issue.
Okay, why are you...
Okay, if we have a communication issue.
Outside of therapy. Outside of therapy.
Give me an example, because I don't see how that would be an emotional labor.
Yeah, what is emotional labor?
Emotional labor
They use these words, they don't even know what they mean.
It's putting yourself...
I gave you an example if you're going to describe
define emotional labor then.
Putting forth the emotional effort in the relationship to keep the relationship going.
What does that mean, though?
Okay, like
if like a woman cheats, the man is just like, bye. If the woman's like, let's go to therapy, he's just like, bye.
Let's say there's no cheating.
Okay, so you can't rationally discredit every example and then be like, oh, well, you're not giving me an example.
Give me an example.
I just gave you several.
Practicing.
Okay, you said going to therapy and cheating. What else?
Typically, women are going to be the better communicators. Typically, the women are going to want to sit down and talk an issue out, and the men are not. Although that's not always the case. Like women can have, avoidant attachment styles too. But are we gonna get to the whole point, or we just want to hone in on this for the next hour?
Let's give me an example of emotional
well, I just
labor.
gave you multiple.
No, you didn't.
Okay, let's say we're fighting. Hey, Brian, I don't like that. Like when I try to talk to you, you kind of discredit everything that I say. If it doesn't align with your views, you just won't hear me.
How is that emotional?
We're having a conversation. We're engaged. We're role playing. Okay. I'm telling you're my man. Hey, I feel like when I talk to you, if it's not what you want to hear, you disregard what I'm saying. Can you recognize that you do that?
What do you? Hold on. I'm not really interested in engaging in a role play.
Okay, so this is a perfect example of me trying to do emotional labor.
We're not in a fucking relationship. I'm not here to kiss your ass.
Okay, but it's a perfect
So why don't you
example of
give
one.
me an example
I just gave you
of
multiple.
emotional labor
I just gave you
without
multiple.
us having to role play it?
Okay, but that is something that happens in relationships. The woman will want to
People
sit down
having
and
conversations?
talk about the issues, and the
What
man's
i-
like,
okay.
fuck you and what you think.
It's not clear to me that that's an emotional labor.
I would agree and say that's the wrong term for it.
Okay, so then what would you call it?
I wouldn't call it emotional labor. I would call it talking things out,
Explain this
communication.
to me like I'm 5.
Emotional labor is literally
Explain
practicing.
to me like I'm 5.
It's practicing empathy and putting yourself in someone else's shoes without having to, putting.
I don't even know what that means. You're
putting
gonna have
yourself in someone else's shoes.
If you come to me and tell me you don't like something that I
emotional
do,
labor is
and I
putting
sit
yourself
there
in
and I
someone else's
reflect about
shoes.
it, even though I may not agree.
Why would that be emotional labor?
considering-
That would just be you putting yourself in somebody else's
and
shoes.
considering their perspective.
You don't think empathy is an emotion?
No.
That's not what I
Oh
said.
my
Go ahead,
God.
make your point.
Okay.
Make your point.
That
Go
is
ahead.
fucking wild. You don't think
I don't even
empathy is an
remember the point.
emotion?
I literally didn't
It is
say that.
It is literally
Keep gaslighting.
no.
This is
I'm talking to her this way. It is by definition an
If the
emotion.
wife comes to the husband and says they need therapy, the husband needs to be emotionally stable enough to say, shut the fuck up and make me a sandwich.
Okay, so that's exactly what I'm talking
JK.
about. So men will do shit like that. Listen, men will do shit like that, and women will still be like, I pay 50% of the bills. I don't need no man. Da, da, da. Okay, bitch, you're the real pick-me. So what you're saying is they don't have to provide for you. They don't have to fucking do any emotional labor. They don't have to.
Hold on.
And
What
then also,
does that mean?
Okay.
What does emotional labor mean?
I'm not gonna spend the next 30
Give
minutes honing
me
in
an
on this shit. I gave
example.
you multiple.
Give me. Okay, you went to the extreme. Cheating
No.
and going to therapy.
Okay, no. You think it's an extreme when
give more
your
comments.
partner
Yes,
is trying to
think-
engage you in a conversation
I think going to
and
therapy,
you don't even have the empathy to
cut
like
that
listen
fucking
to
out.
them?
Cut it out. Stop being a fucking idiot. Go ahead.
If even it's not an extreme example to say like, hey, if I'm trying to talk to my partner about something that bothers me and they just won't have the empathy to even listen to the problem, much less reflect or acknowledge it, that's me emotionally investing in the man being like, fuck you and your emotions.
Because they're afraid to express
I'm
their
still
own
waiting for an
emotions.
explanation of what emotional labor is.
We just gave you literally 5.
No.
Okay, then you can
haven't.
like
Yeah,
Google
we
it.
have.
Okay, then
You're being avoidant.
I'm not being
You're
avoidant.
avoiding
No, I would
literally-
actually. I bet he's.
My
I bet he's
question
anxiously
literally
attached.
is how
actually.
how is
Yeah,
it
keep psychoanalyzing.
how is it not emotional labor if you're giving advice to your partner and trying to put
You're
them
being
in a
vulnerable. You're expressing your
an
emotions.
an advanced and healthier mindset? How is that not emotional labor?
Okay, give me an example.
I can see that. I can see that it's sunk into your
Someone-
head already.
okay.
And you're
No,
just.
it
You're,
hasn't.
yes, it has.
Someone-
You're
No, it
just.
hasn't.
Yeah, you are.
The guy I was
Yeah,
talking
you
to
are.
that I was in a 3-day relationship with, but we had been talking
I mean,
for
I'm not
3
going to
years.
get fired up. I think it's cute because
He
I
would-
can see that he has already digested it, but this is for views.
He would
Anyway,
routinely
yeah,
ask-
regardless.
Okay, what evidence do you actually have that it's for
It's great
views? You
views.
you literally have
'Cause
failed
I'm
to
looking
articulate.
Okay, I'm looking at
let
you
me
and I
ask you
can
a
tell
question.
that you know what I'm saying.
Okay, cool. You're a mind reader. So, in a relationship where there's not cheating and therapy isn't necessary, would you agree that there is some degrees of quote unquote emotional labor happening in otherwise happy relationships?
Yeah.
What's an example?
In a no
In a
relationship,
happy relationship,
you can be in a,
what would be an
listen,
example of an
You can be in
emotional
a happy
labor?
relationship overall and still have issues.
Okay,
so emotional
let's
labor
exclude
is,
cheating. Let's exclude the need a relationship so bad
Right.
that it requires therapy.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Even small
What
things.
is an example of emotional labor in an otherwise happy relationship?
Okay, happy relationships can have small issues like communication issues, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So if I'm coming to you trying to say, hey, we have communication issues, I think we need to work it out because I love you and I want to stay with you. But in order to do that, this is something that definitely needs to be fixed.
You have to
That
be
is
vulnerable.
me.
Oh, you're dangling the breakup.
No.
Just like you did with your husband, didn't you
Well,
say?
yes, I did do
Didn't
that.
you admit that,
That
one
is-
of your
yes.
issues is that you would threaten the breakup?
Yeah,
Because
100%.
in my book, once you threaten the breakup, it's goodbye. I
And
don't
that's
play
fair.
that shit. We
That's
can
fair.
have a conversation about issues, but when you start leveraging a breakup,
100%.
I'll call
but-
your bluff. It was nice to meet you. Goodbye. I don't play this.
And I
Let's
think
break
that's
up,
fine.
get back together bullshit.
Ultimatum. I think
if
that's
you
fine.
want to break up, it's over.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Oh my God, that looked like that was like more of a wave goodbye. That was not
It's not a salute.
that was not a Roman salute. Okay, go
No,
ahead.
I actually agree. Like, as someone who's no longer 22 and has done self-reflection and stuff, I 100% agree with you. But that's not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying here is you don't have to threaten to leave, but everybody knows, like, if a relationship gets too toxic, it's just healthy to not be together. So you try to discuss issues so that you can fix them and keep the relationship going.
Okay.
And that's just like a general thing
right.
that everyone does.
Are you just so
Cool.
you're describing emotional labor as like the willingness to discuss those things?
It's one example. It's just any kind, like.
But you said women do most of the emotional labor in
Yeah.
a relationship. So I'm sort of
Typically.
failing to understand.
I think what she's trying to say is that women are more likely to be vulnerable, and that is equating to emotional
It's an example
emotional,
of emotional
labor.
yeah.
But I wouldn't.
And
I think emotional labor is a stupid word for it. Though.
Okay, well, we can argue semantics, but the general point, and I also think that women tend to like emotionally invest more in general, maybe sooner than men. But
That's 'cause
such
we're
a minute
hormonal.
issue, and the whole
yeah,
point that I'm
cool.
making, like the whole point that I'm making is women will literally brag. They'll be like, I pay 50% of the bills, and I do the cooking, and I do the cleaning, and then they'll say dumb shit like, if a guy cheats on you, well, you could have just told me, I would have fucked her with you. You know, that type of shit. That is the real pick-me energy. So when I got married and I decided to become a mom, I had so many feminists, literally, I'm not even fucking playing. I had so many feminists put me down and like, oh my God, years of feminism, what we fought for, wasted. And it's like, you're really the pick-me. I'm not the pick-me because I'm getting married and having children, which, by the way, to me is the most meaningful thing that you could do, is create another human and like build them up to be, they're the future. They're literally the fucking future generations, and you have a role in shaping that. And you're gonna tell me that fucking paying 50% of the bills for your boyfriend who's gonna fucking cheat on you anyway, and you're gonna do all the shit that I'm doing, that makes me the pick-me?
Wait, so hold on. Just to finally arrive at the point here, you're against 50-50 relationships? Is that?
No. If it's truly 50-50, I think that's great. Like if both partners are equally cleaning, cooking, all of the things, yeah, that's great. But that's just not what I typically see anecdotally.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let's say the guy's working 60 hours a week and the woman's working 30.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an unequal distribution of all the household shit that you're talking about. Do you not view that as 50-50?
Yeah.
Wait,
but,
so you
if
do
the
view
man
it as
is
50-50?
if the man is working harder hours, and by the way, you said something earlier about blue collar men working 9 to 5s. Who do y'all know blue collar men that work 9 to 5s? Because I don't know any blue collar men.
Farmers.
They work like 100-hour weeks.
Yeah.
So in those kind of scenarios, it obviously makes sense that whichever partner is not working as much should do more of the opposite labor. Yes, I don't discredit that at all.
You also talked about how it's more empowering to be a housewife, and how being that doesn't automatically make you the submissive one.
Yeah, so I see a huge debate topic on like TikTok and other social media platforms where women are like, well, if I'm gonna be submissive, then you need to pay all the bills. And I guess it just depends on what you mean by submissive, but like, a man can be paying all the bills, and that doesn't mean that you have to submit to him. Each relationship dynamic is going to be different. So it was just weird to me as someone who like always wore the pants in my relationships to have women like, oh, you just let a man run you. Or if you have like any red pill ideas, women will be like, oh, well, you just think that because the misogyny is coming from inside the house, which is actually misogynistic to say because you're assuming that I can't form my own opinions and that a man must have made me think this way.
Although I'll have to say this, as far as women who are homemakers, who are stay-at-home moms, that's a full-time job.
It is.
You're taking care of the kids and whatnot. But if you don't have children and you expect a man to take care of you, to me, that's just lazy. That's just lazy.
I mean, I don't fully dispute that. But there are some dynamics where, you know, if that works for both people, then whatever. Because she could be helping him, like in those situations where he's working super hard. He doesn't want to have to come home and do laundry. He doesn't want to have to come home and do dinner.
Right. So if
she's helping him in that scenario.
Right. But what if she's objecting and then saying, "Oh, I don't have to do all this
that's
and
wrong.
whatnot." That's
yeah,
just,
you're a lazy.
Well,
bitch.
then you're a lazy bitch.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Get a job, then, bitch.
I agree. Yeah. When
By
I was
the
a
way,
housewife, my house was spotless. I cooked all the time. You can look at my Facebook at the Meals album. I cook good as fuck. My children are both highly advanced. Yeah, I was a really good housewife, but other women would put me down for it. I'm like, bitch, you're the pick-me. He's paying my bills. And I don't have to work. Like, yes, what I'm doing is work, but like, I would definitely not want to be doing this and fucking working.
I think women should pay 100% of everything, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
I think we need a reversal of the gender roles, to be honest.
In what industry?
I mean, like, if you're beta,
in what industry? What women? What industry? What industry are women working in that they're going to make more than the men?
Maybe.
Well, here's an example.
OnlyFans.
Asian women out-earn white men, so.
Okay, then go for Asian women.
Well, wouldn't you like to know?
Can we ask you questions?
Sure, go ahead.
How long has it been since you dated somebody?
I'm a virgin.
Right.
Doubtful.
There's just
I don't
a
really
hint
talk.
in that
I
just
don't,
moment
I
right
don't
before
talk
that.
about my relationship status.
He's seeing an Asian girl.
They don't have social media.
They have Instagram.
I'll tell you this: I've never dated a content creator or a girl who does OnlyFans. And when I say content, like even just like a YouTuber, Twitch streamer, no sex work, never even dated a content creator. So,
I don't really
you a
consider that a
content
job,
creator?
honestly.
huh?
How old are you? I saw an episode where you said you were older than Michael Knowles.
I'm 34.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to be
So-
honest, like,
Is the dating range that you date like 19 to 22? Is that a fair assessment?
I'll date anyone from 19 to 40, I suppose. I've dated.
So you date an older girl?
I've dated women older than me. I've dated women younger than me.
That's where it's at.
Is there any aversion for men to
I will
date
only
a
date
younger
older men.
woman? Is there any reason why a man would not want to date a younger
Well,
woman?
once we get
They're
Andrew
dumb.
Wilson on the call, we're going to get him here in just a sec. We will talk about age gap relationships because I believe that's in your notes. So we'll get into that. But yeah, I don't really talk about it. Precisely because I don't date another content creator. So if I'm dating like a normie chick, I frankly don't want people harassing my girlfriend. And then it's just, there's just safety, security concerns there.
Have
like-
you ever found someone on the podcast that you were willing to date?
Have I ever found somebody on the podcast that I was willing to date?
Date, not sleep with. Date.
Sure, I guess, yeah. I'm not gonna give you specifics.
I'm not
but,
asking for specifics.
I
How the hell would
typically,
I know?
I try not to make it a habit though, for the most part.
Don't shit where you eat.
For the most part,
What's your body count?
0. I'm a virgin.
I don't think we're gonna get an honest answer for that one. He's born again, but he doesn't support born again.
Wait, are you a
virgins.
Christian?
Did I say that?
I'm asking.
He's a modern man.
I'm a
I don't know what
I'm a modern man.
I think that he
I'm trying to
leaves
fix my
these questions
mutation.
unanswered so that he
Nick,
can
are you
argue
able to
any
get
angle.
Andrew going here? Guys, we're going to have
Has he
Andrew
said that
Wilson
in
join
the
the call.
episode
Nice.
that he's a Christian?
Join the stream here. We got a
Okay.
lot of notes to get
I don't
through,
get
so
Christian vibes.
I think the age gap notes were mine because I have a huge
a
age
couple
gap.
people mentioned
I
age
prefer
gap
it.
stuff, I think. So.
Same.
Is yours younger or older?
Yeah, my husband's
Older.
older.
I just tried to date a 26-year-old. I'm 27. Absolutely the fuck not. Never again. Jesus, it felt like having 3 kids. I love him to death as a friend. Like,
Is this the guy that you...
Not
no.
the dog.
That,
Okay.
again, that was all when I was like 19. So I'm a Christian now. I want a monogamous, like, serious, committed relationship. I don't do random hookups or any kind of crazy
Maddie,
shit
can you
now.
read this?
Single/divorced mom. I feel not hopeful at times, but find a man who leads and cares. If they don't lead, they aren't men. OF is degenerative. Do any of you OF models have children? I bet you don't.
No. And I love being a degenerate.
I
I've
would
always been a
so
degenerate.
okay, let me in regards to that, I used to have an issue like letting men lead, but I think if a man can lead properly and think about you with his decisions and lead with integrity like biblical men should, then I'm absolutely willing to let a man lead.
Yeah.
You're gonna let him
And I don't
lead?
do OnlyFans.
How nice of you to let him lead.
It is nice.
Yeah, it's very
You have
kind
a
of
choice.
Oh,
Andrew,
here we
would you
go.
like to introduce yourself to everyone?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's the fastest growing debate channel in my knowledge anywhere on the internet. Political satirist, political analyst, and I'm a blood sport debater. I often come on the Whatever podcast to talk to various people, oftentimes challenging worldviews. So I appreciate Brian having me on. I was scheduled for tonight. I'm here a little bit late because I had some family business to attend to.
Welcome.
Leading women and such.
What's up, Andrew?
So,
But yeah, I think like the big misconception with like people or women hating on other women for being housewives, it's like they think that because you're a housewife that you can't do anything and that you're stuck
Yeah,
and,
and
that you can't leave the house and that
They belittle you so much. And
Yeah.
I feel like I'm doing the most important work by creating the next generation, and I wanted to be a teacher for the same reason. Like, you're helping mold the minds of the next generation, and you really can't do anything more powerful than that.
yeah, I agree.
You could by not having them.
I mean,
hard disagree.
That's like Idiocracy. Have you ever seen that movie?
Yes.
Okay.
Hard disagree.
All the smart people stop having children, and all of the dumb people have more and more children.
I mean, that's literally
happening
been
right
the
now.
United States of America for the past 50 years.
I mean, that is true. Statistically, the higher educated are having children later in life or less so at all. But I'm pretty educated. I consider myself a major nerd. I named my kid Sagan after Carl Sagan, who's a physicist. And I spend a lot of my free time literally just reading things about psychology and statistics and philosophy. And when they roast my dating profile later, you'll see that, you know, that intellect is the most important thing to me. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's my duty to have more children. And
you don't think we're overpopulated? You don't think the world's overpopulated?
Sure, I do. And there's a debate on that. Like, you know, like Elon Musk thinks
why bring more children into the world and then all the children that aren't being taken care of right now? What about all those?
There's a lot of people who are choosing not to have children anymore, to the point that it makes economists worried. So...
More population means more money.
We need to, Nick, could you pull up the view count really quick? Guys, if you're watching, we have almost 10,000 people total watching. If you guys can, if you're watching on YouTube, drop us a like, please. Hit the like button. It helps out in the algorithm. And if you're watching over there on Twitch, Nick, if you can bring it to Twitch really quickly, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Ooh, that was a fuck up. All right. Drop us a follow, guys, and a Prime sub if you have one. And I know we got a Prime like 2 minutes ago, but Nick is telling me that it's bugged or something. Like I don't know. So could somebody just like test out a Prime sub really quick and just see if like a Prime sub is going to come through, guys? If you're new on Twitch, we're not doing any ads on Twitch for the month of June. So guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. I'm just testing out doing this no ad thing over there on Twitch, because the ad experience on Twitch is just kind of annoying, at least compared to you. There, Tartellen. Is it Tartellen? Tart Elon? I don't know. King Pews, thank you for the Prime. Ezra, thank you for the Prime. Tasco, thank you for the Prime. Kiwi Dutchman, thank you for the Prime. Jake Swan, thank you for the Prime subs. Appreciate it, guys. Biscuits of Rage, thank you for the Prime, dude. Good name, man. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you, boys. Thank you. You can hide that, Nick. All right. Drop a like, guys. Andrew introduced himself?
Yes.
All right. My Caucasian. Welcome, Andrew. Welcome. So we're just getting through some of the pre-show notes for some of the guests. We have, let's see, still here on Alyssa. You said that you disagree on the OnlyFans stuff, but we already talked about the OnlyFans stuff. So, but you said most men don't care about OnlyFans and it doesn't hinder a woman from finding a partner. Hearing some of the arguments I made, do you have a change of opinion? Or
I mean, I still have the same opinion, just because, like I said earlier, like we're all literally the combination of billions of dependent variables that are based on our own unique nature and nurture. We can't like broadly say anything, but I agree with a lot of the things that you said.
So if I can admit, and this is actually my belief, that there is some degree of cope when it comes to, these OnlyFans women, they're just going to be forever alone, they're going to be lonely, they're going to have cats, they're never going to find a man. If I can admit that that's bullshit, are you able to admit that by virtue of woman having an OnlyFans or being a sex worker, that she's going to close the door on a lot of men?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
A lot of men are not going to be okay with it.
And I would even say, like, and then again, I'm a libertarian, so I don't give a fuck what other adults do as long as it doesn't harm anyone. But I wouldn't want to be with a man who was supportive of it.
You wouldn't want to be a man who's supportive of
OnlyFans, yeah.
Okay. Well, we already had the conversation, so we won't linger too long on the OF
You're
stuff.
a libertarian?
I am. If I was going to categorize it, yes. Like, I have views from both sides, but for the most, like, for myself, I probably have more, like, based views, but I just feel like other people should, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody, do what the fuck you want.
So you're a harm reductionist libertarian?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So, I mean, I do have to ask then, I'm going to try to frame this correctly for the TOS, but if a brother were to have carnal relations with their sister, what would your objection be to that as a libertarian?
I feel like it is a harm because when it comes to reproductive issues...
They can't reproduce, let's say.
I mean, it's against the law. I think they should...
That's not... So what?
So are we having a philosophical thing? Philosophically, I don't give a fuck. That doesn't have anything to do with me. But within the parameters of our current society and law, then obviously they shouldn't do that. I don't fucking condone it, but I mean, whatever.
Why not? Why not condone it if there's no harm?
I'm not gonna fuck
what's
my
the foul?
brother. I'm not gonna fuck my brother. You know?
I get it. But,
I'm saying for
but
me,
you're
I
a
would-
harm reductionist, right?
Yeah.
So if there's no actual harm to reduce, you can't really say anything about
right,
it
but
being
how can you
bad.
how can you apply that broadly though? Because you can't say that every brother and sister
You can apply
wouldn't
it
be able
broadly
to.
right now because people get arrested for doing it because it's considered immoral.
Right, but you said in the instance that they can't reproduce. So you can't like broadly apply a standard because most of them would be able to reproduce.
Well, you can. What if they were same sex?
I mean, I don't give a fuck if a sister wants
Right,
to
you
fuck her
don't care, right? So your harm reduction is that you just don't care about
What other people
things
do.
like incest. You don't
Like,
care about
for the-
probably things like necrophilia. You probably don't care about any of those things because there's no provable harm.
You could absolutely say that necrophilia causes harm.
Oh yeah, tell me how.
It causes harm to the family members of the body.
What if they have no family members, or will their body to do it?
It causes harm.
The body can't consent to it, so it's a.
No, you can consent to it before you die.
It causes harm because of the potential exposure
if you
to
write
flesh
up a
and
will,
blood.
wait.
If you write up a will and you say, I don't care if somebody sleeps with my corpse, then like whatever.
Then you don't care, right?
I don't care.
Yeah,
I
that's why
personally do not care.
libertarianism is stupid and leads to all sorts of immoral
I mean,
conclusions.
whatever you say.
'cause-
For the most, it's hard to like really quantify my political views, but for the most part, I'm in favor of the government being less involved in whatever extent is possible. Obviously, it needs to be involved for certain things, but like I don't give a fuck if gay people want
Yeah,
to
you don't care. Yeah, you don't care. You don't care. I know you don't care about
Genuinely
incest. You don't care about necrophilia. You don't care about anything. Your harm reductionist values are as immoral and degenerate as you can possibly imagine. That's why we're not a libertarian
But I'm
nation.
not-
We're not a
I'm
libertarian
not the one
nation because
doing the
all
immoral
roads lead
shit.
to degeneracy.
Can you argue though that necrophilia is harmful because
Stacy for Senate donated $200. In Nevada, abortion has been legally protected up until 24 months.
Jesus
Can we admit that at least by 24 weeks you've had enough time to decide to have an abortion or not? What say ye ladies?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Stacy. Appreciate it. What say you, ladies?
I think it's crazy to do it that late.
24 months.
24 months. He's 2 years
24
old.
weeks. I said 24 weeks.
Well, it says 24 months, so.
Wait.
This literally says.
Maddie, can you read this?
I said weeks on the
Women
second part.
nowadays refuse to accept responsibility for their actions. My wife let me and our 2 toddlers so that she can, quote unquote, have fun. Modern feminism has ruined the best attributes of a good woman.
I agree.
Newly single dad, thank you for the chat, man. Sorry to hear about the breakup of your family there. Fortunate. She wanted to have fun. Perfect justification and pretext for breaking up a marriage with 2 toddlers. Just a wonderful reason. Sorry to hear that, man, though. And going back to your notes here, so you also disagree on, you don't think fat women are inherently less valuable because everyone's got a type and some people's type is fat bitches.
100%. So my cousin will only date fat girls. That's his type. It's what he likes. He has curved, beautiful, skinny women. So like, you know, it could be your standard and it would be my
Do you
standard.
think it's most men's standard?
Sure. But there's definitely a good portion of them that like big
there's
girls.
enough out there, I suppose, if you have a big enough population. But you're saying when it comes to this value conversation, so I don't think we're talking about like their value as a human being. We're talking about their value in the dating and sexual marketplace.
Yeah,
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, there are some guys that place value on that. That is what they are sexually attracted to specifically.
But so if we're talking about less valuable, more valuable, let's say there's a greater proportion of men who value women who are fit or who are thin, and while there are some men who will value an obese woman, that tends to be less than men who value thin, fit women. So couldn't you just make the argument then that they are less valuable in the dating marketplace?
I guess if we're doing statistics, yes. Like, but
you
then it should be clarified in that way. Like, to most men, they're going to be less valuable. But there's always going to be somebody
I don't
that's
think
into
anybody
anything.
ever really makes the argument that
I don't
man.
understand. Aren't you a laissez-faire libertarian?
That would be your assessment.
Are you a laissez-faire libertarian?
Give me a specific example. And what?
Do you believe in the economic model of laissez-faire economics? So like anarcho-capitalism, something
No.
like this?
No.
Well, what sort of economic model do you ascribe to?
I support capitalism.
Okay, so capitalism. So just take basic capitalism, supply and demand, right?
Yes.
Do you think that there's more men or less men demanding fat women?
I mean, like, we would have to take a poll, but my assumption is that there would be less women into it, obviously.
Okay, so
But I'm
if
just
there's
saying
less
we can't make broad
So wait, if
statements
there's
for
less
everyone.
demand for something inside of your economic theory, then it's less valuable, right?
Yeah, in that
Okay,
context,
so then they're
yeah.
less valuable. Glad we got that cleared up.
I mean, fair. But that's not how it was like laid out when I was listening to some of them. It seemed like a fat woman is not valuable, but if you can say she's less valuable in the dating market, yeah, I think that's fair.
Well, I mean, if we're having a conversation about dating, that is the context. And me and Andrew tend to make sort of these disclaimers when we're talking about value. We're not talking about your value as a human being, as a person, but we are typically specifically talking about in the dating marketplace.
Yeah, but even within that, there's still going to be some guys. But
Right,
that's the only point that I was making.
I don't think we disagree there. Andrew,
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
sure you'd agree that we don't disagree that there will be men who find obese women attractive.
Yeah, right. We're just talking about some basic supply and demand. So just like any marketplace, the dating marketplace would be a marketplace, right? Just it's no different than an electronics marketplace, a tobacco marketplace, whatever it is. The higher the demand for something, right?
Yeah, I fully
usually it's
agree.
more valuable because more people demand it. So this would be the same thing when you're talking about types of women, this type of thing.
Yeah,
you
that's
would agree
fair.
to that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well,
I'm not ruling.
I don't think there's
listen,
anything
I'm
else
not
to
ruled by
argue there, then.
cognitive
Nope.
dissonance. I'm okay with like my view changing. So if you can offer me something that deepens my perspective, I'm absolutely like, I'm not like, no, I'm just going to argue this for the sake of it.
Do you object to value calls and value judgments when it comes to dating?
What do you mean? Like in regard?
Well, I mean, do you object to a guy who would not want to date a woman who's overweight, for example?
No, I think you can have whatever standard you
Okay.
want. And I actually agree with the standard about like men
Damn,
or women
Your
not.
friend's fucking dying in the bathroom.
Not what?
I'm kidding. She's like dying. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, I think it's like one thing that I see argued on here a lot is that they, like you guys will say it's fair for a guy not to want a woman that has a high body count. And I haven't really seen any good argument against that. And I actually agree with you guys.
Let me help you with that.
No,
I'm glad you brought
I
that up.
agree
Let's-
that it's fine to not want to be with someone who has a high body count
you
for
haven't-
multiple reasons.
But wait, let's go back to supply and demand. Let's go back to supply and demand. Do you think that men would prefer, just on average, to have a woman with a low body count or a high body count?
I don't think that men care as much as
No,
it's
so
made out
let's say
to.
for a second that we took you and made a perfect clone of you. Like, let's say, I don't know, you had a twin sister or something like this, but however it was that your thought waves and brain patterns work were mapped completely onto another woman, which is an exact doppelganger of you. Okay, and a man could choose. He fell in love with you. And the clone of you had slept with no people, and you had slept with 100 people, and it's the same person. Which one do you think the man would choose?
I think a large portion would want the girl who knows what the fuck she's doing.
That part.
Hold
So
on.
you think-
Erroneous! Erroneous!
So do you think that they would prefer the promiscuous you?
Yes, this is a topic that's actually debated
Well,
online
then
a
what
lot.
you
that you
should
can read
do
the
is
comments.
just look at the camera then and say that you're going to fuck a ton of dudes because you think it's going to raise your value to men.
Well, I don't give a fuck what anybody views my value as. I don't have a high body count, and I don't want to
Yeah, but why would it
down-regulate
matter
my
if you
fucking
did? It just means you're
oxytocin
more
receptors
experienced.
by sleeping with a bunch of people aimlessly.
Yeah, but wouldn't people love you more if you did? Wouldn't men love
Some
you
guys
more?
do prefer women who know what they're doing. They don't want to have to train somebody. Some
What?
men
Oh
men
my
are
God.
possessive and like want someone to themselves, and I think that's also fair. And one
Well-
argument that women have against that is like, oh, men only don't want a girl with a high body count because they're insecure. Even if that is the case, like who cares? Like they're allowed to
Well,
feel
I don't
insecure.
know. It seems to me that the value of virgins, since there's so few of them in society, has skyrocketed in the dating marketplace, and that men are competing over them A lot more than they're competing over women who are highly promiscuous.
Has this
Are you
been
competing?
studied? Is this like, are
And
there
also-
Actually,
statistics
yes.
on
If
this?
a guy's a
Has been
virgin, to
studied
me,
on
it's
the
a turn off.
preferences- on the
I'm like,
preferences of
ew,
body
that's
count.
disgusting. If
Well,
a guy's
okay,
a
let me
virgin.
answer
No,
a
no,
question.
men and
on
women
men
aren't
Can we
the
flip
same.
this?
over
Can we switch this
virgins.
around?
We can, but just let us finish our argument. We're almost done. So, yeah, there has been study for preferences for high or low body count, and men tend to prefer lower body count. Yeah,
Okay.
that's true, and they do tend to compete
has been
a lot
studied.
more over women who are virgins. They tend to compete a lot more for them. So it seems that based on supply and demand, there's a lot fewer virgins, so the supply of them is down. The demand for them is up.
Okay,
Right.
but
So
what
they can de-virgin them. That's
No,
why.
what
'Cause they're like, I want a
percentage-
virgin so I can take her virginity.
what percentage of women
And
that
then
are
they're not a virgin
conventionally
anymore, so they're
attractive are
worthless, right?
going to remain virgins up until the point of marriage?
Very few.
Very few, right? So then that brings in the predicament of reality versus idealism, which is ideally these very attractive women.
Their round meatball donated $200. Dating marketplace is obviously different than a market for goods. If you want a more complete partner, some level of exploration is necessary.
Which is
Vigging is
exactly
bad,
my
but
point.
so is promiscuity.
Virgin is bad.
Totally agree.
I don't think.
Disagree.
I don't think
Disavow.
virgin.
Disavow.
No,
Mr.
every single marketplace. She's a psychologist. She should know this, right? Every single marketplace in economics also runs off of psychology. It also runs off of
Right,
consumer
chat.
trust. It runs off of how people feel about the product. Successful marketing campaigns tug at heartstrings, has nothing to do with the product at all. So no, all
So what are
marketplaces
these studies
are
and like
essentially
how
the same.
recently were they done?
What's that?
How recent are these studies?
I have them. Nick, can you get those pulled up, please? There's like multiple studies, both of them, please.
What's the background on the studies? Were they just random men that they picked up
I'll
off the
have to-
street?
I
Well, I mean,
and
to
they
be
got,
fair,
like,
we
give
could
us
like
a
pick
rating?
apart any
Because-
study.
No, many
Because-
of these have had a meta-analysis. There
Nick,
have been,
can you pull it up?
a meta-analysis done on
There's-
these studies. I mean, that's
Did men?
the,
Did they
Scroll
do
up.
it for women too? Like, did they ask women what they
Scroll
thought
up,
about men that were
scroll up, scroll up.
virgins?
Okay, but this is
I would
not
love
what we're
to see
talking
that.
about.
well, no, yes, actually, we do have some studies on
Hold on.
that too. It seemed
So-
to be less important to women than it did
Hold
to
on.
men.
Nick, a little less zoomed in, please. Okay, scroll down just a bit. So there was a study in 2023 re-examining the link. Hold on. Re-examining the link between premarital sex and divorce. Scroll down. There was one in this other one, sowing wild oats, valuable experience or field full of weeds, personal relationships and some, I don't know. There's another one from 2018, fewer sex partners means a happier marriage. There's 2018 from Wolfinger, Promiscuous America, Smart, Secular, and Somewhat Less Happy.
Yeah.
But there's
we agree on this,
1974
though.
premarital sexual behavior.
But that's
and
not the
postmarital
topic. The
adjustment.
topic is, do men, where are the studies that specifically say that men
Men
prefer women with less body counts as
Show
opposed
the next
to
tab,
not?
Nick. The next one.
And I don't discredit that you could be right. I just haven't seen
There's a
any data
whole
about
bunch
it.
of
Because those
then
were
I guess
not
if
good
I wanted
examples
to
of
be with
that.
a guy that
promiscuity and
wanted a virgin,
infidelity.
I could just
Still
say
not
I'm
the
a
topic.
virgin.
Have
Well,
they
if there's
given
27
correlations? men?
2017.
Okay,
They're not
so
gonna love
listen,
me if I'm not a
I
virgin.
can
2005.
I can agree with all of this. By the way, I am highly aware of the neuroscience behind why having a bunch of sex partners is not good for you. It essentially down regulates your fucking oxytocin receptors, and for men, dopamine. Well, both women and men, but more so with men, the vasopressin and the dopamine. So it's not good. If you want someone who can actually emotionally connect, you're gonna find that person less likely, because what
You're
happens
talking
is
about pair bonding.
you create like a neural imprint. And
Then why earlier did you just say that most men would prefer women with high
no,
body
I'm not saying
counts, that
most.
they're
I'm
less
just
likely
saying
to be
I
able
don't
to
know
pair
that it's
bond?
the case that men care. Like, I've heard and I've seen on online debates, a lot of men say they would prefer to be with someone who knows what they're doing, who has a little more experience.
I think those men are probably just trying to sleep with
I
you.
personally think it's having a high body count is not ideal, like for me, because it's the same
Why not?
issue in men, because I want someone with properly functioning dopamine receptors who's not going to be more prone to risky behavior, and that can actually pair bonds and be monogamous, because that's what I would want out of a partner. Also,
So why would you make the assumption that
promiscuity
this is
can
not
also
true the other direction?
promiscuity can also reflect like mental health issues, not to stigmatize them, but like you have
Right.
higher promiscuity
so
with
it's
like
proxy
BPD
for
and
mental
NPD.
health issues. That's another justification for a man not wanting to date somebody.
Right. I'm not saying that those reasonings don't exist because I agree.
But you're trying to justify.
No,
well,
I'm not trying to
she has a high body count because of mental health.
No.
Illness.
I think it's fair for someone not to want to be with someone with a high body count because it could reflect mental health issues. Because high promiscuity is associated with things like BPD, and we have millions of years of evolutionary biology coded into our DNA geared towards self-preservation. So it's fair to not want to be with someone who has a high body count.
Sex isn't this
you're more
That's
at risk
interesting that
for
you bring
STDs.
up evolution. How would you pre paternity test make a determination on if a child was yours from a man's perspective? How would you do that?
How would what?
Pre-paternity tests, which are recent, from an evolutionary standpoint, how would you as a man be able to make a determination that a child a woman had was yours?
Looks.
What do you oh, okay, so I mean, I guess
how would you determine that?
You would just look at them and see if they look like you, I suppose.
Well, if they were more chaste, right, they had less promiscuity, then this is a woman who you could count on likely to actually be bearing your child, right?
Right. So listen.
So wouldn't that be wired in as a preference then, evolutionarily?
It could be, but I think the dating market is vastly different because of second wave feminism leading to hookup culture.
Just to be clear, so when was second wave feminism?
I don't know the fucking dates.
Within the past century?
Yes.
Do you think that the evolutionary basis that Andrew's arguing about has been undone in the course of less than 100 years?
Definitely.
To some extent, yes,
No,
absolutely.
You don't. That's not how.
Okay, make a poll then.
That's not how evolution.
Make a poll. Make a poll. Let's ask the guests. No, listen, I agree with you guys on this. I'm just saying you can't say that all men, or even the majority of men prefer.
Yes,
we're not putting anything in a monolith.
You are saying the majority of men prefer
I would say the majority of men prefer.
And you could be right, but how? Like, where are you drawing this conclusion?
Let me ask you a question. If you look up into the sky, and I say that the sky is blue, do I need a study to prove that the sky is blue?
What in the false equivalence is that shit?
It's God. So you want a study that indicates that men have been surveyed? How about this? If I ask my chat,
well, the burden of proof is on you. So if you're making these points, then yes, you should show a study, not in regards to divorce or any other shit that you just pulled up. But if you're gonna say men prefer women who don't know what the fuck they're doing, I'm just saying, like, you can look online and see men talk about this all the time.
So let's dive into this real quick then. Let's find out, and we'll test your logic and see if that's true. You're requesting empirical data as the burden of evidence for whether or not this can be demonstrated to you, which I think is fair. But what if we could logically demonstrate it for you? That's also another way in which a thing can be demonstrated to a person that does not require empiricism, correct?
It depends on the topic. You can't I don't think you can apply that to any argument stance.
Well,
if you're going to speak on behalf of other men, it needs to be studied.
Empiricism itself is just a foundational ethos of I believe X. So, like, you would have to justify why we should even use empiricism. But that aside, yeah, I mean, hang on, you would. But I'm just going to grant that maybe we could, as long as you'll grant that I could also logically demonstrate something to you as well. Because you'd have to logically demonstrate why we should use empirical data. I'm just going to grant that we should. But if I can logically demonstrate for you, for instance, that most of the world is religious. Most of the world is religious, not some. And most of the religions of the world have some kind of virtue ethic when it comes to sex. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, then there must be some preference for promiscuity
Does that mean they uphold
being
it,
bad
though?
from the position of both men and women.
I mean, you could also argue that someone who is promiscuous is probably more fertile. Like you could really dive into that on all kinds of levels.
That does not contend with my argument that I just gave you at all.
Okay, but
so
that would
most
be to
of the world
assume
is
that
religious,
right? But that
and
would
most religions. Stop. Let me make the argument again, and then steelman the argument before you respond to it.
Okay.
The argument is, if most of the world is religious, most religions have a sexual ethic which is against promiscuity, which they do. Then it seems that people must have some preference against sexual promiscuity. That would be a sound conclusion. Can you steelman the argument first and then give me an argument counter to it?
I think what you're saying is valid, but I think that not everyone who's religious upholds religious values by far. By far.
There are outliers.
That's a non sequitur. What's the argument?
The argument is that until there's actual data saying what men prefer, then all of this is just hypothetical bullshit.
It can't be hypothetical. We have empirical data on religion. We
When was
know
religion
empirically
formed?
that most of the world is religious.
Right.
We
When
know
was
that
religion formed?
empirically.
When was religion formed? You have to take into context society at the time that it was formed.
Why do we have to do that
we
for
don't,
when we're
because we
talking
don't live in
about
that climate
modernity?
anymore. We don't live
Wait,
in that
why
climate
would
anymore.
that's no. That's literally that's a genetic fallacy. What are you talking about? That's a fallacious form of argumentation.
People who
Why
created
would we
the
have to
religion-
go to when a religion was formed to make a determination that right this second most of society is religious? In most societies of the world have some kind of religion they adhere to with sexual ethics which are against promiscuity. Therefore, there must be some preference against promiscuity, unless you can give me a counter argument to that.
I'm not saying that there's not a preference. I'm saying, and most of the people that would be in favor of women who are more experienced are not going to be religious to begin with. So you're adding all these variables.
That's not a counter
They're
argument.
kind of cucks, to be honest.
I mean, I don't
That's not a
disagree.
counter argument. Like, what's the counter argument to it? Some people might not be religious. I know. I'm granting that. That's
Right,
baked
but
in,
you're
right?
trying to
We're
add in a
saying
bunch
most
of
the
variables
world.
that may not be applicable in today's society. I don't know very many people who have said things along the lines of I prefer a woman who's more experienced that are religious.
Most of the people in the world do not live in Western societies. Most do not.
Okay,
They
so
live
are we
all-
having a world debate
so
or
we're
an
talking
American
about,
culture
We're talking
debate?
about Muslims, and we're talking about Jews, and we're talking about
Okay.
Christians, and we're talking about all sorts of different religions which exist. There's almost in all of them an ethic against sexual promiscuity. Almost all of them.
If we're talking about
There
the
must
whole
be
world, then
some
yeah, that's
preference
absolutely
then
fair.
against promiscuity, right?
Yeah, if we're talking worldwide, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, you don't think that human beings evolved? You don't think that men, the ontological nature of what is a man in a Muslim nation is different than the ontological nature of a man here, right? I mean, they're the same. They're both men.
I think
So
there's-
why would they have a preference there?
Okay.
Distinct from a preference here. For all of us who are religious seem to have this preference, and most people are religious.
There's multiple factors that go into a person's decision making, and religion is not the only thing. There are social aspects, generational aspects, and are you arguing that what things are like in Egypt right now are similar to America? Are you saying the cultures
No,
are
there's
the
going to
same?
be a cultural, of course there's going to be
Okay,
cultural
exactly.
distinctions
So then-
between them,
so
but the
then the-
religions can be uniform even absent culture. So for instance, Muslim religion in Africa could be exactly the same religion which is followed in the middle of Qatar, whatever, right?
Sure.
The point is yeah, we can even take into account these cultural considerations, but if most of the world is religious, and you agree that it is, and we can empirically demonstrate that, you empirically know that that's true, then I don't understand how I haven't given you a good logical demonstration.
Because we also know
it
that
seems
religion
that
is
most people
on
are
the-
against promiscuity.
There are less and less religious people as time goes on. Like we
Only
can't,
in the
we can't
West.
pretend. Okay, so I live in the West, so that's what I'm debating.
Yeah, but
I
so
already
what?
gave you the, if we're considering the whole world, then absolutely that's fair. But if
Yeah.
we're talking about American culture, I just don't think it's fair to say that most men want a woman who's a virgin or inexperienced.
Most people in the United States identify with a religion. Most.
Okay, well you would. I mean, if you
Yeah,
would,
you're
if you have
talking about
stats on
somewhere
that, then-
between 19 and 30% who self-ID as agnostic or atheist, and even those people will often identify as being culturally Christian. So the thing is that if that's true even here, the majority of people even here, and the immigrants which come into the country, come in usually with a religious background. South America, especially, they're Catholic. If they're coming in from the East, they're Muslim, or they're
But there's
Orthodox
many other
Christians or
religions.
this
Okay,
kind of thing.
there's even Christian sects that allow polygamy, and then there's all
There's
the
very
different
few.
sects of paganism that don't
There's
give a
very
shit
few,
about
and the
things
West
like
does
that.
not allow polygamy. It's not only illegal; it's considered
Okay,
immoral.
okay,
And the
so
Christian polygamists are not allowed to be polygamous.
Okay, maybe not legally, but you want to act
No,
like
not
Mormons
even-
don't
not
have
even
multiple.
spiritually.
Is it legal in Nevada?
No, it's not legal to be a polygamist in Nevada.
Okay.
Wait, so
There's
let me
other
ask you a
religions
question. Let me
at
ask
play,
you a question here. Do you think that men are thinking, I like her, but I would like her more had she fucked more men before me?
No, I don't think it's a matter of that. I just think sometimes guys want a woman who's more experienced, and unfortunately, they're not
No.
going to find that in a virgin.
Okay,
that doesn't
I would
mean that she
argue
had to
the
have fucked
men,
like 50
the men
people.
that want. First off, let's be real here. Most pussy is good pussy. it's really not all that hard. Sex isn't this complicated procedure, especially as a woman. For women to be good in bed, it really doesn't take much. So this idea that the more sexual partners you've had, that also, actually on that note, wouldn't you argue that a woman who's had one sexual partner, but she's had sex with that partner 1,000 times, is going to be more sexually experienced than the woman who slept with 100 men one time each?
There's so many variables to this. How experimental is that one couple? If they're doing the same shit every time, then they're not really. She's not getting a lot of experience.
Okay, the one of the kind of cheap shots that's often used by pure empiricists is this idea of a multifaceted variables making the thing so complex that we can't actually make any deductions from it or inductions from it. But the truth is that correlates. There's usually primary correlates, and then there's kind of non-primary correlates. We still can look at primary correlates here when we're looking at data.
Yeah.
Right? You would agree that that's true. So
yes.
just kind of waving it off and saying, hey, there's tons and tons of variables. Nobody's going to dispute that there's tons of variables, but there's still going to be prime correlates that we can look at. Okay. And that's what Brian's kind of pointing to, is these prime correlates.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm not saying that it's not a lot of men who would prefer to be with a virgin or someone who has a lower body count. I'm just saying you can't put this broad generalization on everyone, because even on social media you can read through hundreds of comments of men saying the opposite. So I'm just saying objectively, until there's like a recent study.
We're not saying that these men don't exist. But generally speaking, if we're having a converse, we could talk about the dating habits of dwarfs.
I guess it would depend on the age
you want to
group
talk
that you're
about
talking
the
to.
specific dating habits of dwarves who live in Ecuador. We can talk about it if you want. But if we're speaking about just generalities here, we can arrive at some generalities. And generally speaking, men prefer sexual purity in women.
Maybe the men in the study.
I'm just telling you, like, among our age group,
I need not even look at a study to make this determination.
Everyone's going to have their own anecdotal experiences.
Yes, of course.
And I'm telling you, in our age group,
there's a lot of,
there's a large portion of men who prefer women who are more experienced. So it's not as relevant to them.
Here, let's talk about something more simpler then. Do you think it's a majority of men that prefer women with a lot of sexual experience?
I mean, I don't know. That's the whole point, is that I don't know.
You don't know. Okay,
I wouldn't feel confident in saying yes.
So, just to be clear, if a high body count is proxy for promiscuity, do you think a man would prefer to date a woman who hasn't had sex in a year, or let's say date and sleep with? He'd prefer to sleep with a woman who hasn't had sex in a year, or a woman who fucked a guy an hour ago?
Well, yeah, for sure.
Okay, what about a day ago?
I mean, some men don't give a shit, but for the most part, yeah, I think
you don't think men have a disgust response to a woman who's recently fucked another guy?
This is what I can tell you from having been a dancer when I was younger.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Didn't earlier you said that you wouldn't date a bi guy?
Yes.
Why?
For multiple reasons.
Because he recently had sex with another man, right?
Well, that was y'all's topic, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, and again, my value system is very similar.
But do you have like a kind of a, what was your response to your refusal to dating a bisexual man?
I want a
was
man
it a disgust response? There's not a disgust. No, didn't you say like?
I want someone who's attracted to me and what I am.
Who was the one who said it would be gross because he just, maybe it was you. I forgot.
It wasn't me.
It was you?
Not
Okay,
me.
all right. But you wouldn't.
But I understand that perspective, yeah.
Right. So
I absolutely validate that. I'm just telling you, like, from my experience, having done OnlyFans when I was younger, being a dancer when I was younger, most men don't care as much as y'all would like to pretend.
No, not most men.
I've never had a
Where's
man ask.
Where's your
Literally
study
never.
for that?
I said it was anecdotal experience.
Oh, well then I'm just going to anecdotally dismiss it.
And as I was trying to get at the point earlier, is that men probably have a preference for attractive women that happen to not be virgins. Now,
what?
She's saying it alluding to the fact that a lot of attractive women are not going to be virgins.
Yeah.
Valdev donated $200.
And so-
Pro-Christian atheist here. I can promise you men will gladly bang a whore. Very, very few man will wed a whore. This show exists to tell women how men think. Listen to what the men are saying.
You think it's a W? By the way, good to see you back in the chat, Valdiv. Like, do you think that's a W for you as a woman? Well, guys still want to fuck me.
No.
Where's the ring? Where's the commitment?
No.
Where's the title?
I mean, I've been married for 10 years and I was a huge whore back in the day.
So if we're talking
So there's
about me
outliers.
specifically,
There are
I've
outliers.
already said that I don't do OnlyFans.
Men
I
marry porn stars.
want to be with someone who is monogamous. I'm not
kids with
attracted to
porn
people with high body counts. I don't have a high body count. So
if
in regards
if
to
I
me,
sat here and I denied that women are attracted to tall men, would you look at me like I'm an idiot?
No. And I don't. Okay.
You
no
think
one is.
women don't
no one
have
is
a general?
disputing
You don't.
that.
You don't think? Hold on.
Your
Be
point.
good faith here. You really think that women, generally speaking, don't have a preference for tall men?
Yes, 100%.
Everyone has a
Wait.
preference, and all the
No, I
So they do.
agree.
different.
Yeah.
God.
I just think that.
What's the next topic?
I think that you guys hope that men
Yeah, right.
view things the
What's
way
the
you do, and
next
I would
topic?
hope that there was more men that view it that
Thank
way.
you.
But
Next.
in reality, I just don't think that's the case. I don't
Yeah,
think
but
it's
I
as
mean,
big of
in reality, we do think it's the case. So
You
this
think
is
it's the
the
case.
problem
I-
with you
I would be-
at one
I
side
just-
of your mouth.
I think y'all
Hang
should
on. There's a
make a
problem
poll
with,
and
at one
see.
side of the mouth, you bank on empiricism. And then on the other side of your mouth, to make your arguments, you bank on anecdotal evidence.
I just want to know how
I
much
don't
sex
see- I don't see
both
any
of you
reason-
guys get.
I don't see
on
any reason
and
why
I want to
we
know how
should
much
believe
sex you guys both
okay,
have had
I'm
in
in
the
the
last.
middle of talking. Calm down. So I don't know why it is that we should actually believe your arguments if they're just anecdotal.
You
I
don't
don't know.
think
How
that-
many guys have you fucked the past 2 months?
That's a good question.
What's your
Do you
argument? I don't know if
count?
you
I
heard.
don't know.
I just
Andrew,
feel like men are angry that don't
Andrew,
get.
I don't know
that
if you.
don't have
I don't know if you
sex.
heard what she
Like,
said,
clearly,
but she was
example
like,
A
"I
and
wonder
B.
how much sex you guys have had." So how many guys have you fucked the past month?
I asked you first. When's the last time you had sex?
Answer the question.
No, I asked you a question first.
I've already told you I don't discuss that sort of stuff.
Well, then I don't discuss it either.
Okay. All right. Well.
So on with.
It's fair. It's fair.
I'll discuss it. I'll answer if you answer. You ready?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's hear it.
Okay.
Wait, she hasn't agreed. Hold on, she hasn't
Oh, you
agreed.
haven't agreed? Yeah, we got to make sure we get an
Do you,
agreement. I'll
if
answer
Andrew
you answer.
discloses, will you disclose?
Yes.
That's fair.
Okay, great. I've had sex with one woman this last year. How many of you had
I said
sex
how
with?
much sex? How much sex have you had?
I have sex every day.
Ooh. As it should be.
Well, then good.
Yeah, how about you? Now answer, please.
Every day.
I've had sex with one person, and I've had, I don't know, probably 6 or 7 times.
In the
I've
last
had
2
sex
months?
in
Was
the
that
last-
the question?
Yeah, I'm happy. What about you, Brian? Oh wait, he doesn't disclose that.
I don't even understand the argument. The argument's basically like,
So like,
if you're a man and you have an opinion on this, your opinion's only valid if you've had sexual intercourse.
Anyway, all I'm saying is I think it probably is the case that maybe there's a little bit more, but I think a study should be done for me to feel confident agreeing to that, just because I've seen, again, and I admitted it's anecdotal evidence of men portraying one thing and then in reality not giving a fuck.
Yeah.
I've never had an OnlyFans friend that could not find men. I've never, and it really be like the most red-pilled dude. Like the sissy sub is the most red-pilled person that I know. And a lot of the subbers on OnlyFans are people's like coach dads or like the ones like, I'm against OnlyFans. So I just have a hard time accepting without evidence that most men in today's society prefer virgins. But I understand the reasoning for preferring virgins or people that don't have a high body count. I don't dispute that in any way.
Okay, so look, here's the situation, right? Will a woman who's promiscuous, will a woman who's engaged in sex work be able to find a boyfriend? Yes. Can they find a husband? Yes. But we're having a conversation of what men prefer. So just because
and I don't
men
think they,
might prefer
I don't
one
think
thing or
they care.
another.
I think they just want to be
They
the
do
hot
care.
chick.
Yeah.
I think most
Prefer
men
wanna
just want to
get
be the hot
laid.
chick and they don't really
I'll
care.
give you,
That's
look,
all. They want to get fucked.
I
Yeah,
would prefer,
exactly.
me personally, if it's between like a girl who's a 7, who's a virgin, and I'm talking, just to be clear, talking about her physical appearance here, Jesus
Right, yeah.
Christ. Somebody's going to clip that shit. And then a woman who's like a 10, who slept with 100 men. I'd much prefer to date and have a relationship with the girl who's a 7.
I feel like the 7s are
And I think
fucking...
that's totally fair. I'm not arguing that at all.
Like the,
Good for
I just think most men don't give
like
a shit.
the tens
as much
are
as
definitely
they pretend to.
nowadays the tens are definitely having like a lot of sex. It's like
I think most men are gonna go for
but
the 10.
and then dating them out.
realistically.
But for sevens and above, they're still having a lot of sex.
And I hope I'm wrong, by the way. Like,
They're still having a lot of
love to
promiscuous
believe
sex.
that men really uphold the values that.
Hold on, but just to be clear, like the men you probably are around, you were a stripper. You did OnlyFans.
No. I'm around church men that literally procure. It's not the
What's your
people y'all
denomination?
think. I'm a non-denominational Christian.
Okay.
Should I pick a denomination?
finds
I guess
that
you could say
funny.
I'm a Protestant because I'm not a Catholic.
Okay.
I see how they push for that. You could
All
classify
right.
me as that.
Well, we can go in circles on this the whole time. Did you not find the paternity uncertainty argument that Andrew made compelling?
Sure.
So there's an evolutionary basis. So, for example,
100%.
So, for example, if a woman has 10 husbands and she's sleeping with all 10 of them prior to DNA testing, who's the father? You don't know. But if a man has 10 wives, you know who the father is in all instances, and you know who the mother is in all instances.
Yeah.
So for this reason,
I don't discredit that.
right, this reason for it's an evolutionary reason, paternity uncertainty, it's one of the biggest L's you can take as a guy to raise a child, like to think that the child's yours, where there's paternity fraud, to think that the child is yours, but it actually isn't. You got cheated on, you got cucked, major L for a guy.
Right, but like think about it. You just had Destiny on here recently. That is a great reflection of men these days. I don't think most men give a fuck. Like most men don't even want to have kids.
He was
most
on my
men,
neighbor.
most men are cool with polygamous
What?
relationships. Like most men don't have the standard where they're like,
He's not religious. That's
You
probably
think
No, I
that
know he's
most
not.
men? You think that most men want to let their wife get fucked by other
I
men?
think a lot of okay,
No.
maybe not their wife, but I think a lot of men just really don't give a fuck about this anymore.
Then why'd you say Destiny was a good
It's just-
reflection of
yeah,
the general
that is a-
population?
I mean, there a lot of men are
Oh,
that
my.
way now.
There's not a lot of men. Demonstrate it for me.
Make a poll. How many people are polygamous? Like,
Not in
how can
this
I
chat.
demonstrate it for you when I'm not like?
No, that's not my question. How
Taking
many
down
men do you
stats.
think let other men on purpose bang their chick?
I think there's a lot of people in open relationships.
Give us a
these
percentage.
Days.
Let's see how many
Yeah,
videos are
how
on
many do you
that's
think?
not a
cuckold
fair
videos.
question because it hasn't. If you can show me a fucking poll,
The
then I'll tell
United
you what it
States
says.
has
Why
over-
do I have to make your points
Do you think
for
that
you?
non-monogamy is on the rise? And do you think that religiousness is going down? Because both of those things are true in our country.
Yeah, but this is not you demonstrating for us that you think that guys like Destiny are a reflection of the general public of men.
think
That's an
it-
insane claim
think it-
that I would really like to see you justify
I'm
somehow.
telling you, non-monogamy is on the rise in America. Religiousness is on the downfall.
Getting married
Those
is
marriage is on the downfall. Divorce is at a crazy rate. So I think
Childbirth.
that really reflects it. People don't really uphold these morals that were around fucking, even 20 years ago.
But look at
I think
what's
the
that
climate
led
is
to,
changing.
though.
That's not.
I know.
That's
I 1,000%
not
agree.
in any way. Listen, that is in no way, shape, or form. I'm going to grant all of those as being true because they, for the most part, all are true.
Okay.
That still has nothing to do with the claim that most men in the general public are letting other men on purpose
I'm
bang
not
their
saying
chicks.
that.
That's
I'm saying
that's an
most-
outrageous
I'm s-
claim.
I think for the most part, when you consider that religiousness is not as popular, non-monogamy is becoming popular, people don't care as much what the fucking body count is. Am I saying that they shouldn't? No, I think you should for multiple reasons. Like someone with a high body count reflects danger on multiple levels, physically.
There is no
STDs,
reason for us to believe that because
pregnancy.
you're non-religious, you're going to let other men plow your chick.
No,
There's
but your
no reason
argument,
for us to
your
believe
argument
that
was
at
that
all.
religious people care about purity, and I don't think
Whoa.
that's the case either. Typically.
Yeah, but I think that most men. Why do you get married even as a secularist? Do you think that it's so that you can share your chick?
No, but not everybody supports
No,
marriage. So how does that
right.
factor into the debate?
Well, most secularists are still
In fact,
getting
you're
married.
you're kind of proving my point. Less people are getting married, so if that's
Yeah,
not a
but
good
secularists
debate
are still getting married.
topic.
So the
Okay,
thing
so
is that
so
secularists
there
still getting
a study
married,
saying
religious
that
people are still getting married.
secularists Want virgins or people like? I'm not. I just want to see data that's backing the point because what I'm
You're
saying.
making the point. That burden's on you, not on us.
No, actually, y'all made the point.
No,
that
you
men
made the
prefer
point that the
women
general
with lower-
public is like Destiny. He's a good reflection
Okay, so now
of
you're
the general
going on a
public.
side tangent. The general point is that
Well,
you say
can just
that
retract the claim and say you were wrong.
You say that most men prefer a woman that has a lower body count. I'm saying show me any data that reflects that this generation of men give a shit, because I don't think they do.
I think if it's just to sleep with them, they don't care.
That they don't.
Okay.
Let
so
us assume.
Exactly. That's
assume.
not what I think they're talking about. I think they're talking about for long-term commitment.
But like, look, she's in a long-term committed relationship. I have multiple friends that are OnlyFans girls, porn stars, dancers, who are all in committed monogamous relationships. So these men obviously don't give a fuck that they're.
But she's not in a committed monogamous relationship, right?
Mostly, yeah. I mean, they live together.
It's very much. It's
a very
mostly,
serious relationship.
Yeah, and it is a very serious relationship. It's the most serious one I've ever had.
Oh, I wasn't doubting the serious. I meant about the monogamy,
We're
though.
just a little different, you know. We're just a little different than what you might think is like normal.
Well, that just kind of reiterates the point. Like, you can be in a serious relationship and not even expect monogamy, and that's becoming culturally normal. And I don't think
it's not culturally normal.
I'm not. You don't think it's culturally normal among our generation?
No.
It's becoming more
It's
popular.
not-
The younger generation.
It's not culturally normal anywhere
It's
in the
popular.
United States or in any Western nation that I'm aware of. If you're married or even have a girlfriend, that you on purpose allow other men to plow her. That is not a cultural norm. No.
Okay, so is the argument...
They're ostracized by other men. They're called cucks by other men. They're considered to be less virtuous. They're mocked. They're ridiculed endlessly.
Sure. But
that sounds like the opposite of a
Let's stay on the
cultural
point.
norm.
Let's stay on the point. It reflects that men do not care how many
you
women
can draw
a person has
circles
been
on
with.
the table, and that's good that you're doing it because that's what your arguments are. They're circular.
No, you're
but
trying
anyway,
to go on
ahead.
these side tangents to distract from the original point. If you can show me data that shows that modern American men care about virginity or body count, then I will absolutely concede because I've already displayed that I'm willing to do that.
But the problem.
Your argument is not strong enough for me to do that on this topic.
I don't. But it doesn't matter if the argument's not strong enough for your skepticism. Empirical data is not a standard which must be adhered to when you have logical demonstration. So I logically demonstrated to you that there must be some preference for chastity, or most of the world wouldn't be religious with chaste religious values.
Okay.
It must be the case that they must value it to some degree.
Right, and I gave you that if we were talking about the whole world, and then I clarified that if we're talking about America, I just don't see anything that shows that men really care as much as you're claiming.
I got a question. If we were to do some poll, if we were to go into the street and approach 100 men, and we gave them two options, and we said, would you prefer to date a woman with a body count of 10 or a body count of 100? Do you think they would lean more towards one or the other?
Okay, let's make the question what you said earlier: a 10 who has a higher body count, or a 7 that has a lower.
No.
Well,
these
things factor in. Like, I think men care more about how hot a chick is than they do her body count.
Okay, so here we go. Personality, individual differences. You can find this study. It was done by Katie Sohn. Men's revealed preferences regarding women's promiscuity. In the abstract, literally right away in the abstract. Now, if you want, I can get into, because I think it's fair if you're doing anything that's empirical that you want to probably understand methodologies, things like this, but men have evolved to exhibit a desire for chastity and sexual fidelity and an abhorrence of promiscuity in long-term mates.
Do you have a
We investigated whether these preferences
Are you looking it
manifest
up?
themselves even in an unlikely situation like prostitution by observing men's behavior. We considered 8,817 prostitutes under 45 who worked in Indonesian cities. We measured female promiscuity by experience in prostitution. So if we go ahead, without going into every detail, essentially in almost every section of this, they preferred less promiscuity. Now, you could say, well, we could adjust because they're comparing them to prostitutes and there's cultural stigma. I can
And also
understand that too.
We're also talking about America specifically.
Yeah, you can look at all sorts of different variables inside the study.
The
and I would grant
variables
that as
matter.
I would grant that as being totally fair.
Okay, so maybe
But
that's
I
not
just
the best
want to let
study
you
to pull
know
up.
that what's interesting about it is that what's cited in the abstract immediately is that men have evolved to exhibit a desire for chastity and sexual fidelity and an abhorrence of promiscuity in long-term mates. Why would that be fundamental in the abstract from people who have an evolutionary view? Why would that be the case?
From an evolutionary perspective, it's 100% valid.
And
for
you
men and
believe in
women.
evolution, correct?
I do.
Then what the hell are you talking about?
I'm saying that in modern evolution is not the only thing that factors into a person's decision making. Yes, that's
You
the
just
primal
said that
biological
evolutionarily
thing.
men have evolved
Yes.
to not like promiscuity,
Sure, and
but
if we're
you're
gonna-
not convinced that men don't like promiscuity. I'm
So if
super
we're gonna,
confused.
I'm saying that there's many things that factor into a person's personality and their decision making. There's nurture, there's nature, there's evolutionary biology, there's
Mm-hmm.
generational influences. There's a lot of influences on what makes a person make a decision.
Yeah,
so
but what's
if we're
going to be the
boil it
stronger
down to the
correlate?
individual
So,
things,
for instance,
then
in
sure.
nature versus nurture,
Mhm.
we don't really know. It could be 50-50. Could be 70-30.
fair.
We don't know. But when you're
Exactly.
talking about nature, when
Literally
you're talking
is my
about
point.
But when you're talking about nature itself, it almost always does come down to nature. You're talking about things like IQ, things like this.
100%,
right?
yeah.
There's only X amount that can be done from nurture. But the thing that's interesting is that even if we take into account, and let's say it is a 50-50 between nature and nurture, then your evolutionary biology of promiscuity, the nurture portion of that would also be brought down to the children from the biological parents who were evolved to not like the promiscuity. So you would have both of those strong correlates there.
You cannot like it, but what was the question on here, right? Like, that if a girl who does OnlyFans is less likely to find a partner, and your retort to that is it's because men want someone who's less promiscuous or doesn't have a high body count. I think even if that is the case, which I'm not saying it is because I don't know, I haven't seen anything that convinces me enough that men really care.
Except evolution?
Currently, okay, on an evolutionary level for sure, absolutely. But that's not
Okay,
the
so then
only
on the
thing that
nurture
factors
level, that's
into
gonna
the
be part of
decision
evolution
making.
as
And
well.
when it comes to if they're actually going to date an OnlyFans girl, I don't see many of them not in relationships or lacking
We've
because of that.
already granted you that women who do
yeah.
OnlyFans can get into relation. We're not
Sure.
saying women who do OnlyFans they'll be forever alone. They're going to be entirely precluded from ever having a male partner.
Yeah, but I don't think
That's
they're
not
even
our
less likely to
argument.
find someone though.
Wait, didn't you literally concede? I don't know if it was you.
I'm saying
you
it's
don't
fair.
you don't
It's
acknowledge that a woman who's involved in sex work, you don't think it closes the door at all for any men.
To some
To
guys,
most,
but
I would argue
that's the
most
whole point.
men.
Right, that's where we're having the disagreement.
So
I agree
most
with
would
you.
be
I just don't
most would be
necessarily
51% or more.
I don't necessarily.
You think
so.
51% of men want to date a woman? Let's do the
Even if they don't want to, that doesn't mean that they're not doing it. I could say I prefer a guy who doesn't have a high body count, and then I meet someone and I fall in love with them, and I'm like, you know what? As long as you're monogamous with me, I can look past it, and I think
Yeah,
that
that's
happens
you.
a lot for.
I just
men.
have one last question, right? Because I just want to tell you on the other end of the study. Now, to be completely fair to you, I'm looking this up on the fly because you're asking for empirical data, right? So, I mean, you have every right to question it. But one thing here, the results that were derived from this particular study, it demonstrated that men exhibited those evolutionary preferences because they paid less to more experienced prostitutes and they paid more to less experienced prostitutes. Why do you think that would be?
To avoid STDs, I'm sure. But again, you're trying to
isn't
compare
They
prostitutes.
were, hang on, these prostitutes were vetted for STDs. That was a great
Thank you,
donated
Meatball.
$500.
He's brave and a decent
Okay,
man.
let's
He's a
mute
fine-
Raven. Time to move on.
All right, we got to mute her mic for 10 minutes because that's a
Hang on,
mic
can I just finish it real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
They controlled for STDs. So why did they want the less experienced prostitutes and paid them more than the more experienced prostitutes?
10 seconds and then we're going
If
to
I
mute
had
you.
to imagine, it would be to avoid STDs. Like you're going to
Yeah, I know, that was controlled for. They didn't have STDs. So, and the people participating in the study knew this.
Less experienced women are a lot easier to dominate.
Okay.
But wait, I thought that the reason that we value the promiscuity is because of those experienced women had experience. So why are they getting paid less?
Mute it.
That's
Go ahead.
weird.
Mute it. Mute it. We'll put her back on at 10. Okay. It's just like you wouldn't even
Damn it,
answer.
I was enjoying that argument, but okay, fair enough.
You weren't even
Nobody else
answering
wants
the 10 versus 100. You mentioned STDs. Hold on. Well, they can't even hear you. Your microphone's muted. Look, you mentioned STDs. The more sexual partners you've had, the greater risk for STDs. In any case, I'm going to move on. So we're going to get to our notes here for Sky. Sky, you said you were engaged in we kind of talked about your online thing. You took the mushrooms thing.
Yeah.
He molded a large amount of your interests.
He really did.
You wasted your time on him. You said you used to hook up with a guy who was a mechanic,
Yeah.
but you're actually kind of terrified of?
Yeah, I'm kind of terrified of his interest in me because, for the most part, Did you want to read the rest of what he requested from me?
Yeah, he wanted you to dress him up and do his makeup for him to get railed by a dude and for you to watch and degrade him.
Yeah, that's essentially what he wanted.
Yeah,
and
that's
so,
weird.
It's wild.
What really terrifies me about the situation is the willingness for him to, like...
Did you do it?
No, I haven't done it. And I don't plan on doing it.
But you're still with him?
I wasn't with him.
Oh, okay.
He was the guy that I went on 5 dates with.
On what date did he reveal that?
Right?
I have to know.
He didn't unveil that until recently. He unveiled it like...
Are you still talking to him?
I got with him in like 2020. And then since then, he's just reached out to me a few times. I reached out to him today because I wanted to see how he was doing, but...
Why?
Okay.
Because...
Anyways. You said you disagree with the host's dating expectations.
Yeah.
So what are those?
So necessarily, when you say the burdens of like dating and primarily being on the guy, I think that the guy chooses essentially who he wants to be with, and the woman has to like acquiesce to that. Like a woman does not set the tone of the relationship by being the one that wants to engage. Like she may desire the relationship, but he's the one that ultimately decides, okay, we're going to be together.
Well,
I don't
men
understand.
determine the
What does that have to
relationship.
do with? What does that have to do with my dating expectations?
Dating expectations. I think I was saying it along the lines of you were framing it as though men have this tremendous burden or this inequitable burden to date in the dating realm, that, you know, they have to pursue the woman, they have to...
Do you disagree with that? You don't think men have to be initiators and typically have to...
I just don't think of it as a burden. I think of it, yeah.
Have you ever approached a guy?
Yes.
Yeah?
Several times.
Same.
Do you have any like
Same.
anxiety when you do that? There's no...
I mean, there's
you've been-
definitely emotions involved, but I think the more that you've done it, the less sensitive you are to it.
Sure.
Depends on whether or not you're a submissive woman or a dominant woman. Because if you're an aggressor, you're going to go after the guy. I go after the guy. I don't wait for the guy to come to me. But I'm also very particular the type of guys that I like.
So you disagree that it's a burden?
I think the phrasing of it being a burden means that like it's a negative experience going into it. When in reality,
How many men have you rejected throughout your life?
Ooh, I
Hundreds?
can't. No.
Let me ask these other girls here. How many men would you say you've rejected throughout the course of your life?
Oh, like
Thousands?
Yeah, probably thousands.
Every DM you don't respond to, if you've had the dating app, every message you don't respond to, any guys who've ever approached you at a bar or a club or at school, whatever it is, thousands, yeah?
A lot.
Yeah, how many times have you been rejected?
One time.
One time?
Wait,
What about
maybe
you?
Twice.
How many guys would you say you've rejected?
A lot.
Thousands?
Sure.
Thousands?
Maybe
yeah.
hundreds. I don't know about thousands.
Have you ever been rejected?
No.
How many men have you rejected? Oh, that's right. Oops.
I've probably rejected around like 20 men total.
Have you ever been on a dating app?
Oh God.
You've
Yes.
rejected a lot more than 20 men if you've been on a dating app. Have you ever been rejected?
Yes.
Okay, how many times?
At least like 20.
Okay, all right. What about you? How many times have you rejected men?
If you include Instagram DMs and
Sure,
stuff.
yeah. Instagram DMs.
A lot.
Okay. Thousands throughout
Maybe
the course
not
of your
thousands.
life?
I mean, maybe if
probably
you
been-
include the internet, yeah.
Include the internet,
Dating
bars,
apps.
clubs, men approaching you.
100.
What about you?
Yeah, same thousands.
Thousands,
Yeah.
Madison?
Hundreds.
So if you're a man and say that you're, and actually, I mean, a success rate of like 10% of the women you talk to, you end up sleeping with, that's a very high success rate for a man. How could that not be a burden if you have to talk to 10 women and get, make an effort, make initiative, make an attempt? Who knows how far you could take those 10 women on dates even and it
Yeah.
not go anywhere. How could that not be a burden?
It's not necessarily a burden. I'd
How
say
is it
that's
not a burden?
That's the selection pool. You go into dating with the idea that, okay, this is a potential mate, this is a potential, but it's not guaranteed.
But if we're comparing, we're doing a comparison here between men and women.
Yeah.
Right? So the experiences of men compared to the experiences of women, if all of these burdens fall on men, approaching, carrying the conversation, soliciting a first date, soliciting the phone number, setting up the date, carrying and leading the conversation on the date, paying for the date, moving things forward physically, moving things forward sexually, closing the distance gap, going for the kiss, etc., etc. These are all individual points where men potentially face rejection.
And women face rejection via their assertion of femininity and
Or their body
I don't
count.
even know what that means.
Okay, say for instance, you're not as receptive to a move that a guy makes, but you're still very much interested in him. That could be taken.
What do you mean?
Well, yeah, you're not making sense.
Because if I'm interested in a guy, I'm not going to reject a move that he makes.
Right, and like when you say you're of
Into the mics, guys, if you're going to
the assessment of femininity, what does that mean?
Meaning, there's certain dating practices that both men and women have to uphold, and a woman asserting her femininity. And shit, my phrasing on this is not great, but women have to mentally brace themselves for responding to men and being attractive, being their idea of what a girlfriend should be, trying to forecast his actual responsiveness to you as a person, because sometimes guys will go into relationships and they look for women that don't show them as much attention because they want...
I'm sorry, I got to cut you off. I don't know what you're... Can you arrive at the point here? Make an actual argument.
I don't know.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I think that the counter burden to what you're talking about is the dangers of actually dating and going with some guy you don't know, you don't know their intentions. And I mean, I've had really bad experiences with going on dinner dates where it didn't actually end in dinner. So it's definitely a burden.
Okay, so we can talk about these, I'm talking about normal psychology here. I'm not talking about, there's a fear that women have of being assaulted. But let's talk about let's say the girl's normal, the guy's normal. Who has the burden there?
I would say
healthy dynamics. We can talk about abnormal psychology and people who are fucked up and people who would be inclined to victimize you. Let's talk about just an otherwise healthy first date.
Definitely it's more on the man, I would say. Because the women, I feel, at least in my experience, and there have been exceptions to this, but overall, I don't really have to do anything besides just kind of existing.
Show up.
And being basically polite and friendly. And the guy he's the one who has to kind of convince me
To sleep with him.
Yes, exactly.
Basically.
He does get to decide whether or not we are in a committed relationship for sure, but I actually have a fair amount of control over where that goes if the man is truly interested in me, in my experience. So.
I mean, you guys could be very much right. I mainly just disagreed with the phrasing of it as being a burden. But I can understand why it would be considered a burden for men to go through all those lengths and then not
get rejected.
Well, hang on. In this case, in this context, when he's saying burden, he's not saying burden as in burdensome necessarily, but what the obligation or social obligation of. That's what kind of that means in that context of burden.
Like
Who has the burden to pay for the date doesn't necessarily mean that it's burdensome that a man pays for the date, but we're just asking, who do you think has kind of the obligation? That's what that means in that context.
Okay.
Honestly, I think that's something that should be on the rise to change, especially with all women talking about, oh, I want equality and this and that and the other. Well, if you want equality, then pay for half the goddamn date. Put your card out on the table when it's time to pay instead of go to the bathroom. Like
So
most women do.
In my experience with dating, I'm considered a modern woman. I don't necessarily expect the guy to pay for the date. And dates that I've been on, I've paid for myself before. But most recently, I say it was a traditional experience where I went out with a guy and he paid for everything, and he didn't expect me to.
Question: how many times have you had that experience?
Once.
Okay. Any women here, have any women here been on more than one date where the guy took care of everything?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. What do you guys think is more common? The man taking care of everything or the woman taking care of everything?
The man.
I've never been on a date with a girl where I ever could have gone in with the expectation that she was going to pay for the whole thing. Has never happened in my entire life. Never. It's either split or I pay. That's it.
The way I've dated in the past before I was married was, if I invite the guy out, then I'm going to expect to pay. Because I invited him. I extended the invitation. So if I say, hey, let's go to a movie or let me take you out to dinner, then I'm going to pay. Why? Because I invited him out. Because I want to. I'm not saying that, if he decides, oh, no, let me pay, or let me pay for half, yeah, I'm going to let him because he's taking the initiative to want to do more. But that doesn't necessarily mean that everything's always on the guy. And I think that's the narrative that should change, is that it shouldn't always be on the guy, because guys shouldn't necessarily have to be burdened with all of it.
He's just saying, as of right now, the burden is typically
No, for sure. And I agree with him.
And burden doesn't even, like he was saying, it just translates to responsibility.
Well, yeah, but I don't think, even in my experience, and this is a very unique experience, the burden of conversation is necessarily on the guy, meaning I have to engage intellectually with him, bring up topics of conversation, keep things interesting, and not just, kind of.
If I did what most women do on a first date, there would be fucking dead silence on the first. I'm telling you, women are not prepared to carry the conversation on the first date.
What kind of women are you dating?
Some women are. Some women are good conversationalists. Some women are good conversationalists. However, if I were to just be silent and kind of wait to see what the woman does, it would be really fucking awkward conversationally. It would be really awkward. Here, let's play that. We're on a date.
Okay.
I'm gonna be a chick. Okay. Go.
Okay, what do you do for work?
Podcaster.
Oh, interesting. So how long have you been doing that for?
2 years.
2 years. And have you ever considered any career changes? Or?
Nope. No? I like what I do.
You like what you do?
Yeah.
I like what I do too. Do you have
Who are these girls, Brian? Who are these girls you're
who
dating
hurt you
like that?
Tell me you've never had a conversation like this with a guy.
I typically am the one rambling.
Yeah, the first thing that we talk about should not be what we do for work, to be honest.
Well, that's LA. If you're in LA, that's usually
why my
the
dating
topic
bio
of
is what it is.
conversation.
I'm not trying to do that small talk bullshit.
Actual interest and personality and.
Well, I mean,
anything
that takes
emotional
work
connection.
though. That takes emotional labor. I thought we were still having
Anyways,
our
whatever.
conversation.
We're gonna move
Please
it
don't.
on.
You
to
weren't
some
interested.
more
You
notes.
weren't
don't.
interested
Please
in my
don't.
conversation.
So you said that when you were 17, you made a Tinder to gain experience with guys because you didn't get any attention from guys in
High school.
Wow.
In high school, yeah.
You guess you weren't their type, even though I went to school with like 7,000 kids.
I went, yeah. So never got approached by a guy in high school.
No, I'm more focused on the
Tinder?
making a Tinder
At
17. Well, I mean,
isn't that against the rules or whatever?
it is against
Yeah,
the rules.
and it's dangerous.
That's
It's dangerous, but I
bad
did it
for the
anyway.
dudes.
Yeah, no kidding. You're putting lots of men at risk.
Yeah, I mean,
Some states it's the legal age. Like I know in Louisiana you can be 17, but still.
It's
in
still
California.
Like I agree.
I've always been in California.
Anyways,
Alaska's like
disavow
16.
that. But you said you believe that you kind of ruined your youthful experience by forcing yourself to experiment. I think you've always been hypersexual, and the fact that I didn't get attention in school made you act out and seek male validation online.
Yes. I think that me not experiencing like an organic relationship with a guy in my youth really informed my relationships with men going into my 20s because I didn't really have any male friends. I didn't have any males that were seeking my attention. And if they were, they weren't making it obvious that they were seeking my attention. So I'm not going to talk about it because it's TOS, but I've been hypersexual from a fairly young age. Like I've known what porn was for a very long time. And so I knew exactly the ways around like the body, and I was very curious to
All right. Okay.
But
moving on, you said that your main contention with age gap relationships is that the value of both men and women diminish in society as they age, and people of similar value should be together. People that are older cannot sustain themselves as long as the youth can.
Yeah.
So do you object to age gap relationships?
Yes, for the most part.
Okay, so is anybody here in an age gap relationship?
Me.
What's your
9 years. I'm older.
Oh, you're older.
Mhm.
And you're 45 and he's 34?
35, 35,
Okay.
36. something.
And then what about you?
Yeah, everyone I've dated, except the last guy I gave a chance, has been 7+ years older. My
Every
husband's
guy.
41.
Okay. So Andrew's probably keen to weigh in on this, but what are your, I guess, your actual objections to age gap relationships?
I expressed that the value that you're going to put in a relationship as you get older is going to change, and
It's going to be less or more?
I think it's less.
you get older?
As you get older.
Isn't it? Wait, but
In the eye of the beholder, because I love
Yeah.
me some older men. Let me tell you.
I like some young men.
well, one of the
Simple
complaints I hear from younger women, like women who are in college, 18, 19, 20, 21, is they say these men don't want commitment. They just want to fuck. They're fuck boys. It seems to me that younger men tend to lean towards not being a little bit more opposed to commitment than men who are a bit older.
I would disagree.
Okay.
I think that younger men are probably less likely to say that they want a relationship with a girl because they have nerves about them. I don't know. I don't know why men or why people think that younger men don't want relationships with women. I think it's based on topics like we talked about, promiscuity. So we're in a culture where promiscuity is on the rise, and your intentions with somebody may be askew. So in my encounters with men that I've had, they're very much open to relationships. It's just a matter of position and place and the person that they're looking for, and not necessarily.
Didn't you say you've been single your whole life?
Yes.
Well, I mean, if you're meeting all these men that are open to having relationships, what has precluded you from having a relationship?
I'm not meeting a bunch of men that are interested in me necessarily, or...
Okay, that's fair. Well, let's bring it back to age gap, though. So can you explain a little better kind of your objections there?
Yeah, other than it just being icky, which...
But why is it icky?
Yeah, why is it icky?
Why is it
Everyone's
icky?
of legal consenting age.
Right. I didn't meet my husband when he was in high school. I met him when he was a grown man.
I think...
Does it give you the ick? It gives you the ick.
It gives me the ick.
It gives you the ick, doesn't it?
Because I've always experienced the world where people of a similar age have a similar outlook on life, and once you cross a certain boundary threshold, that changes, and it could lead to people being taken advantage of, even if they're legal and consenting.
These young women are taking advantage of
these
these
older
men with resources. They're fleecing them for money. You're right. These young women are predatory.
Who's taking? Well, in my instance, for example, who's taking advantage of who then? Am I taking advantage of my husband because he's younger, or is he taking advantage of me because I'm older?
It could be a situation of both of you taking advantage of each other.
How? How is that? What do you mean taking? How does that work?
He's taking advantage of the fact that you're older and you probably have less options.
Advantage
than
isn't
him.
bad.
What do you
Shots
mean?
fired.
I have less.
Shots fired.
First of all, wait. First of all,
Less options for a potential mate.
and that's not true at all, because I'm a grab. Okay, that's first and foremost. Secondly, just because I'm 9 years older than my husband does not mean that I have less options. If him and I broke up tomorrow, or if he died tomorrow, trust me, I'm going to be riding some dick eventually in a week or two.
Okay, but it's a matter of...
I'm just basing facts. Facts are facts.
Okay, so do you think that you would find a man of similar value to him at your age?
Absolutely.
Someone that is your age.
I don't date men my age.
Why not?
Because I date men that are younger than me for a particular reason. Why? Because they can keep up with me. Older men can't.
advantage of the age.
Yeah.
No, that's your advantage.
That is one downfall of dating older men.
Older men cannot keep up with someone like me. I'm a hyper bitch. So if you can't keep up, then I have no use for you. So there's no advantage being taken. Especially if I'm older, you would think that I would be taking advantage of him, right?
Well,
Is
it's
that
an
what you're saying?
advantage. I mean, I don't think taking advantage is necessarily
Right. I'm not forcing him to have sex with me. He wants to have sex with me. There's no taking advantage of. I'm not holding my husband by the head and fuck me.
for you because he's younger and you get the sex you want because you're crazy in the bed.
I am.
You know? So
Yeah.
it's advantage, and it's not bad.
Right. It's not a bad
Take
advantage.
but
I wasn't carrying his books home for him for school at school when he was 17.
I wasn't saying that shit. I was just
so,
saying...
I'm in favor of older men, obviously, but playing devil's advocate, it can be the case that predatory people pick younger people because they're easier to manipulate and they are naive and they're easier to mold and control. That is absolutely a thing, but I don't think you can say that that's just broadly every dynamic like that.
Right,
Like,
and it's not.
Hang on. Do you have a study for that?
do you?
I have an example though.
Yeah, we have life
Hey, who made the
experience.
claim? Hang on, who made the claim?
Okay, so let me pull a year.
Hang on, you just said, I don't think that that's generally what's going on.
I don't think it's
And do you
generally
have any empirical evidence to back that up at all?
She just said she
No.
doesn't want to make generalizations
Right.
because not every relationship.
That was,
is
she
exactly
literally
the same.
said,
It-
I
I
don't
mean, you
think
don't need to- I don't think
generally
it
that's
takes-
what's
I
going
don't-
on.
No, I don't think generally that's what's going on.
Right, you don't think, do you have any empirical evidence whatsoever
I mean,
to support that?
Okay.
You generally don't
You want me to
believe-
wait you a thesis
Wait,
and
so
come
wait,
back and tell
are
you?
you-
Like,
I'm not
arguing
asking for a
that you
thesis. I'm
generally-
asking. Hey, there's a reason I'm asking this because earlier you jumped all over Brian and
Okay,
said that
is
Brian.
there-
Hang
is-
on, let me finish.
Sorry.
You jumped all over Brian, and you were all kinds of upset with him because
I
he was
wasn't.
not demonstrating empirical evidence to go with a generalized statement.
I think
and
that-
yet here, hang on, you made a claim and you said generally I don't think that's what's going on, and you also have no empirical evidence whatsoever to back that claim up. Correct?
I think it's actually backwards. I think y'all were the ones that got upset and like muted me. I was like happy to debate it. I wasn't upset at all. Like I like to debate and further my understanding
Me
of things
too.
by hearing opposite sides. So like I'm not upset just because we may not come to the same conclusion.
But you wanted
But now
empirical
with
data.
with any topic, am I going to just have like the best debate thing prepared? Like, no. There's some things that if it's being presented to you for the first time, you need
That
a
you're
second
going
to mull it over.
to talk in generalities, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to.
And that's okay to do, right? And so maybe asking for empirics if you're not prepared to have my studies ready in a moment's notice, if it's okay for you to do, then it's okay for us to do.
Sure,
Does that sound fair?
Yeah, but sometimes things are like common sense, and I'm just saying, I don't.
That's what he was saying.
I just genuinely don't think that's the case, but I admit that it's my anecdotal experiences.
Sure. Yeah.
But
So I'm just saying that
I
if
own it, though.
what's good for the goose, good for the gander, right? So
No, I feel
so
you.
instead of like trying to trash us for
I think there are
not having
studies, though.
empirical evidence, just remember that you often speak in generalities without having any either. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. But if I had like a Jamie, I'm sure he could pull up like. There's got to be studies on
There's no
predatory
Jamie
people.
here.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
I'm saying generally
Sorry, Nick.
speaking. Generally speaking.
Yeah, generally. Do you have
But
a
there's gotta
study
be-
for if you generally had a Jamie that you would pull up the right?
Oh my God.
So anyway, back
there's
to the
gotta be
argument
studies,
at
though,
hand.
on that.
When you're talking about the ick, it gives you the ick.
Me? Are you talking to me?
Yeah. The
Yeah.
ick. It gives you the ick.
Gives her the ick.
You wouldn't say though that it's an immoral thing, right? It's not actually immoral.
Oh shit. I think it isn't immoral because it's legal and there's no I don't think I can make a justification for why.
Why is it icky?
Yeah.
Why do you find it ick? What about it is ick? What about me having sex with a guy who's 36 and I'm 45? What does that? What's the factor there?
Do you want me to
It
be
is-
like no holds bar?
Do it.
Yeah, let's go. Find out.
Let's go.
I think it just points to a desperation in both parties for a sense of.
Except you've been single your entire life.
What?
And I've been married for 10 years to the same guy. But continue.
Let's not like get defensive and start getting angry with one another. Like, it's just
I'm
an
making a
objective
point.
opinion.
She's been single her whole life. So with what experience and what, wherewithal knowledge do you have on this topic?
She's an observer.
Well, okay, but earlier we were talking about OnlyFans, and you don't have an OnlyFans, right? But you can still have an opinion on it. So you don't always have to have firsthand experience. Y'all be nice. Be nice.
I don't know. I just is that not a valid enough reason?
Not really. I see your.
I mean, you can imagine from if you were to say take a conservative Christian, for instance, and you were to lay all of his moral intuitions on things that gave him the ick and called that moral, that would lead to all sorts of things being immoral you probably wouldn't
Their
consider
Alm
to be immoral,
Meatball
right?
donated $200.
Okay, so then
Guys who date older women have mommy issues and are overall weird.
hey, I
Men
would date an
generally
older
age
woman.
like wine and women generally age like bananas.
Banana.
Age gap is perfectly normal when guy is older.
I would love to
That's
see a
bullshit.
picture of you, Mr.
Yeah,
Meatball.
Mr. Meatball, send a
I bet
picture.
Mr.
She
Meatball.
wants to have carnal
I like
knowledge
to
with
see
you.
the wine that you look
she
like, sir.
wants you
Yeah.
romantically and sexually, Mr. Meatball, but she needs a photo first.
Also, not to mention, women of melanated color do not age like bananas. Thank you very much.
That is true.
It is true. Objectively.
No,
White
that's
women
not
age like
true. What
bananas,
is it?
but
Yeah.
Has anybody
and
seen
Asians.
J Lo?
You know.
Are you talking?
You're not ugly. You're just poor.
No, well, no.
Is it
Melanie-
more like,
seen Kylie Jenner?
Hold on. More like plantains?
I mean,
Yeah.
Like, is it not bananas, but
No.
plantains? I don't know. Okay. Right.
like for example,
Look at his face.
Maddie's Asian. I'm Hispanic and black. We don't age the same. We don't age the same.
Oh my God. No, that's true. That there are studies on that melanin does make you age better. That is a real thing.
How about
'cause I've
this?
read about it.
Oh, I just made this shit up. White don't blight.
White don't blight.
White don't blight.
You're
What's
so
up?
stupid.
What does that mean?
You don't know what blight
What is-
is?
no, what
White
is
don't
blight? I
blight.
actually
Hold on,
don't.
let me Google this shit just to make sure I'm giving
No,
you the
that would be
facts.
correct. The blight, yeah. Like you're talking about blight, like potato
thing-
blights and shit like that.
A thing that spoils or damages. Yeah.
So we're all spoiled if we're
White
not
blight.
white.
Oh my. No, that's not what I'm saying.
He was trying to make a joke.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
White don't blight.
It's hard to tell sometimes when
I got the joke.
that. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna move things on a little bit here. Going to Corinne.
Sir.
You said, I can personally guarantee that you haven't had any women like me on your show. I have no problem in laying into people, especially if they're just morons that need to be taken down a peg or two.
It's true.
I know I have some invaluable dating advice, and I'll lead with this one. Never believe your parents or the advice they give you about sex or dating.
Yeah, absolutely.
What? That's wild.
Yeah, because I mean, let's go back in the day. I'm talking about before the internet. I mean, I grew up without the internet. I grew up without any GPS or anything like that. So of course your parents are trying to protect you and tell you certain things about dating and tell you who and what not to date. Because back in the day, for sure, they're trying to keep you, like, for example,
straight and narrow.
Yeah, well, not even straight and narrow. Like culturally, a lot of cultures will be like, date within your own culture. I'm not dating Spanish men because I could be related to one of them. I'm not trying to do that. But further,
the likelihood of that happening, though.
I mean, it's happened. It's happened. If you're from a small island, it's happened. You've dated a cousin. I haven't, but you know, if you're coming from a place like Haiti, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, there's been a chance that you dated someone that you're somewhat related to. It's happened. It's going to happen. You know, if you're only staying within your culture and your culture is literally an island this big, the chances of you dating a fourth or third cousin is probably happening.
Okay, but how does that apply to parental advice?
Because your parents are going to guide you to do things moralistically, as far as like church values, things like that. You know, if you grow up religious, your parents are going to tell you not to have sex before marriage. Now, I don't think that's good. I'd like to know what I'd like to know what I'm getting into before I marry. Like, I'm not, like, I made this point earlier today with the girls, was you test out the product before you buy it.
No, my grandmother literally taught us you try the milk before you buy the cow. So I don't know who y'all's parents are. Maybe it's like a Louisiana thing, and they are crazy in Louisiana, but
for the most part, a lot of people that I've known.
Yeah, but that's advice towards men. They're supposed to give that advice to women. The advice is supposed to be for men. You go and you test out the cow before you buy the cow. Cow is female.
Okay,
right?
don't buy.
They don't say go test out the bull. She didn't say go test out the bull.
No, she actually.
What?
No, she had this thing hanging, and it said both things. It said don't buy the pig before you test the sausage too. Swear to God, it said both things.
Yeah.
Swear to God.
I need to know what kind of sausage I'm getting before I buy it.
Grandma crazy.
They are the whole family. My mom used to tell me, if you're ever gonna smoke weed, just come to me instead. I don't want you smoking cigarettes. I'm like, damn, dude.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
crazy.
If I was talking to a guy for like 3 years and then we got married and then we waited to have sex and he couldn't please me, then I would honestly probably end up in a divorce because what?
What if he was like good to you in every other way though?
But if you couldn't please me sexually, that's a huge factor. Like, sex is a huge factor. Like,
my grandmother told me, if you wanna keep a white guy, cup his balls while you're sucking his dick. That's what she said.
Oh my God, my most recent. That is no lie, actually. I just ran into that.
That's what Grandma said.
I want to know the stat of how many men have affairs on their wives that they married virgins.
It's actually quite low. So your chance of divorce drastically go down if you get married as a virgin male and a virgin female. And your chance of stepping outside your marriage go drastically down as well.
Yeah, that is
not a problem anybody at this table is ever going to have, but it is, you know, that is what the stats show.
Okay. Well.
So what is wrong though with like parents trying to guide their children in like the right direction?
Sometimes parents can guide you in the wrong direction. For example, if you grow up in a super religious home and you're taught as a man not to masturbate because masturbating is bad, or that, you know, self-love or self-care is bad, that guy is not going to really know what the fuck he's doing later on in life when he's trying to get involved in a relationship sexually.
I think people figure it out.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the point. The whole point is to attempt to keep a person chaste in order to keep their virtue intact. So, I mean, like, from your perspective, I understand what you're saying. You're saying, look, for me, I want sexual liberation and this type of thing. But, I mean, for most parents, they're going to want to try to keep you away from a bad crowd. They're going to try to keep your virtues intact, your reputation intact, because that does actually matter in life. It is part of success in life, is virtue. And that is a thing that used to be part of that whole culture you're talking about pre-internet, same culture I grew up in. And virtues did matter. And you know what? Here's the thing. Everyone knew who the skanks were in high school. And we didn't treat them that great. That's just the truth. We didn't treat them that great. And, Yeah, they didn't have it great. Just saying. So I understand why parents would lean towards trying to keep those virtues intact for both their sons and their daughters. It makes a lot of sense.
I mean, I'm of the opinion, and my dad convinced me of this just getting older, that the word of your parents is like the word of God. And
unless they touch you, then what?
Okay, well, we can't get into that. We're not going to get into that on the podcast on YouTube.
I just don't like the derogatory words that are used for women that are like to have sex, because there's women like myself that have been through horrible sexual experiences, and that's going to make you act in a way when you're a child and you don't know any better, in a way that people could label you, but that doesn't define you as a whole person just because you like to have sex.
Let's grant it for a second and say, yes, that's correct. There could be women who have emotional issues due to some type of horrific experiences that they have in their childhood. There's plenty of women who have no horrific experiences early in their childhood and are often also promiscuous. Mm-hmm. Why can't those labels be used towards those women?
I just feel like using those women weren't treated well as an excuse to, it's just
for whore behavior.
I don't think that's fair to treat because what about the men that are whoring around? How did those men get treated?
Yeah, but that's what about the men though.
They didn't get called skanks.
Stop. So just stop for a second. You're making a typical what about the Mendo argument. So let's start first, not what about the Mendo? Why is everybody not mad at the men? Let's start with the first claim, which I don't like the fact that society will use, and by the way, women do this to women far more than men do. Well, the first derogatory thing a woman does to another woman is call her
a whore.
Yeah, that's the first thing that they do. They that's what they do.
I mean,
so
maybe that's
so the thing is,
what they do.
Hang on. So the thing is yes, these things. The reason that these terms are used, you could say strumpet, lady of the night, right? Whatever you want to say, they're pointing out doesn't have virtue. That's what they're pointing out. Not virtuous. And it's a really easy way to use a word to just go no virtue. That's why it's used that way.
You stumped her.
Do you have a response?
Can I, Andrew? Do you hold the same views toward do you find men who have high body counts less desirable or they have less value? Do you view it the same way?
So let's dive into this. So there's a little bit of nuance here. I think what you're asking me is, do I think that men who are promiscuous also have lower virtue? My answer is yes. I think that they have lower virtue as well, but not less value in the dating market. It seems that women don't have the same preferences that men do when it comes to a higher body count. They don't seem to care as much about it.
Yeah,
in fact, they often seem to want to compete for men who have higher body counts because they have women all over them, and that's what they're competing over. So women don't have to compete for hierarchy, but they do have to compete with each other to grab somebody inside of a hierarchy. So that's been general human conditioning. So women are always competing with each other. So if women see other women gravitating towards a single man, they tend to compete more for that man. So it doesn't actually lower their value in the dating marketplace, but I think it lowers their value as far as virtue goes.
I was just curious your stance on it in general. But also, women will compete for married men too. They see a ring on a man's finger and it makes them more.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yep. But that's the same thing you're talking about. You're saying they're competing with a man who another woman desires, and that makes them gravitate towards that man. The same thing happens with women when they're going after single men. If they see that he gets a lot of female attention, they tend to gravitate more towards him. Why do you think women are always out with these ugly ass fucking rock stars? Right? They're always because they're super desired by other women, right? Even though they're ugly as sin. Mick Jagger's not a good-looking guy, but he's not having trouble. Steven Tyler, ugly as sin. Steven Tyler is one of the ugliest men I've probably ever seen.
He looks more like a woman than most women I know.
Yeah, but he's not having trouble picking up chicks.
Dude,
right?
Flavor Flav.
I just think it's because they have money. But I bet if they were ugly and didn't have money, then they probably wouldn't be able to get chicks.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe
but
to
the
some
point is
extent.
whether the woman's gravitating towards him because he has money, or they're gravitating towards him because he's really good looking, it doesn't matter. The fact that they're gravitating towards him does not seem to be a deterrent from other women.
It's a deterrent to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure to some women it can
But
be
generally
a deterrent,
speaking,
but
yeah, no, I
yeah,
gotcha.
just in generalities, yeah.
Wow, good time to return. What did I miss? Anything interesting? I don't know.
Not really.
Going back to you, you said you're 45, but you look 33 without a bucket of makeup.
Yeah, like when I
Yeah,
don't.
that's what you wrote on. You said you're married, but not legally, because that's stupid.
Yep.
Yeah, you did say you were married for 10 years, but not legally married. So within the church, or?
We went to the little chapel in Vegas. So we just got married for us, just to kind of re-solidify our relationship and commitment to each other. And the reason why we didn't do it legally is because I don't need the government tracking our every move. And I'd rather be independent with my own money. He has his money.
Mm-hmm.
If anything were to go sour or south between the two of us, he can go his way, I can go my way. We live in California, where it's divided 50-50. My ambitions and pursuits with my career could catapult me to be a multimillionaire, and then he's a musician, and same thing goes for him. So why muck up our money together if, especially, nothing is forever, nothing is for certain. So I'd rather, him protect his assets, I protect mine.
Yes.
Now, you said that you're also a recovering sex addict with a high body count. And you said you didn't give us an exact number, but you said it was three digits.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay.
It is.
You said you were dating strange men long before social media existed.
This is true.
You never knew if you would make it home from a date.
This is
and
true.
it was thrilling.
It was because
It was a thrilling time.
I mean, look, as someone who was a sex addict, I was involved in a lot of reckless and very high endangerment situations because of where I came from. I suffered through a lot of childhood trauma, things that were categorically unconceivable for most people. I lost both my parents before I finished high school. I've been on my own since I was 16, been through it all. And with that being said, when you get yourself involved, I was never into alcohol. I've never been into drugs. None of those things were my vices. Gambling, nothing.
Can we back up just a second in your story? Because you were on your own since you were 16. Sorry to hear that, by the way. That's got to suck. But
thanks.
You were saying earlier that you think that kids should dismiss their parents' advice. But if your parents weren't in your life when you were that young, wouldn't you have preferred to have had them around to get their advice?
No, because my parents were both reckless people. My mother didn't give us any kind of structure. She didn't give us any kind of rules. If I was going based off of her actions and things that she was doing, then I would have just ended up just like her. And
yeah, sure, but I mean, surely you understand that most parents don't do that. They're not. They love their children. They definitely don't let them move out of the house when they're 16 years old and do all this, right?
I mean, yeah, in a perfect world, you're absolutely right. But I
mean, that's most people. Most people's parents, I think, genuinely care about them.
Okay, sure.
You don't think so?
That's not been my personal experience, so I can't say for everybody else. I know a lot of other people who've had similar experiences to mine where their parents weren't necessarily giving them structure and rules and kind of guidelines in life. So everyone's journey is different, and we're
I mean, I agree with that.
And I was being a little bit more sarcastic, not necessarily,
Yeah, if you're raised in a two-parent household, generally speaking, the outcomes are the things that you might consider good outcomes, higher education, more stability, less promiscuity, things like this. Those are generally considered to be decent outcomes, I would say.
True.
They tend to go up astronomically if you have two parents in the household for the entirety of the child being in the household. So, I mean, it seems like that's an optimal way to go, right? I
would say it's also nurture versus nature, because your environment and where you live and where you grow up also have a huge impact on that. I've found in my personal experience that a lot of people from bigger cities and New York, I'm from New York originally, people more in the city are going to have a completely different type of lifestyle than someone who grows up in Montana or Colorado even. I feel like more of the core traditional values are still in the Midwest. People attribute a lot more of that in the middle. I think there's a lot more lawlessness.
But even in those liberal progressive cities, having a two-parent household still is going to lead to what are generally considered
Sure.
good outcomes for children.
I didn't have the benefit of having that. I mean, I always grew up in a one-person household.
I
so-
understand you didn't, but why would you prescribe to others not to listen to their parents if their outcomes seem to be so much better if they do?
I was fucking around. I mean,
She's a comedian.
I'm a comedian. I'm a stand-up comic. So
Okay,
Got
so
it.
you said you were a sex addict. I'd like to get
That's
a
why
little-
women shouldn't be comedians. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
that's right. I like you, Andrew. You're all right in my
I'm
book.
I'm a likable guy.
So you said you were a sex addict. I'd like a little more scope on that. So what does that look like for you?
A sex addict was someone who was reckless in promiscuity. You know what I mean? Like I sleep with the first person who was into me, if I was into them, obviously. Like I had my choice in who I wanted to sleep with or to even engage in any kind of sexual activity. Because body count doesn't necessarily mean penetration for all of them, obviously. But with that being said, I would use sex as my coping mechanism. If I was sad, if I was depressed, if I was angry, if I was happy, sex was my go-to thing to release that, to heighten that. Like if I had a good show or something, I'm gonna go fuck somebody because it was a good show. If I was depressed about a show, I'd go fuck somebody to make myself feel better.
Okay,
That's what that looks like.
So let's say in a day, what's the most amount of people you had sex with in a day?
Ooh, that's a dirty question. I don't know, couple, maybe 2, 3 in a day.
2 or 3. What about in like a week? What's the most in a week?
Ooh, man, I don't know if I remember that. This was way back in like 2002, 2003.
Give us a range.
In a week, I don't know. Could be anywhere between 5 and 10 in a week.
5 and 10. Okay. What about in a month?
Well, if we're taking
the most in a month.
The most in a month, maybe 15.
Okay.
In a month.
All right. I was just trying to get a scope or sense of the extent of the sex addiction. You said that if you're a woman under the age of 33, chances are you will think I'm a monster. I can't stand the hypocrisy that defines a lot of women under the age 25. They want the world on a silver platter, but bring absolutely nothing to the table.
Yep.
Ask any woman under 25 what she wants in life from a man, and you will find yourself a silent woman. Your words.
Yeah, absolutely my words. And I stand right by them because if you ask a lot of women under the age of 20, what do you want out of life? They're going to be deer in headlights. And it's, I'm no different. I know. I was the same. Yeah. I didn't know what I wanted out of life. I didn't know what I wanted out of a life partner. I didn't know what I wanted out of my career. I was unsure of these things because I wasn't fully developed. Most of us are not fully developed until after 25, 26.
Now
we haven't figured shit out yet.
You said that you're tired of women who have a victim mentality and white women tears.
Yes.
What do you mean by white women tears?
White women tears, the only reason why I use that is because that's synonymous with what the verbiage online and what young people are using. White women tears being women who victimize themselves over nothing. Example, the girl who cried, that's white women tears. She's sitting there crying because you asked her a fucking question. You asked her a simple question. Define misogyny. And she was just like... Like she was attacked.
She's the main victim.
Yeah, she straight up acted like Brian sexually assaulted her.
It's how you said it.
Wait.
That's what matters. It's how you said it.
Repeat that.
I said she acted as if you sexually assaulted her. That's the look and the fear in her eyes in that 10-second clip that I watched. That's the look that if you had given her the opportunity to go to the cops to report you, she probably would have. You know, and said, he made me feel unsafe. I didn't feel safe around him because he asked me a question.
Speaking of this, I've actually never revealed this on the show. You should have seen the text messages she sent me afterwards.
Oh, I want to know.
Oh my.
You mean DMs? Why did you give her your number?
Oh, I mean, it was the messages.
Oh, okay.
Like we do through Instagram. And
Got it.
But yeah, no, she sent messages after the show, like Nick, actually. I think I showed them to Nick. I showed them to Maddie, and she was being ridiculous.
Did they sound like this? You attacked me. You made me feel uncomfortable, and you humiliated me, and you made me feel like I wasn't important, and my opinion doesn't matter. Yes, you're right.
Those are usually my DMs. Not Brian. Look at my DM.
But yeah, she was.
That's great.
Yeah, she wanted us to take the video down, but then she also demanded. Well, okay.
That's white woman tears.
So, anyways, you said you're completely against marriage before 30 and procreation in general. I'm sure Andrew has some thoughts on this, although just for the sake of time, we can't linger too long. But so you're against marriage before 30,
right?
And you're against procreation, so having kids.
I am, and I would say that's more that opinion is more reserved for this generation, for the new generation, or like the zillennials or whatever you want to call it, Gen Z. And the only reason why I say that is because.
Did it fall on? Are you okay?
I'm okay.
You're okay?
Got like Tanya Harding at the table.
Oh, okay.
I'm good. Yeah.
All right. You okay? You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't like where we're headed as a society with all this, like, the best word I can use is the snowflake mentality. Like, comedy is gone. We can't be funny anymore. Comedians have a hard time being able to get up on stage and make fun of shit that everyone can relate to without the fear of being canceled.
Resorted to those like
Exactly.
self-deprecation jokes because you're only allowed to
Right.
talk about
like
yourself.
But don't you think that a lot of that is because female comedians only know how to talk about their vagina and that's it?
I mean, I do have a problem with that, but I'm not one of them.
I mean, that's like 99% of female comedians. All they do
That's
is go
not
up on
fair.
stage and talk about their vagina. No, it's fair. They're pretty bad. They're pretty not
Amy
funny,
Schumer
and they
brand.
pretty much talk exclusively about their vagina. It's very, very odd. It's a very odd phenomenon. I
Same with
actually
rap
didn't
music.
believe that until I went through Netflix and started watching female comedians. And I was like, really? That's all they talk about?
All right, well, you haven't heard any of my stuff, so to be fair.
Yeah, sure.
But
yeah, that's fair.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. There are a lot of women who get up on stage and all they talk about is sex and how they get men to fuck them and whatnot. It's because that's all they can relate to. That's how a lot of them are relating to as far as what they think is funny or what they find.
Yeah, but they also Me
relatable to
Too'd the
others as
entire
well.
comedy industry.
What's that?
All these female comics went through and Me Too'd the entire industry. They Me Too'd everybody. if you wanna
Comedians?
know who-
Say something. How
Wait.
in the hell did Louis
they
C.K.
did.
get canceled?
They did. They went through and Me Too'd the whole comic
He quite literally
industry.
asked
There was a
permission.
bunch of female comics who were going around going, "Oh, I was sexually harassed by this guy, and this dude jerked off in front of me, and after I consented, but blah 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 blah."
Right. That's
After I consented, he asked them.
That's
and they
the
still
shit.
canceled him.
That's the shit that bothers me, and that goes back to what I was talking about, the victim mentality. How are
So
you?
women ruin comedy is what I'm saying. They ruined it. They're the tone policers. They're the ones who get offended. They're the ones who are always whining about everything. They're always crying
It's
about
only the women
everything.
that
they
complain?
can't take a joke. Nothing's ever funny.
What about gay
Everyone's
men?
always
Yeah.
a victim.
Yeah, thank
I don't
you.
like
That
these broad
part.
statements of saying men do this and women do that. It's just like diversity. It's
I
like,
love
feel
Bill
like
Burr.
that's
Yay,
like
diversity.
super-
See what I mean? That's the whole
super
point,
all
right?
this
The whole
like-
point of why it is
He's
that
my
women
favorite.
get so offended. You can even have a conversation about general topics with them. No, it's about diversity. It's about inclusion. It's about us being friends and holding fucking hands
See,
and singing kumbaya. It's not about any of that
No, but
shit.
that's, like, been the whole
Jokes are
topic of this
supposed to
whole
be
thing.
funny because they're
Listen.
a reflection of the truth of reality
Correct.
of society. That's what makes them hilarious.
Well-
Sake
Women
of time,
destroyed all of that. They destroyed it.
Sake of time, I've got to
Sorry.
move things on. Going to my notes here for Bobby. You've been doing OF for 4 years, part-time cam girl, gaming streamer for 2, former traveling stripper from when you were 18 to 2020. You're in an open relationship now for 3 years. On Twitter, you claim to be married?
Well, you see, I'm like you where I don't want to like get legally married, but in my heart I'm married, and like that's just me. I don't want because I'm not religious and I'm also not into the government being in my shit,
Mm-hmm.
So I say I'm married because I have so much faith in my relationship and I think that it will last forever, so I might as well just go ahead and start saying that he's my husband.
Is it a common law marriage?
Well, we lived together. We moved in immediately, and things have been good. Like we literally hardly ever have any kind of fights, and when we do, we have good communication.
Well, how long? Let me try again. It's a different way. How long have you been with this guy?
Only 3 years. That's what he said. Not common law, because I think that's 7.
It depends on where you're
And
at.
they
I don't
live
know.
together.
I think it's different in every different state, so I have no idea.
Yeah. Well,
You said that you don't identify. Actually, do we show that? I don't think Andrew is here. He would very much. Andrew would very much like to know the status of the armpit hair.
Oh, it's alive and well, but like it's not like I always have armpit hair. I do shave sometimes. Just like, down there, I groom it differently.
Can you show Andrew?
There's a little bit of toilet paper particles from me like wiping my like sweat in the bathroom.
Nice. And that's your thing. You have there's a couple photos on your Instagram. You got the armpit hair. I thought Andrew should know. I thought just so he has a better understanding of the dynamics going on here. There it is.
So what's the dynamic? What is that armpit hair?
Well, it's kind of
you got the armpit hair and the blue hair. We might, or purple hair, whatever color it is. We might draw some conclusions. Maybe perhaps you're one of the free bleeders. You know what I mean? Like there's kind of a stereotype that goes with the women who have the colored hair and armpit hair. That kind of raging feminist lunatics, right? That's kind of
absolutely love
She smells like patchouli.
She loves
men. I don't
men.
smell like
No.
patchouli. Don't you ever say that about me.
I'm teasing.
Not since I was
I'm teasing.
20, okay? But I used to love patchouli.
Now you do say you don't identify as a feminist. You do believe in having equal rights. You have no real issue with patriarchy or more traditional roles. Men are supposed to lead and protect. What you dislike is misogyny, sexism, and the who is more oppressed or who is the victim pissing contest. It's comparing apples to oranges. Well, I'll play that game. Men are more oppressed than women, but I don't really feel inclined to go into it. But just throwing that out there. Anyways,
I hate the argument, but I will go into it if you want. But
well, maybe later. Let me get through the notes. You have a really bad date experience for your first traditional dinner date. Oh wait, you don't want to go there. Okay. Okay. You said you didn't want to go there in the notes, so we won't go there. You don't think gender roles and patriarchal relationships are for everyone. There's definitely more submissive and emotional men, more dominant, grounded women who are ideal for those men. Those households tend to be more matriarchal. Doesn't make it any less balanced. It's just different from what most people are used to. Take the parents from the Dancing for the Devil documentary. Okay.
It's a new documentary about like the TikTok
yeah, I
dance
saw a little
cult.
bit of that. The father is very emotional, not very dominant. Mother is very sharp and intense and dominant, but they seem very healthy and happy together and raised very intelligent, successful kids.
Their kids are thriving. I mean, one of them might be in a cult, but like a lot of people can be in a cult,
turned
and
out great
sometimes
for
it's
her.
a fake cult because it gets them money. Like,
Okay.
I was in a fake cult before because it was financially beneficial to the community, but
You were in a fake cult?
I only watched the first episode of that, so I don't know. It may
Wait,
very
you
well
were
be a cult.
you were in a cult.
A fake one.
What does that mean? What's a fake cult?
Well,
Pretended
it was
to be a
like
cult to
in Hawaii.
benefit.
I just flew out to Hawaii, started walking down the road. I had like no knowledge, and I come across like a hippie commune, and they're like cool with nudity and stuff. I'm sorry. And the guy who owns it, his name's actually Jesus. It's not actually Jesus, it's Eugene. But we call him Jesus, and we had, we kind of like put on a show for our people that come to like visit the commune and try to make it seem like super weird just because it's fun. And because it got
To manipulate people to join?
Yeah, like the Discovery Channel and shit like came out and would...
All right.
Check it out.
You were in a
just because
cult.
they thought it was a
The
cult.
Discovery
but it really
Channel came
wasn't.
out to check out your LARPing cult.
Yeah, we basically were LARPing as a cult. So yeah,
Cool.
I mean,
in your other notes, you said bowing is playful and kinky as long as the context is, but if there's a bad power dynamic and expectation that she's actually your property slave, no. So obviously you have some objections to my preference for wanting a woman to bow.
it depends on the context. That's what
What's
I said.
what's the context?
Well, what's the context for you? Because
I don't know. It's cool, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would bow, and I mean, as long as it's like playful and kinky, like I said, I think it's fun, and
I would say
it
that's my frame for it. It's just a playful, endearing,
it doesn't
cute
mean,
thing.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that much. I don't think it means that much. What means more is how you treat her, and if you really do see her as like someone who's like really below you, who's your slave or your
kind of like what
your
your friend,
property.
kind of like what your friend did to her
Both
male
of us
friend.
did it.
Oh,
Okay.
both of you did it.
He was consenting. He asked us to, and I only did it once.
He
I
was
was
the
like,
one
this
in
ain't
charge,
for me.
really, honestly.
And so, like, you made him like do chores for you, work for you for free.
I couldn't even get him to do that because like I'm just not that dominant person. I couldn't even like he never paid me because I didn't ask for money. I never got.
Can I tell them what you made him do?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Do it.
tell us.
Do it. Do it.
She like walked him through the mall and made him drink his own cum out of a cup.
Wait, in the mall?
Yeah.
I thought that was more
Wait,
fun than
now, hold on.
Yeah,
Wait, that's
more
fun?
for me.
Wait, hold on.
To see that
now
is
let me
more fun
actually
for me
make a
then.
let me actually make a criticism here. While you two were consenting to that, all the other people in the mall were not consenting.
It was cum, though.
Yeah, they
but-
didn't know what it was.
Yeah, but you walked him through the mall, so you're doing some like BDSM shit publicly. Those people are not. It's these people who like do that dog shit, like the walking the dogs in
used to
public.
do that.
There's a weird like the
But I was
people in
on
public are not consenting to that shit.
Yeah.
Let me
and
clarify. I don't
Actually,
like men
and I
like
think
that.
the BDSM.
I like men that I can
I
argue
think
with.
the BDSM community looks down on people that do that shit in public.
Yeah, they do.
Because it's non-consent.
Right, because
I totally get.
these people in public don't want to see that
Let's
shit.
reiterate that this was
Can
back
we
when
can we
we were
just
like
can we just
little
clarify
baby
real
child.
quick?
I
I
was
just
like
want to make
18
sure
then.
that I heard that right. You made a guy walk through a mall and drank his sperm.
Yeah, and then I also made him try on some panties and then go to the checkout and buy his own panties.
And just to be clear, you have an issue with me wanting a woman to bow?
Yeah, well,
No, as
we're
long as
talking
it's
about the
ethical. I
slavery,
literally
the
said-
morality of
but it
the
was
slavery and
ethical with this
ownership
guy.
of the
Bowing
person.
is
That's
hot.
really the problematic part.
These girls,
Right?
like,
I agree. I totally agree, and it was dumb of me to do that. I literally only did it once.
Oh,
did it a few
that's
times.
fine. You
I
know,
did it once. It's
you
not
only
like a
murder somebody
recurrent
once.
thing.
Yeah,
Just one
did it once.
time,
That's
no big deal.
It's actually funny. We had that girl.
You might
on
have
a previous
traumatized a
show.
bunch of children. You know that, right?
Well, they didn't they really didn't see. They didn't know.
They didn't see a guy
He
crawling
walked
on the
through the
floor.
mall?
No,
Oh,
he wasn't
that's
like
different. I was the
crawling.
one crawling in that other scenario, but that was a different person that I was with doing the leash thing. Different.
Do you have any? Do you actually regret doing it to him?
Do I regret doing it to him? I mean, I didn't necessarily like. It's not my kink, but I don't kink shame. I'll try most things once if it sounds interesting, and I was like, okay.
Wait, he wanted you to do that?
Yes, he approached both of us with this proposition.
Yeah,
For
you
me,
weren't-
he
you
cleaned
weren't
my
there,
house
Andrew.
and chastity and stuff. And,
She made
you know.
him, so they both were involved in essentially
group.
like this guy was a slave to them basically.
He'd be getting off to this. Right now.
There was
He's
no.
watching.
He loved it.
Yeah.
Like he proposed the idea.
Are you guys into like
Yeah.
Cleveland steamers and stuff?
What
stuff
is
like
that?
Okay, let's
What is
not
that?
talk.
But I
let's
mean,
not talk
isn't
about
that basically taking advantage of
Let's-
somebody who's clearly mentally ill?
I mean, he's. Oh.
Was he mentally ill?
I mean, he's
You have to be
coherent. He's
mentally
very.
ill
He's
to do
probably
that. Come
one of the
on,
most
let's not
intelligent
kid
people
ourselves.
I know. I don't know. He's pretty normal, actually. I think he agrees
Yeah.
with most of your takes.
Really?
It's just well, he believes in like lizard
No, he
people.
wouldn't agree with any of our takes. I promise
I
you that.
promise he does.
No
Do
guy.
you?
Well, if he does,
You don't know what
then the
Brian's
thing
into
is
behind
that
closed
he's
doors.
LARPing. What's the real him?
I think both things can.
The guy who agrees with Christian conservatism, or the guy who
Well,
walks
he's-
through a mall
he's not-
drinking his own
so he's
sperm?
not
Which is the
religious.
real guy?
He's not religious. He just holds a lot of, I guess, religious principles. Like he thinks traditional gender roles are good. He thinks it's okay to
What?
date much younger women. He thinks.
What
I guess not for himself.
what of the dynamic that you explained earlier has anything to do with
That doesn't-
traditional?
You can support it for society, but not for yourself. You know.
I mean, you don't think that a guy who requests that you do that is mentally ill? You don't think that
I mean,
he's
he's
a little...
definitely a throwed, but like he's a
little
functional
throwed.
member of society for the most part. Like I've
So you
definitely
don't feel
seen
bad-
more throwed
so you don't
people.
feel bad about it either?
I mean, it's just in that one regard.
It's interesting. The
I don't feel bad. He
women,
loved it.
the women object to the bow thing, but like they would absolutely like we've had girls who come on the show who do findom, who's basically financial abuse, and they basically bankrupt men. But somehow
But the
I'm the
men are, like,
bad guy
begging you to
because
do
I
it.
want a woman to bow.
No, I don't think she was saying it was bad. She even said she'd do
Nobody
it.
said that.
She's just saying as long
Unless
as you
you wanna
don't
be the bad
really
guy,
view them
you're
as
into
like less than human and
Yeah,
beneath
if
you.
view them as a
Yeah, but
piece
why
of
even-
property that is less than you or like a slave.
Do you want a
It depends
submissive
on why
woman,
you want
or
them
do
to
you want a
bow
brat?
and in what context.
I do not like brats at all.
I don't believe you.
What's
You
a
like
brat?
to argue a lot. Well, a
No,
brat is like,
trust me, I
they're like
don't like to
submissive,
argue
but they're
with
gonna
you,
fight
Rob.
back a little bit and like make you.
Yeah, it's like a sub thing of BDSM.
Yeah, so you don't mean like in the commons, if you call somebody a brat, means they're acting spoiled rotten, something like that. So it doesn't mean that. It's some other kink bullshit.
Sort of. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kink bullshit.
Okay.
But they act that
No,
way.
to answer your question, I don't want a brat.
Ethan.
I don't.
You
want
just
a brat.
want like a fully submissive woman.
fully submissive. Yep.
What camps, Ethan? What are you talking about?
I mean,
Much
to each
love.
their own, I guess.
I'll read this. I'll read it while it's up. Ethan Knight, much love.
No.
Actually, Maddie, can you read it?
Much love and appreciation to the good intentions of your podcasts, Brian and Andrew effing Wilson, who is always the best on the show. Some of these women, though, would not have survived the camps.
Thank you, Ethan. Can you hide it and then read this one?
Number 1 rule to kink: you don't expose non-consenting people to kink.
Yep.
Stop
Consents.
backpedaling with reasons why it's not so bad.
I didn't
But
backpedal.
you basically essayed everyone who was around. They didn't know doesn't excuse.
Right.
Mine
Yeah,
was in
that's mine,
private,
dude.
just by the way. Mine was at my house.
Okay, that's fine. Ethan, thank you for that super chat, man. Really appreciate it. I think that's my first time seeing you send in a super, so appreciate your patronage, man.
There's
Thank you for your
rules to
support.
kink. Like what?
There's
know,
rules,
there's-
dude.
there's
What
definitely
in the name
rules.
of degeneracy is this shit?
Yeah.
My
I
God,
don't do
how
this
you
stuff
people figure
anymore,
this
and I
out?
was never
What is-
into
you
it.
have consent forms for
Yes,
kink?
you were.
There's a
No,
there's a
What the hell's
book.
wrong with you?
Listen,
Andrew,
listen.
there's
Like,
a
I would
book.
not
You didn't
date
know?
somebody
There's a
that
book.
wanted me to do that shit.
There's a book?
Okay.
So we're
You
talking
had a man in
about,
the
like,
chat.
Kink 101?
Yeah, like I experimented with it because
It's
he
in the
asked me to,
college
but like we weren't
thesis.
hooking up or anything, and I would never
How to
hook
be
up
a
with somebody who
degenerate
does
scumbag 101. Written by
Oh, boy.
What the
Oh,
fuck,
boy.
dude?
Anyways, let's see. You said, how could, wait, hold on.
There's an
I have
honors
one more
course
thing
too.
to say is, a lot of men like to. It's mostly men who get those like plugs that are like remote controlled and like wear them around in stores and stuff. Girls don't do that like as much as men. They're really into like wearing butt plugs in public and stuff. Well, that's what my subs like tell me. And, I
Yeah,
give
they're
a lot.
degenerate.
Listen,
they're
I
fucking
live-
degenerate.
I live
But a
in-
lot of them are also married.
I live in West
Good
Hollywood.
men
She's
that are
not lying.
married too. So
They got a beard. Yeah, their wives.
values are just so high.
Their wife is a beard. Their wife is a beard. Those guys are probably. They're probably.
They're hanging out in West
Gay?
Hollywood.
I don't know.
They're hanging out in
I
West
personally
Hollywood.
don't judge anyone's kink.
Me neither, but I'm
Or
not
they're
kinky.
Well,
I'm
I
not
I'm
judge
sure you
it.
don't.
In through my
Other than
date,
that,
I
you'll
don't like
walk
that
them
shit.
through
And a
malls and make them wear
consenting
panties
online
and drink
thing.
sperm. I'm sure you don't judge anybody's kink. That would be a pretty precarious branch to stand on, wouldn't it?
Did he pay you?
No, I didn't never ask for money. That's the thing, is
Oh.
I couldn't ask him for anything because I'm also very subby. I don't want to. Yeah, it's
So you
hard for
did it
me
out
to
of the
even
goodness
ask
of
my
your heart.
subs whenever I need money. I'm just like,
Sort of.
Okay, you said you've been the main provider in all your relationships. It's not a preference. I've just yet to connect with anyone who makes good money. Not a problem, but unfortunately I've been used a lot, so now I have this fear of ulterior motives, much like men do with women. My recent ex, fiance kinda, had you paying student loans, truck payments, truck and motorcycle mods, regular and wilderness EMT courses, firefighter training, general credit card debt, etc.
And yeah, he also runs a scam on the internet under a fake name. He's literally a serial scammer.
So you're sugar mama.
Boy, you
Yeah.
picked a good one, eh?
This was like the first guy that I dated who he was really just good at faking. He had this mask, but because I have a very degenerate past, he was the first good guy, the one that I thought I was doing the right thing. Like my parents would approve of this. Come to find out afterward, they were like, I always got a bad vibe about him. But I was naive. I was like, oh, this
You
is.
see why you're supposed to listen to your parents? Do you see why you're supposed
They
to
didn't
listen
tell me
now?
until after because they just
That's
thought I was
why,
happy
see?
and they didn't want to give
Well-
me
Yeah, but they
input.
didn't give her
Wait.
the information until after she broke up with him. So
Yeah.
it's
Well,
it's a moot
they
point.
should have, though. They should have.
They
But
should
you would have
have.
told her to ignore it. You would have said, ignore their advice. So, yeah, so that's on you.
How
Wait.
How else are you going to become a good human being until you learn how to not be a,
Well, you
a bad
adopt
person?
your ethics, your morals, and even your mannerisms from your parents. You're a genetic copy, essentially, of your mom and your dad. So the nature that they are is probably going to at least trickle down to you somewhat. So if they have good ethics or good morals or they're pillars of the community or things like that, I would think that you would want kids to listen to them. That seems wise. Like if they're successful, at least to some degree. Now I would judge success as being something as basic as they go to work every day and they get by, but they love you. That seems like success to me. That seems like it's something that most people could at least emulate to a degree.
If I'm going to play the devil's advocate, though, if I were going to listen, or if most people listen to their parents, you wouldn't see a lot of the comedians who are comedians be comedians, or actors be actors, because those are frivolous jobs. So there's things like that.
Yeah, but this isn't a 1980s movie. Come on, where they're like, "Where's the fucking
right, good
money,
point.
Keith?" Right? Where they're like, "No, I want you to go to a business school instead of an art school." That was all phony baloney shit. Anyway, that was all deconstructing society in the 80s. Anyway, due to punk rock culture. Most of the time, if you want to go to a good art school, your parents aren't like, no, that's just not really how it works in reality, honestly. They might give you advice to the contrary,
Their Alm
but...
Meatball donated $200. Yikes. Stay away from bums purple. Abuela, you can't keep saying people should not listen to parents when you are exhibit A as to why people should.
I'm not going to dispute that, but I'm not an abuela, stupid.
What's abuela?
Abuela is grandma. I'm not a grandma.
Oh,
Dumb fuck.
Okay.
Oh, he was like, he
Oh
probably
shit,
doesn't
Mr.
even know what
Meatball.
that is. Oh, he's trying to
She
say
called
that.
you a dumb fuck.
I did.
Shots fired.
Name 10 books.
Going back to you. So this guy who you paid all this
I'm
shit
a Christian
for.
conservative. We can't read.
Meanwhile, he shamed you for how you made money, and he ended up cheating on you with a nurse and got the clap.
Ooh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is true.
Yeah.
Well, I was stripping back then, and then after the thing that I can't mention, I started doing OnlyFans, and yeah, he did not like that I was a stripper, but he benefited from it, and he used the fact that it was a degenerate thing, and like he didn't like it, and I'm just a strumpet to be like manipulating me to feel
She
like
watches the show. She likes the show.
He manipulated me with, just shaming me for what I do, into making up for it by giving him all my money. And I literally left that relationship with nothing.
I mean,
nothing.
I feel like I side with you on this one, because like he can't be all bitching about your job while you're paying for all his shit.
That part.
And then
Like he needs to pay for his shit, or and then he can
I'm going to have to
criticize
take
you.
a disagreement with Brian on this one. So, okay, I think he can. I think that even if he's not working and you're supporting him, he can still bitch if you're a sex worker. I think that's fine. Like, I don't actually have any objection to that.
I mean, he can just leave,
he
though.
shouldn't. Well, my view is he just shouldn't have dated her.
I mean, yeah, if he
that
didn't
part.
like it.
Like
he
if
So he
I'm
benefited
assuming
from it until he didn't need me because
Like you
Look,
told
he
him.
watched the
He
Julia
went off and
Roberts
literally
movie.
married the side
Okay,
chick.
Pretty Woman. He thought he could turn him out, right? So he bitched about it a little bit. That seems reasonable, right? Seems reasonable. Like, why can't he? Why can't you
really
bitch
didn't.
about it? Why
I don't
can't you
think
say,
he had a-
I still would like you to not do that?
Well, it wasn't even a moral thing because he was also very promiscuous.
While you guys were together?
Clearly, he was cheating, but we had an open relationship.
Yeah,
This
but you
is
didn't
one of
know he
my-
was cheating, right?
This was probably the most open relationship I had.
He had no reason to cheat. She literally
wait a second.
shared him all the
You
time.
didn't,
clubs and
you didn't
shared
know
all
he
the
was
things.
cheating, right?
I had a suspicion because there were some things that were like little signs, and
Yeah, but
the
you
rule in our
didn't know. And if you
as an
knew he
open
was cheating, you would have
relationship-
ended the convo, or not the convo, the relationship. So you can't say,
I
well, he was
didn't know.
promiscuous if
I
you
found
didn't know he was
panties,
promiscuous.
But there was no because we're supposed to talk to each other and be like, let them know about our partners. Like, if I had a partner, he knew about him. If I was even just in a talking stage, like talking on Tinder with somebody, I would be like, hey, I met this new guy who I kind of vibe with. But he just did not tell me about this particular one at all and really denied it. But I knew that there was something going on because
Is this
I
one of
found,
those weird
some underwear.
things
Also,
where you... Okay, hang on, I gotta ask. Is this one of those weird things where you're like, we have the ground rules where as long as we just tell each other who we're boning, then it's okay?
Yeah,
it's one of
there's
those
other
things.
things,
But, you didn't tell me, so you cheated? Is it one of those?
Yeah, it's about communication, honesty, and obviously if there were somebody that we didn't feel comfortable with and we brought that up, we would.
But this
not
is while
see
you're
that
a
person.
sex worker, right?
What? Why?
This relationship or this whole
No,
thing?
I've been a sex worker since I was 19.
But that's where the hypocrisy comes in. It's like you can't really expect him to just be monogamous if you're a sex worker.
Well, we
She
weren't
didn't expect him to
monogamous.
be monogamous.
That's the thing
They
is
had an
that's
open
another
relationship.
reason why that he used to basically
But that
make
includes
me feel
telling
bad
you.
about everything and bend to his
No, that's
every
not
need
a
and pay
fair
for everything he
equivalence because
wanted.
she-
And
I think your ex was a
She
bitch.
told him,
Yeah,
and then
he
you
was.
finally
And so he
figured
had to
that
twist
out.
it.
Yeah, and I
And
did
you're
not
left
did.
his ass.
I didn't leave him because
he
of
hit
the
that.
cheating either. I didn't leave him because of the cheating because I don't give a fuck. I didn't give a shit.
She doesn't give a fuck.
I really don't care about the
About
cheating.
any
I
of
just thought it
that
was funny
shit.
to bring up because she was a nurse and gave him and I chlamydia.
Oh, you got the clap too?
Well, I mean, I was
Nice.
fucking my boyfriend.
Good
So,
times.
unfortunately, yeah.
I'm really happy you're with this one good now.
Thank you.
Because
He gave you the clap
Well, we were
because
fucking.
you guys were. Oh,
Honestly, that's the only time I've ever had an STD. So,
oh
in
no!
my
I just
many years of being super
is that
promiscuous,
like
and I got
God's
the clap
way
from
of
my
telling you stop
serious,
doing
like,
that
2-year
shit?
partner.
Do you think? So maybe God being like, stop,
But
just
it's
stop.
really, yo, you can get sick at the grocery store because someone sneezes on you. Like, stop going to the grocery store. Like, all you have to do is go get a little shot or take, you get an HPV vaccine and then you're good. Like,
Is that the case with HIV?
well, I'm not
That's why I
having
made,
high
that's
risk
why I made
HIV
Gary get
sex.
tested before I even entertained it.
I'll continue
high
on
risk
with my
for
notes
HIV
here.
would be-
Andrew, I don't know if you saw this. I just wanted to bring Andrew's attention to this. Nick, could you show up the articles about the bear killing? Andrew's going to love this one. Not love it.
You talking about the attacks that
Bear.
have been happening in California?
Yeah, a woman, the first ever black bear fatality in California, a woman was killed. It's kind of ironic in
It's like the
The
Simpsons.
timing.
With all the women
Very
picking a
ironic.
bear.
Timing is impeccable.
Stupid.
Now, going on to more notes from you, you said don't hold body count against people. Even though I've been promiscuous in my past, I've become very choosy of who I'm romantic with now. In fact, I'd argue that my experience has made me even more secure in my current relationship because I know what I want and don't want. Well, couldn't you know what you want and don't want in a relationship without fucking? Huh?
What? Huh?
Well, like, you mean sexually, or because I mean that's the. Do you mean sexually?
I'm still confused about this question.
Well, you said in fact because you said don't
So
hold body
I had
count against people.
Well, what I said there, I think you're misunderstanding, was that I've had a lot of, well, sexually as well, but like just from person to person, their traits, their characteristics, and all that stuff, and like how we connect, and just values as well. Like,
Okay, but so you said you'd argue that your experience has made me even more secure in my current relationship because I know what I want and don't want now. You've become very choosy of who I'm romantic with now. So you said you've had sex between like 50 and 100 people. Couldn't you, like this experience you garnered in terms of what you want and don't want, of all the people you've had sex with, wouldn't you have gotten the same experience even if you hadn't had sex with them?
no.
Well, I'm
Why?
not talking about sexual experience. I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean by experience and what you want and don't want.
So what he's asking, the simplified version, he's just saying,
Thank you.
couldn't you have gained the same exact experiences with these people absent having sex with them? Why is the sex the important part of these experiences?
Well, because in a relationship, it's usually, well, there's a number of things that you would go outside of a relationship for besides sex. So no, it isn't just sex. It's also a lot of other things, like the way they treat you, the way you communicate, and all the things. But I was doing those things with the other partners that I've had in my life. It wasn't just sex. So I learned a lot
but
about
that's not what
myself.
he's-
I learned a lot about people and how they treat me. And
I don't know why it's not reading. Purple, when you ran to the bathroom and started throwing up, is it because you smelled your own rancid pits? Is that why the TP Kris Jenner did the blank try up before or after the surgeries roasts?
I actually
Thank
inhaled
you,
some
Nickelodeon.
water.
Name 10 books, Nicolo.
Coughing.
Thank you, Nickelodeon. Appreciate it. Oh, by the way, TTS is down. Forgot to mention, we've lowered it to 69. If any of you want to get one in before we wrap up the show. Speaking of which, let me pull this up.
Anonymous donated $100. Number one rule to kink: you don't expose
Oh, it already came
non-consenting
through, right?
people to
We already
kink.
read this? Okay,
Yeah.
my bad. All right. Let's see. The last notes here we have, you had a tweet and you said, TBH, I'm a cuck, so I like when my man gets pussy.
Oh, wow.
So you're a cuck
Once
queen.
again,
You're a cuck queen.
Only if it's under the right communication beforehand, and even when not, it can still be kind of hot. It just depends on like a lot of different variables, and if it feels cucky.
But
or
wait,
hot.
so if the girl, like, for example, if the girl's hotter than you and he still tells you, but he has like a stronger sexual connection with her, are you upset? Are you going to get
if the
upset?
girl's hotter and he has a stronger sexual connection,
Yeah.
yeah, of course it's
But
gonna be
why?
a little.
But
that's
why he
what
talked to you?
excites a cuck.
But he told you
That is
about
what
it.
You
He-
kind of.
He gave you. He's like, hey, honey, I want to fuck this hotter chick. I like her pussy better than yours. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right.
A female can't be a cuckold. Only men can be cuckolds.
No, definitely. Cuck is just.
There's a
kink.
term, cuck queen.
Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah, I know. That's just, but that's meaningless, right? The whole purpose behind the term cuck is that you could unwittingly be raising the offspring that is not yours.
That's true.
Well,
Yeah,
for
that's-
women, the offspring's always going to be
Right,
theirs.
yeah.
They're not unwittingly ever going to be raising offspring which
Well-
is not theirs unwittingly. That can't have. So there's just, there is no female cuck. That's just nonsense talk, right?
So then what is it? Is it just
A cuck?
No,
Yeah,
what is
cuck
her
is-
situation?
She's a voyeur.
Oh, well,
She's a voyeur.
any guy who's
Yeah, I
with
would say
her
voyeur.
is a
She's
cuck.
like in-
Yeah.
So if a guy is
like
sharing
watching
her,
and
he's a
being
cuck.
watched, so.
Right. She's a
But the
voyeur.
chick can't. Yeah, she's just
kinda cucky to
what you
do
would
that,
call
and-
I guess a strumpet, right?
Especially-
that's what you would.
Strumpet.
Yeah, you would just
A
call it that
strumpet.
essentially.
Oops. So hold on. We need to do some dating app review. Nick, can you pull up the dating app reviews? What's the tweet? Can you read it to me?
People are so stupid.
We'll pull it. Yeah, we can do that really quick. I don't know. One of you posted this. Yeah. Actually, he who does not lick the clit should not get to hit. One of you guys tweeted this out, or like reacted to
It
it.
looks like a cool party. Look at all
Yeah.
the punks. They like crusty. I love it.
So going around the table,
Cool
is
people.
it a deal breaker if a guy's not willing to go down?
I've had a guy that did not want to, and yeah, there was a lot of other things going on there
Sure.
too.
I don't prefer it. Like it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite thing. So I mean, I don't think I'd care that much, honestly.
Okay.
I don't care that much. I don't really care.
It's a bit of a deal breaker.
Ooh,
That would be a deal breaker for me.
I don't
Huh.
care.
Okay.
I'm indifferent.
Like, I
Anonymous
respect it,
donated
but-
$69. Your long-term boyfriend is cheating on you and all his friends know. Do you expect his friends to tell you? Brian, how about name tags on the mic stands to easily identify guests?
We've had the
is
suggestion
this
before. We're not gonna do that, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, if that is a scenario I'm supposed to answer, I guess. Well, I think I'm pretty close with their friends. They might snitch, but they might not. It's a strange question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they'd probably. I'd like to think that they would.
His friends tell you?
The
Is that-
chatter's
is that
asking
just for the
if they
whole table?
should they snitch?
Okay, your
Should
long-term
they?
boyfriend is cheating on you. All his friends know. Would you expect his friends to tell you?
For _the_underscore patriarchy donated $69. Question for the panel: would you let your partner go to the strip club if they go for the wings and music?
Okay, we'll come here. We'll do that one, then we'll come back to the cheating one. So going around the table on this one.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them going to strip club. We go together.
I don't care. I don't care. No comment.
I wouldn't want him to go without me, but I took the last guy I dated to the strip club for his first time.
Or was it
As
for
like
the
a date.
wings and the music?
No.
No. Okay.
Yes, only for the wings and the music.
The salad bar. Yeah, right.
Oh gosh.
Ooh.
Sometimes the
my
food
vibe.
is good though.
My husband wouldn't go, but I wouldn't care, honestly. I wouldn't care if he went.
Yeah, would you let them read Hustler magazine because they just really like the articles?
Absolutely.
Well, I was the cover
Yeah,
of
of
May.
course.
So, Hustler
They
magazine.
He can
they
borrow
still
mine.
have that
I
magazine?
mean, ideally, you'd pick a man that
Yeah.
doesn't have an interest in going regardless. You can eat wings somewhere else.
And then
really
long-term
good?
boyfriend, all his friends know. Do you expect his friends to tell you?
No.
No.
Yes? It's bro code.
Yeah.
It's against bro
But they
code.
do tell us.
Sometimes
more
they
often
will.
than not.
If they're trying to fuck you.
Yeah, they be snitching.
Okay. All right.
Bros
Moving on.
before hoes.
Okay.
They'll tell you if they're trying to smash in next.
Exactly.
Dating apps, yep. Wait, which one is this?
10 out of 10.
Is this zoomed out?
Smash.
Smash, 10 out of
Smash or
10.
pass. Wait.
Oh, she's like Facebook
smash.
dating.
Hard smash.
I think you got to zoom. Can you
Is that
zoom it
the
out
game?
and show me, please?
Or is that the TikTok sound?
Yeah, that, okay.
Well, I have it on the next one. I did it on purpose.
What do you mean? But we need a, okay, that's fine. Can you read this one, Alyssa? Just read your own profile.
Based, I value intellect and communication above all. I typically won't engage in small talk, but if you want to talk space travel, psychology, philosophy, etc., I'll probably bite. I have kids and I'm open to having more. My Insta is something like Clementine. Oh, and my love language is acts of service. So if you're lazy or don't have your life together, we won't vibe. And then I said, looking for a man in tech, green eyes, trust fund, 6+. And then I said, it's a TikTok reference, totally not serious, LOL.
Yeah,
Lol.
the song goes hard.
Yeah, it's just a funny reference.
Your love language is acts of service.
Yeah.
My confusion with the love languages is,
There's
does it mean
physical
what you want?
Yeah.
Or how you express?
Both.
It can be, but most of the time it's in reference to what you expect. Men tend to be physical touch or acts of service, or actually maybe men are more like physical touch and words of affirmation, I think.
Acts of service is where it's
And I
at.
just put that because the last guy that I interacted with was super lazy. And like, I take care of 2 toddlers alone, keep a spotless house, cook, work multiple jobs. So I'm very driven. I cannot carry I just feel like as a man, you're probably like a bum if you can sit there and watch someone that you claim to care about struggling and you're not naturally inclined to help, because I would never watch a man go through it and not, have the empathy to help him. Like, I would take it upon myself.
You mean like the vast majority of women?
I'm not the vast majority of women, so I can't speak for them, but.
So wait, so he wouldn't clean up after your toddlers?
Yes. Yeah. No. Like, okay. Like one day, my air conditioner, I needed more Freon. I needed to charge my air conditioner in the car, and you're not useful to me as a man if I'm doing that and taking care of kids and cooking and cleaning. Like, that's something you should be doing. I feel I support gender roles. I'm totally fine keeping a clean house, looking hot for you, bearing babies. I don't think every relationship should be like that, but I tend to prefer that, the more biblical type of thing. So like, if you don't have a job and you're not driven, you don't have any goals or aspirations, and you're just lazy and you just sit around and do nothing, that's not attractive to me.
He didn't have a job?
No, not really. I can't disclose too much because then it'll be obvious who I'm talking about.
So didn't you choose him?
No. Once I realized that he was like that, I was like, this is not going to work out.
Okay.
Your example of why he was lazy is because you didn't recharge your AC with
Bucky
Freon.
Larson donated
He just
$70.
did nothing ever.
Purple hair girl, catching an STD is not appealing. Please stop being a strumpet. Question for the ladies: if a man is the provider in a marriage relationship, is he the prize?
Sure, we'll go around the table on this. Go ahead.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
I don't know. Yes.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
Assuming he's good to you otherwise as well. Because you can be a provider and be a piece of shit, and then I'm still going to divorce you.
Over your head or anything, to do crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Is he the prize? That's the question.
I think we could both be the prize, but.
I mean,
was there another tab on the dating one from her? Or is that the only thing? The whole lazy guy thing? Yeah.
And you have my main thing is that you have to be intellectually stimulating for me.
Wait, so What do you want in a guy?
I want someone who's intelligent, and like I don't expect anybody to take care of me, but I don't want to have to take care of them either.
Okay.
But mostly I want someone who's like, I love to debate, and I like somebody to teach me things. And like I want who I'm around to be better than me so that I can grow.
Like debate
You
with
like
your partner?
Yeah, it's exhausting.
I mean, not all the time, but yeah.
Yeah, that's fun stuff.
Oh, I hate that.
I just love to explore, not necessarily
it's friendly
debate, but I
debate.
like to explore intellectual
We know
topics
Ryan.
together.
Yeah.
Why?
Even if you don't have a disagreement, you can just
Hold
debate
on.
for fun.
Stop. Go ahead.
You said you don't like when people debate with you. I mean, we know. It's obvious. Just saying.
What?
Say the spicy thing that you were going to say.
What spicy thing?
I don't know. It seems very spicy.
Tech_Peach_Eater donated $69. 6 feet 1 inch in tech, 6 figures, skateboarder. I eat peaches on first date. And you are banging.
Oh my God. Well, I don't sleep with anybody on a first date, but get tested, and if, we're vibing.
Have you ever had a one-night stand?
Yes, once.
Have you ever slept with somebody on a first date but continued seeing them?
Yes, but this is all prior to becoming a Christian too.
What denomination again?
I mean, I know y'all push for this. I mean, you could say Protestant, I guess, but
Yeah,
really, I just like read, like I interpret the Bible.
Wait,
I don't really
so
subscribe
are you
to-
waiting until marriage to have sex?
No.
Well, so why, hold on.
I'm not saying that I'm a perfect Christian and that I uphold all the values.
No, but why, hold on. If the reason you no longer sleep with someone on the first date, the justification, the pretext is you siding to Christian values.
Sure, but if you look at biblical times,
wouldn't the ultimate manifestation of that be waiting until marriage?
Sure, but
So
if you look
why-
at the context of marriage within biblical times, they weren't like having a court officiate a wedding. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the church did. Is the church officiating your wedding?
I don't know. I wouldn't actually be opposed to waiting.
This is
but
why
I'm
you shouldn't debate. You're bad at it. So you have a guy who's good, probably a lot worse at debate,
Whatever.
honestly.
Whatever. I try to uphold as many of them as I can, but I'm not going to be perfect at it. I don't think anybody can pretend to be.
Yeah, but perfection's not the point of Christianity or Christian ethics. If you're talking about Christian
true.
ethics, though, if you're trying to uphold not being promiscuous because you think that that's part of divine command, then just not sleeping with a guy on the first date really doesn't have anything to do with it. It's basically skirting the whole point of what that divine command is, isn't it?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's not the only reason I don't sleep with someone on the first date, but I do try.
That's what you cited to.
I do try.
That's what
That's what you
cited to.
appealed to, though, was your Christian ethics.
Okay, fair.
Now it's like, okay, by the third date, then we'll sleep together. And it's like,
No, I
okay,
just
but that
I'm
kind of
not
defeats
gonna
the whole
just hook up
point
with
of the
people
ethical
randomly.
standard.
Once we're in a monogamous commitment.
Really?
I guess.
That's,
yeah.
How long
lately-
does that typically take?
I
Months?
mean, it can vary.
Months?
It can vary.
You're really telling me that the last guy you had sex with, were you guys in a monogamous?
Yeah, we agreed from the very beginning that if we sleep with other people, we're going to tell each other.
Big Smoke donated $69. Mommy milkers. Big mommy milkers. Big, huge milkers. And huge, big milkies.
Why are you covering up now?
So
They've
the
been out
last
the whole time.
question for you. The last guy that you had sex with, how quickly did you sleep with him?
I think like the second or third time. Yeah. But we talked for a while before.
Okay.
He actually was asking me out
Committed
multiple times before I
relationship.
finally went out with him. Yeah. And we agreed immediately. I'm not going to sleep with you if you're sleeping with other people. If you decide to, that's fine. Just clue me in because I don't want to catch a fucking STD.
Yeah.
What actual Christian ethics do you adhere to?
I'm definitely very forgiving. I have forgiven my husband for a lot of things. I try not to, I don't feel like it's my place to judge anybody. I try to watch my
Christian
tongue.
ethics have nothing to do with not judging people.
Judge not that you may not be judged, or watch the.
That would just be a standardization.
Pick the
right?
log
So if
out of
you
your
were
eye
to-
before you point out the speck in someone
but
else's.
don't you understand that that's a standardization? So that's actually giving a standard for which to judge.
Okay, yeah.
Saying,
no,
okay,
fair.
yeah, that's what it's doing, is giving a standard for which to
But
judge.
it also talks
And-
about you're not going to sit here and judge somebody for the shit that you're doing.
Yeah, why couldn't you?
Because it says worry about the log in your own eye before you try to point out the splinter in someone
Yeah,
else's
but
or something to that effect.
just so you understand, appeal to hypocrisy, if you're going to argue something, one of the weakest forms of argumentation to say it's because it's actually fallacious. It's called an appeal to hypocrisy. So just pointing out, well, let's assume for a second that a serial killer told you that it's bad to kill people. He would still be right, but he would be a hypocrite, right? So the thing is when you're structuring arguments, you don't want to think about what could or could not be hypocritical from the person's angle. When you're talking about judgment, though, you use judgment all the time. I mean, you have to. Just to get by in life, you have to use judgment
Sure.
constantly.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree.
So, yeah, to some
I'm not gonna
degree. So the
speak out
thing
on-
is like you judge people constantly. I mean, if you see somebody who looks sinister, you probably stay away from them.
Right.
Or,
but that's why I
there's any number
specified
of different
things
ways
that
you
I'm
judge
also
people.
doing. I'm not going to judge
What's that?
someone. I'm not going to judge someone for things that I'm also doing.
Yeah, but I don't understand why that makes it better.
Because it's
That's the thing I don't get. I don't understand how that is the perception of the Christian
That
ethic.
is
That if you're a sinner and you're judging other sinners, that somehow makes your sin less bad. That's what I don't get.
no, I don't think it makes your sin less bad. I'm just
Right. So then why is that part of this kind of ethical framework that you have of, but I don't judge because I'm doing the same thing? That doesn't seem like it's in the spirit of that
Handsome
ethic, does it?
donated $69. Almost a whatever first. All these lovely ladies without visible tattoos are piercings. You don't realize just how beautiful and amazing you look. The exception gets a pass from me.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. Not sure what that means.
He likes that you guys don't have tattoos, I guess. Okay.
Thank you.
Good to know. Good to know. Let's do the other dating app. This is Sky. Okay, this is your Hinge. Scroll down. Next. Let's debate this topic: adult circumcision.
I love that topic.
What? Just really quick, what's your position there? For or against circumcision?
For
You're for circumcision.
for adult circumcision.
Oh, adult. Wait.
So like them deciding for themselves.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Oh, so you're against child?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Next. Okay. Next. Next. You won public. Okay, cool. Congrats. Next.
It's fake.
A social cause I care about. This one's interesting.
What is that?
Environmental racism.
Environmental racism
What is that?
is like redlining. It's
Okay,
the
gotcha.
practice of where certain minority groups are living in areas that
Yes.
have higher pollution and don't have investment from the community in like grocery stores. They're like food deserts, stuff like that. So
Yeah, it's always been that way, like everywhere. It's
yeah. So
Horrible.
that's a cause that I care about.
Are there any more, Nick? Or is that it? Okay.
That's my cat. Well, my
so
parents'
sweet.
cat.
That's a sweet little proper dating app.
What was the other? Was there something else we had to do, Nick?
We didn't do Busker.
Oh, we'll do that really quick. Sure. Oh, hold on.
Warlord69 you
Thank you.
donated $69. Maddie, where the heck is my man Gus?
He
Andrew,
died.
great to see you again. Keep destroying the clap before it happens to others. Ladies, Bear or Mr. Yeast the English simp?
I don't get it. Mr. Yeast.
I don't know who that is.
Mr. Yeast, the English simp.
I think he's talking about Bevo.
Oh yeah.
I don't know who that is,
Fuck
but
that
I'll
guy.
take him over a bear.
Frick that guy.
Have
You might
seen
take
his
the bear over
videos?
Bevo.
And I'm trying to think what the other thing is.
That's how we should frame that question from now on, Brian. We should say the bear or Bevo.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Bear or Bevo. We were gonna do the Bumble segment really quick, but I gotta wait until all the girls are back to do it. So, what's up, Nick?
Busker as well.
They need John.
Oh, Bucker. Yeah, pull up Bucker.
Come on.
And then there's the dating, dating Carter.
Dating. Wait, dating harder? Oh. That could be related to the burden component that we're talking about. Just pull up Butker. This was kind of funny. Feminists warn young girls against marrying rich, muscular football stars who love them and take care of all their needs and praise them in speeches. So this is basically like he had this speech. Me and Andrew reacted to it, saying that I forgot precisely what he said, but basically he was saying that women are happiest, I think, as mothers and taking care of the household, sort of thing, instead of like working some job. I think that was the
and that they don't have many options after college.
So I thought that was funny. That was from the Babylon Bee or whatever. Once she's back, we'll do the Bumble segment, and we'll probably wrap up the show. I guess we could do a brief roast section. I don't know. I need to put mod delay on if we're gonna do it though. So we need mod.
Roast section? Is that what it's
Yeah, we need a roast section. What was the thing that you were gonna say, and then the TTS came in, saved by the TTS? Something about something that I said.
How you don't like to debate or something.
She's like, we
yeah,
know.
I don't get what was the own? She was like so proud of. She was so proud.
I know why.
I mean, it's true. You like
It's
turn off
also-
mics and shit when they don't agree with you.
No,
Somebody-
When they won't
paid for
bow.
that.
Someone paid for
Yeah,
that.
someone paid for that.
Like $500.
Yeah, he paid
Yeah,
for that.
is that weird in a relationship to not want to debate?
I think it is.
Argue?
Actually, Jordan Peterson
hate
has
it.
a talk on this where he says
Yeah,
you
I
want someone to
disagree.
contend
Yeah.
with.
Yeah, I disagree. No,
I mean, if you want to like
I
stay
disagree with
one-dimensional, by
Jordan.
all means. But I want to know when I'm wrong. I
It has
want to be
nothing
able
to
to
do with
grow and
being
evolve.
one-dimensional.
Yeah, and I don't think it has anything to do with being right
well,
or wrong.
Okay, well then, you're wrong. Now grow from this.
I hate
I don't think I'm
debating.
wrong on
I
this
don't.
one.
I don't want you to be one-dimensional. I want you to be three-dimensional.
What are the three dimensions?
Being a person.
Oh.
Being
What
alive.
what are the? You mean? What are you asking me? What are the three dimensions?
Didn't know if like the three dimensions stood for something, or if you were referencing like three-dimensional reality.
No, you said I don't want to be one-dimensional.
Right.
So I was doing a play on words.
Was that
you know,
is that
it's
why like guys maybe
that's
are not
all.
always funny? Not everybody could be a comedian.
I mean, it is if you understand it.
if you understand, or maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
but I mean, you have to be seeking that high-level intellectualism that you're seeking so much, right?
I really do. No, I actually love things like this, believe it or not. Like, we all have, like, holes in our awareness. Nobody knows everything. And I think being able to bounce ideas off of people and disagree is good for humanity. And I think it's something that society has
Yeah, I think it's
become
great
against.
for humanity. I just don't think it's great for relationships. I don't think that
don't think
debating. So debating is contentious, right?
I don't think it has to be
idea you can have an idea behind debate where you're just trying to get to the truth. That's true, but debate's also utilized as a weapon. It's a weapon which you can defend yourself, or you can assail other people verbally. And inside of a polite society,
not
that's
trying to
basically what
assail
you're left
anybody.
with. That's basically what you're left with, right? Is it's a form of verbal judo, let's say.
I mean, I guess it
would
just
not,
depends
that
on how
sounds
you approach
exhausting
it.
in a relationship, right?
No, for me, it's just like if we have differing ideas, I just want to discuss each stance and like help each other deeper understand one another's perspective. And then maybe like you change your mind, maybe I change mine, maybe neither one of us do, but then we better understand the other person's position. And I like to really explore ideas that way.
Stacy for Senate donated $69. She doesn't like debate, she likes head games and word vomit. Also, is there a bra shortage in California? Where can we donate to help?
I'm wearing a bra.
I can't remember.
You can donate
Brain
to
shortage.
All my
We
exes
have
should
OnlyFans,
comment
so you can
on
donate
this
there.
fucking thread and
I was actually
let me
having
know
a
that.
conversation with somebody about this.
Definitely need.
Honey Burdette set?
Okay.
Honey Burdette set?
Isn't it the case that, wait, if you wear a bra, does it lead to less sagging or more sagging?
More.
More.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't have
Good to know.
Cannot have that. Not with these perfect.
Okay,
Yiddies.
please don't do that.
I literally have
Just
nothing.
call
I'm
them
squeezing on
Yiddies.
nothing. Yeah, at least I said Yiddies. But yeah, it's
any
also about
any
other
final
health
thoughts from any of the
risks.
panelists? We'll do a short roast session and then we'll wrap up. Maybe Andrew, do you have a question?
I do have one. I've been kind of patient here in my notes, if you'll humor me. So, let me pull it up on my screen. I wrote it down earlier. What would make you stop OnlyFans forever? That's the question.
Just finding a new, like, an interest or a job avenue that I want to pursue. I definitely would, but I haven't found anything that I want to do more. So
Is it because it's easy?
it's definitely not easy.
You don't think being on OnlyFans is easy?
No, I work literally like all the time.
Yeah,
and
it's literally all
it's
the
an
time.
emotionally laboring job too. Like,
How's
I'm
it
talking to a
emotionally
lot of
laboring?
people. I'm literally playing therapist for half the people that I talk to. It's emotional labor too because we're actually, like Brian said, providing a girlfriend experience, and that is you giving a bit of your.
If
But
it's
it's
so
fake.
hard, then why do it?
Yeah, it's fake. You're not really being their girlfriend.
A
You're
lot
not.
of jobs are hard. You have to make money and have a living, and like.
So then what
you-
you were
you
actually
choose the
saying is
one
that in comparison to
fits
other
and
jobs, it's
suits
as
you.
easy, but it's easy money, right?
It is.
In
No,
it's not
comparison
easy
to the
money.
work.
That is a common misconception.
So you mean getting naked on a camera where it doesn't require any actual real brain power because you're not curing cancer, you're not, building houses, you're not doing construction, you're not healing someone,
Probably
you're not
takes about as much brain power as comedy.
being a
Sorry, I
doctor is
don't
a
wanna
ma-
have a masculine job
being-
like you might.
being a doctor is a
Yeah,
masculine.
It take as much brain power as comedy.
What's that? Well,
takes
I'm not
about
just
as
a
much-
comedian. I'm a writer and a podcaster as well, and I have a real
Nick,
job,
can you
but I
show
won't
the
talk
view
about
count?
it on the show because I don't need everybody to know
View
where I
count.
work. But I have a real big girl
I mean,
job.
I think it probably is, though. I
Guys,
think
drop
that
a like on the
comedy,
video, please.
I
Drop
think
a
that
like on the
comedy
video. You
probably
can
would
hide
be
it.
harder than OnlyFans work, yeah.
I think they're both.
think
Depends
it
on how
would.
you approach it. She really does like a bunch of editing and photo shoot type stuff,
I do all my own editing, all my own everything.
marketing.
Heads up, guys.
marketing.
We've dropped the TTS to 25. We'll do a short
boy.
roast segment. Warning. I have unlimited moderation delay on this. So last show, I didn't have to reject any of the roasts, but I'm warning you that it is, again, last show, I let all of them go through. But if any of them are like TOS or like you're insulting anybody's appearance, I'm not going to play it. If you want to roast what somebody said, or if it's kind of on the more playful side, that's okay. But if you're actually like insulting anybody's appearance, or you're doing anything TOS, or you're being egregiously vile in some way, I'm not going to play it. But like I said, I'm pretty open with it. So if you guys want, we're going to do a $25 TTS.
Ladies, you may want to have a drink for this.
Brace yourself.
Yeah. But also, Andrew,
speaking of
I do
which-
OnlyFans too, and I'll be
Hold on.
done once I have enough money to buy.
Yo, Miss
Their
Gunny,
Alvin
thank you.
Paul donated $200.
Good idea.
Great show.
Good to
Glad
see you, man.
it's
Thank
still
you. Good to
going
see you
strong.
back in the chat.
Blondie, you got potential. Purple, stay away from bums and open relationships. And the rest of you, good luck. Abuelita, yikes.
Thanks for that.
Hey, Old Man Marine.
I probably fucked your father then. What is that?
I'm not confident that's the own you think it is.
Old Man Marine, I'm very sorry, but your chat is not appropriate. I guess we can. This one's kind of okay.
If you have an I
Couch
guess, I would
underscore
do it.
hopper underscore outdoors donated
Oh, wait.
$25. To the soft 3 in pink, do a pit test now on the gross chick with the poo story.
What poo
What?
story?
There's a poo story involved too?
Someone threw some.
6,969 blah 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 69 donated $25. Shares 1, 2 and 3 are prostitutes. 3 is just a former prostitute as she had an Only Simps page. Pros middle.team a person, in particular a woman, who engages in sex activity for payment. Shout out EZ. Nickelodeon donated $25. Yeah, but I dunno why you're throwing me shade. I'll name 10 books when you can name 3 science/tech books.
The Demon Haunted
And
World by
apparently the
Carl
3
Sagan,
dimensions of
Cosmos by
space.
Carl Sagan, The Future of Humanity by
Psycho
Michio
donated
Kaku.
$25. To the blonde girl. Is it cold in here, sweetheart? Kappa.
It is now. Because it's nighttime in LA. It's brick here.
Ripped Rich and Rare donated $25. Fat boy Andrew needs whatever bra y'all can scrape up. He's a bag of trash with 10-inch arms and big tits. Fat has crossed over gender barriers by growing tits. Titties. Boobs. Tits. UBs.
I see my fans are out there tonight.
Oh, damn.
Raven Simp donated $25. I don't think Raven-haired actually likes debating. I think she likes conflict and men being aggressive. Notice how today she refused to say I'm wrong. Lol.
I conceded multiple times.
Did you?
Yeah.
She did.
You didn't concede?
I
on
did.
one?
Yes, I did. Multiple
She did.
times.
You did.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yes, I did.
Well,
But if I
I'm not
like, there's
so
some
sure.
things I'm not going to just bow on.
There-
but
there's
I gave,
data to
I
back
gave
it up.
multiple. Rewatch it.
Yeah. Do we have a study that you conceded?
Gia Gracie donated $25. Quote underscore ladies underscore end quote. If a guy treats you badly, not physically abusive, but word on the street is you sorta deserve it, is he really the bad guy in this scenario?
No.
PLS Help donated $25. Hey, Brian and Andrew. 29-year-old, I own my house, make $100,000 a year, 2 kids. I work in mental health and was left after 6 years of marriage. Any advice on how to move forward?
Well, I'm sure wherever you work, you'll get a discount, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Any advice on how to move forward? Left after 6 years of marriage. Got to
back
get
out
back
there.
on the saddle.
Yeah,
You
get
got to
back out
find a new woman.
Is that Brian's Clint Eastwood impression?
I have no idea. I don't know what I don't know what I was going for.
Collectionet donated $25. Alyssa, I didn't say we would have sex first date. I would bite them peaches in a ladies' room. That's all. $6,969 blah 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 69 donated $25. There is no difference between regular prawn and your Only Simps page. Trying to argue there is just cope. Not only are you doing prawn, but you are also a prostitute. Renee Annie 13 donated $25. You hussies need to get your shit together. Let the patriarch fix you.
Who's the patriarch in this
I thought it
situation?
didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Who is
He
the
likes
patriarch?
to be tied up, I promise you.
Brian's Lint Roller donated $25. Back to low body count. An example that modern men care is Jake Paul versus Dennis. Jake was bullied for his wife's promiscuous past. Men wouldn't have weaponized this info if they didn't think it mattered. Jandar donated $25. Maddie is queen. And men definitely prefer low body count.
Facts.
Goes Logan Paul.
I don't think that's a roast. I think that's just a
opinion.
Yeah, they don't have to do a
Ulysses
roast.
the
You can
Pagan
send in
donated
just a comment.
$25.
You can say nice shit.
To the pro-life talk earlier, the panel claimed the right and free will for females, but they don't extend those same rights to the female within the womb.
This is a great point, by the way.
Well, not
Swanson
everybody
donated
gave their
$25. Saying that OF is harder than being a comedian is ridiculously dumb to say.
Thank you,
Editing
Swanson.
a video of yourself being naked and telling sweet lies to simps cannot compare to trying to make people laugh live.
Thank
We're
you.
gonna reverse card that.
Nickelodeon donated $25. Would you say claiming Twitch is commercial free, or subs are bugged when they aren't is comparable to an of model using ghostwriters? I get the sarcasm, just don't want you to feel left out, Brian.
Well, I actually did turn off the pre-roll ads and the mid-roll ads on Twitch because, I don't make much on ads on Twitch anyways, and I was like, I'd rather have higher audience retention than just make a couple $100 a show or whatever from Twitch. So And then the prime thing, that's just, I mean, that's me joking, obviously. I guess I'm baiting a little bit. I don't know. Thank you, man. Okay, we have...
Psycho donated $25. Brian, I felt it necessary to inform you that I find you to be utterly atrocious for your like of wizard sleeves. You freak.
Listen, me and Andrew, as we're both, you know, I'm the founder, but he's on the board of directors. We will not stand for your bigotry and your hatred towards women with outies and large labia. Andrew he's on the board of directors. He won't stand for it either. Right, Andrew? Anyways.
Yeah, I disavow. I 100% disavow.
Yeah.
Where are the roasts?
But the one point of contention that me and
where's
Mr.
the
Atlas
roast?
have all the time is I do not
It
believe
was super
that
mild.
big
Someone
give a-
labias
me a
matter.
roast.
I do
That would be
not
great.
believe that, Brian.
I haven't gotten a single
I don't believe
Disavow.
that big labias matter.
Anybody
I
here
disavow.
have an outie? Just curious.
So one point of contention.
Any outies at the table?
Are you circumcised?
If I answer, will everybody here answer?
Are we talking about belly button?
Beautiful
An
description.
outie? What?
Labia.
Outie labia.
No.
I'm just curious.
That would be so uncomfortable.
To have an outie?
Yeah,
To
especially
sit.
as a runner. That would
sit.
like ruin my life. I'm great.
Okay. What the fuck?
Let's play the blame
Oh my
game.
god.
Everyone keeps
Yeah, we
saying
can't
that.
do that. Sorry, bro.
Sorry.
It's rid of the show.
And also, if there's any cursing, we can't.
Oh.
Bretimus_Maximus donated $25. Purple hair, you said you're playing therapist to many men on your of when you were questioned on what it would take for you to quit. What if I told you that you could do it for just one man, husband? Raven Simp donated $25. That said, I'd love to try to date, I mean debate Raven. XD I'll be in the Instagram DMs.
Raven
I can
Simp?
tell you love the attention. Especially when guys mention your peach. Long. Old Man Marine donated $25. Andrew, what's wrong with you today? You were way too nice tonight. Did you get your rocks off before you came on? Spit that fire, we love it. My apologies, Brian, you're not that fat lol.
Well, okay, so
Bucky Larson
Not that
donated
fat.
$27. Of girls, you shall bow to Brian right now or else he'll turn into a grizzly bear. You think you could survive Brian the grizzly bear? Russ donated $25. Patriarch here, just sending love to Bobby Babe for tolerating these cringe lords, vote yay.
Oh my god, hi, I love you.
Is that one of your OnlyFans simps?
no patriarch would ever.
I don't know.
John
accept a woman
Lewis
wanting
donated
to apologize.
$25. Raven hair, the show isn't over yet, but I am already cheating on you. You are a blabbering know-it-all, think you are always correct
shit.
and you never STFU. Better get help.
Sort of.
6,969 blah 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 69 donated $25. Now for fun, Mommy Milker's motorboat.
Oh my god.
Nickelodeon donated $25. You're not worth a roast, Blondie. I forgot you were there.
Oh, damn.
Damn.
Hey.
Boom, roasted.
Boom.
That is a good roast. Actually.
Boom.
I can't stop looking at her in the monitor. Because then she doesn't know I'm looking.
You mean
JP
yourself?
donated $25. Brian, try to be productive by being collaborative rather than combative. You act personally offended every time you are challenged. It's immature. Try to conduct yourself better.
Shut up, simp. You're tone
Ragnaros
policing.
Lord
Shut
of Fire
up.
donated $25. Brixan, if you treated that dumpy like a raid boss, you could get rid of it in one raid tier. The loot that drops is a +10 stam buffer. Ragnaros Lord of Fire donated $25.
You did it twice.
You can pull those up, Nick. Guys, it's just through Streamlabs if you want to send a message. We're not doing reads. Yep, okay. Thanks. Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. If you guys want, you can get your last minute messages in there for the roasts. We're going to wrap up here in a few minutes. And I'm trying to think what else there was to talk about. I hit all my notes. We did all the dating apps. Oh, we didn't do the Bumble segment. Okay. We'll have the girls do, you get 20 swipes each,
This is good to do at the end. I like this.
and we'll see what your type is.
We need like your dating age range.
Yeah, age range.
You get like
So I would say 31 to 50 men and women. Is that allowed?
I think we can only do men.
Okay.
Wait, so 30 to 50?
31 to 50. It's not like a non-negotiable. I would go for an older or a younger guy, but
F11, please.
Oh, nice.
Do they like show their bios?
Oh,
You just
I mean,
get the first
No,
picture.
higher.
Looks?
yeah.
Okay.
okay.
So yes or no?
I'm not into the fedora, but he's cute. No. The fedora was a deal breaker. Yeah, no.
Teddy
Yes,
bear
I
vibe. Really?
like him, yes. Definitely yes. Yes.
Yes.
We're pausing the TTS for just a moment, but you guys can send them in,
It's
and
kinda
I'll
hard
get to them in a
He's
bit.
making like the silliest face. I can't tell, but I'll go with no on the safe side. Yes. No, not for this. I don't know which one,
Which
so no.
Just choose like the hottest one if there's like
Dad's
multiple
gone,
guys in the
guys.
picture.
Time for
Yes, I
scandal.
want this guy in the bike. No, I don't like his facial hair. Yes. Yes.
Kind of looks AI-y.
Yes, it
Right?
looks like young Andrew. No. 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 Yes. No. Is that 20? Like okay, no. No for this one.
What's your age range?
We're gonna go with you next. In your age range.
What's your age range?
28 to 35.
Ah, that's mine too.
I'm 22. So.
Go ahead.
No. 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 Oh, yeah. Yeah. No. No. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's cute. No. No. Sure. Sure. No. Yes. No. Yeah. No.
The cat's cute.
No. He's peeing in that. That's a no. Hard no. No.
Who's next?
Age range?
Let's say 29 to 40.
Alright.
I keep trying to play footsie with you.
I keep like
No. Yes. No. Yeah. No. 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 Yes. No. 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 Yes. No. 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 No.
Looks like a good time.
No. No.
That's 20. Next age range?
24 to 32.
Alright. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. No. 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 Yes.
A lot of travel guys on here.
Yes.
I'm excited for hers.
Yes.
Not enough dad bods.
Yes.
Which one? Is it both? Is it a 2-for-1 deal?
No.
What kind of picture is that?
Yes.
Who's rock climbing?
You don't even know who it is. Just say yes or no.
No.
Kyle.
Sure. Sure.
He's cute.
Yes. Yes. No. No. Yes. 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 And no.
Was that all?
Yes.
Smile, man.
Daddy, sorry,
Alex,
Daddy.
get together.
What's up, Jesse?
Yes.
Squid.
Age range?
38 to 50.
Ooh.
38 to 50.
Yeah, I guess so. You gonna go on the Golden Bachelor?
Maybe.
Perfect match. Into the mic. If you can, just say yes or no.
No. I can't see his face well enough. No. Yes. 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 No. 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 Yes. No. No. Nope. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No. Too daddish. No. Yeah. No. No.
28 to 37. No. 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 Yes. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. No. No. Nope. Yes. No. No. Yes. 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 No. Yes.
Everybody had such different taste.
My taste didn't even come up on there.
It wasn't even like
I didn't see a
overwhelmingly like
single
yes
Eric
or no.
Foreman or a single
Were they
Jim from the
picky,
office.
or what do you think, Madison?
Not as piggy as like other people have been. They're pretty good.
Any no, like 100% no's?
No.
Okay. All right, guys, we're gonna do a few more minutes of the thing. A couple came through. I'm gonna let them come through.
Mr. Bulle donated $25. Communique from the Grand Inquisitor. Brian, you have failed to provide Blue White Cup with certificate of authenticity. You are hereby ordered to hit the gym. Your weight gain is offensive. Get to it.
Yeah, I gotta lose some weight, boys. Gotta
Eric
lose some
6
weight.
donated $25. Did you see H3 Ethan challenged you to a debate? I believe you
Anytime.
could beat him. He clearly has never watched your show and is only making assumptions on your stances and opinions. I hope you do it.
You guys are getting
Me
roasted
too.
harder than we are.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, I'm not interested, to be honest. But Andrew would do great though. Okay, we have.
Board Troll donated $25. Brian, I'm not sure why you don't go down on women. With your micro peepee, you have to give the girls something to expect. Eating bee is usually tasty, unless it's summer.
Damn, brutal.
Oh man. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I'm a fan of labia, but I don't do that.
They're coming for you.
What's that?
I said they're coming for you.
Oh, I don't care.
Will you kiss a woman after she's gone down on you?
Nope. She can like rinse her mouth or brush her teeth or whatever, but
wow.
It's called a sexual boundary.
Interesting.
Okay, so are you agreeing, Andrew? You don't go down on women either?
I didn't say that. I
don't-
said that if a woman were to go down on a dude, you ain't fucking kissing her afterwards. It's gross.
It's your
Why?
penis?
If it's your
yeah,
wife.
I don't give a shit.
So?
Yeah, no.
But you do go down on women, though.
You better get a fucking. You better get a toothbrush. What the fuck? No way.
Y'all are babies.
What's that?
I said that's babyish.
I'm not gonna.
What's your
Well,
body
that's
count,
babyish
Andrew?
about
Hold
it.
on. How about instead of you two whispering under your breath, why don't you actually say it into the microphones?
Yes,
Because
please.
it's so unserious. I said, so you've never done a cum swap? Okay.
Yeah, what did you say?
I said this feels like high school
Why does it feel like high school?
because it feels like you make a statement and then he agrees.
Andrew
Or he makes a
disagrees.
statement and then you
I think
agree.
Andrew
Andrew disagrees with me on plenty of
goes
things.
down on women. He didn't object to that one.
Yeah, he just doesn't like to be kissed after his wife goes down
Right.
on him.
Whatever.
But I felt like those are like very high school things to say because that's just inexperienced.
How does it?
Oh, it's just
People that are
inexperience.
like, I'm not
You know what
gonna
I need
do
to do? I need to walk a guy through a mall while he's drinking his sperm, and then I can get the sufficient experience to get the clap like you did. And one of these
From my
days, we will
boyfriend
be
who
on
cheated.
par with each other, but
From
it's
my
not
boyfriend
today.
who cheated though, so okay.
All right, he got you on that one.
Seem a little
He
tricky.
got
Well,
you.
so how would it have anything to do with inexperience?
Well, I'm sure maybe, have you had a bad experience eating pussy? Is that why? I'm sorry, should I not say that?
No.
I did it a couple times when I was younger, but I honestly wish I never did it.
Was it unsanitized?
No, it had nothing.
Okay.
It had absolutely nothing to do with that. There's nothing
There was no,
wrong
like,
with the
BB
pussy.
going on.
Nothing wrong with the pussy. I actually learned at a very young age. Somehow I discovered this in 2008. Maybe it was, I don't know exactly when. So HPV, men are experiencing very high incidence of throat and head cancer. And this is directly linked to HPV. And this is, who's that famous actor? Was it Martin Sheen?
I don't think so. I can look it up.
Can you Google it? But a lot of men are getting throat and head cancer.
Yeah, they should have gotten the vaccine.
Well, for the longest time, it wasn't recommended in men. It's only now recently that they've started recommending men get the HPV vaccine. So I'm not gonna I already regret having done it those couple times when I was much younger, but yeah, I'm not getting throat cancer for your sexual gratification. Sorry. If that makes me high school and inexperienced, I ain't doing that shit.
You're so sassy.
Sassy.
So sassy.
Nick, can you find it, please?
He's married to trying to think of
This guy got throat cancer. Famous, I think it's Martin Sheen.
He got it from eating pussy?
Yes.
Is it
Okay.
higher percentage of
Interesting.
like men getting
That is-
throat cancer than like a girl?
Yeah.
That's where Tony Montana got his famous scar as well. He got his famous scar from doing that.
Damn.
Like, is it actually more common in men? I'm genuinely
But
curious.
if your
I
wife,
think
if your
it
wife
probably
isn't
is more
sleeping
common in men
around
'cause
though,
they
how
don't
would you
usually
get it?
have doesn't it not show up on men like that?
Well,
Or they can have
Test for it in men
no
at all.
symptoms.
more women are vaccinated against it, and I don't know the exact breakdown, but it does seem to be manifesting itself more in men.
Was it Michael Douglas?
Yeah.
Michael Douglas, was that the guy in Wall Street, or what was that fucking movie? I don't know. One of these fucking famous actors. Can you pull up the chat? Probably knows. Can we just pull up the chat? Yeah. So
That's where the real
Michael
roasting's
Douglas.
happening.
Yeah. I don't even want to read it.
I know, right?
But yeah,
Actually,
no,
I
it's
kinda do. It's funny.
and I got neck problems too. So I'm not trying to.
I mean, you're entitled to
That's
your
valid.
sexual boundaries, dude.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue that you're wrong for that. I just.
You literally were.
I didn't
And this
say
girl
that. I said
over
it
here,
does
it's
seem
so
a little
high
bit like,
school.
it seems a little high school. Like that's something that I feel
Have
like
you ever
a
had
high
anal
school
sex?
kid would say.
No.
What if? Okay. Have you ever had anal sex? I'm assuming this is a yes, but
A couple times. It's not really like my favorite.
Okay.
It's not my favorite.
Has a guy ever asked you to have anal sex?
Yeah.
Yeah, into the mic. Okay.
Yeah.
Why didn't you want to have anal sex?
Because I just
It's
don't
not
want
some-
anything in
you-
my butt.
Okay, cool.
This is a no-no zone for me.
Yeah, it's a sexual boundary, right? How would you feel if a guy didn't respect that boundary?
Then it would technically be rape. So.
Oh my God.
Don't say
Not
the
what I
word.
fucking mean, but okay.
It's fair to have whatever
my
boundary
God.
you have. It's totally fine.
But I wasn't saying that was high school. I was just saying you guys like, you say one thing, he agrees. He says, but yeah.
Look,
But he disagreed, though.
No is a complete
supposed to-
sentence. I don't want
I know,
to
like he
is
said
enough.
something, and then I
Yeah.
disagreed with him, and then we agreed on the things that we agree about. It's almost like it's adult conversation. I know it's there. It's like high school, though.
I just wanted to know the
Because-
reason, and now that I know the reason, that there's not like like pussy stank or some kind of like just wrong reason.
How about the
for
fact
it.
that women are promiscuous? And there's no scenario where I'm going to go down on a girl who there's a possibility she just fucked a guy the night before. How about that too?
Yeah, if
He's not
you're
wrong.
not into that.
Some guys may not want to go down on a chick who has armpit hair. I mean,
Exactly. Yeah.
seems
All right.
reasonable.
What's the other? Sorry, guys, a whole bunch came through. I haven't been paying attention to it. Okay.
Accountability donated $25. Ratings starting from right. Decades too late Bratz doll equals 4. Common blonde equals 89 IQ. Raven equals ear destroying Yaps McGee. 34 triple G equals moo. Barnes and Noble enjoyer equals 5. Eat more you twig. Comedian equals based. Anon donated $25. Alyssa, you have the right energy, but you're not there yet. We can fix you. 38 yo, 6 feet 100k plus, WFH tech, nerdy AF, strong dad bod, solo dad to 1 yo girl.
It's
Mongamous and never cheated. Want 2 plus more kids. DM?
Fuck yes.
Get in there.
Yeah,
Curtis underscore
Send
Leon
pics.
underscore donated $25. Brian, which prison cell would you pick one? The cell with a 6 feet 7 inches 270 pounds 5% body fat prison daddy bear who starts you on hormones and pubic blockers. 2. The other cell with a grizzly bear who mauls you.
Grizzly bear. Grizzly bear. I'm taking the grizzly bear.
Ryan?
I don't even know how to answer this dumb fucking thing.
We just started on him though.
Honestly, I'm definitely dying if it's the grizzly bear. I probably
Yeah,
would
it's a-
survive. I'd probably survive with the 6'7" dude, so I'm gonna survive. They're both pretty terrible though. I love how tonight's thumbnail is essentially softcore corn with a highly sexualized edit with a girl's chest out. Oh, is this the right cornering? Whatever, dude. Hypocritical stuff, but not surprising. How is it hypocritical? Send another one in, dude. Or actually articulate how it's hypocritical. I don't even understand the argument here, but okay. Grid 1 is the definition of divorced energy. Okay, I don't know if he's here to see that, but...
Warlord 69 you donated $25. Live statistics, 1 in 6 women got the clap. OF isn't a career. Tell yourself all the sweet lies you need to. At the end of the day, no sane man will be putting a ring on that. Probably only Mr. Yeast.
Can you read this one, Maddie?
Respect men who have germ boundaries. I feel the same, and yes, Andrew, I do hope you're swinging titty blank debates Ethan, as he can't call you fat because he was fat for a long time. He's got nothing on you.
Old Man Marine donated $25. Alyssa, was it? Close them legs and keep reading the Bible. The Lord seems to be working on your heart. Being non-denom is like being a libertarian. Pick a side. Double-minded and unstable James 1:8. Brian's lint roller donated $25. Whispering and giggling to each other. Totally not high school behavior.
Yeah.
The fucking irony.
That's a good one.
You guys got
that is
you
a
got
good one.
they got you.
We're just being little bi girlies over here.
KINK Gaming donated $25. Former correctional officer rate me on Insta Superman _R_L89.
I believe the threshold for that is far more than the 25. So unfortunately, we can't rate you on Instagram. I think what is the threshold for? I think I even took it out of as an option to do an Instagram rating. I don't think we even offer that. Yeah, we don't offer that. I mean, we'll do it for 500 if you want, but otherwise we're not gonna do a rating. Nick, can you pull up Twitch? Oh wait, hold on.
I thought they were talking about you,
Wait,
but then I realized he's correct.
Jack_Chavanti donated $25.25. The table is defensive regarding carnals. They are trapped between promiscuity and ego. Sex pays now. Gals are cashing in. Anyone who has ever said get that bag was female, etc. #er welcome.
Can you read this, Maddie?
Love how tonight's thumbnail is essentially softcore. We already read that with the highly
Yeah.
sexual
He
edit
sent it
with the
again.
girl's chest out hypocritical stuff, but not surprising. Grid 1 is a definition of a divorced dad, or of divorced dad energy.
Yeah.
Ripped Rich and Rare donated $25. Fat boy Andrew got stuffed in the locker all his child and adult life. He thought reading books, marrying a single mom and taking care of their kids is the way to live. Fat boy with tits. Hold this cell.
We like fat boys, so y'all can chill on that.
Okay, good to know. Good
Andrew,
to know.
whip him out.
Dad bods are where it's at.
All right. So on Twitch, we're gonna pull up Twitch really quick, guys. Go to twitch.tv.
I've never even been to prison. I mean,
/ whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub, guys. Follow in the Prime sub. Twitch.tv / whatever. And guys, it's been 17 minutes since we've had a Prime, so it's probably bugged. I don't know if somebody can test that out, but Viking, thank for the Prime. Mike, thank for the Prime. Q Boss, thank for the Prime. J Dog 101, thank for the Prime. Baby Champ, thank for the follow. Kai, thank for the follow. Lucky Bucky, thank for the follow. Guys, I think our Prime is bugged. Does anybody have a little Prime chat? A little Prime in the chat to let us know. Thank you guys, appreciate it. And then, Nick, can you show the view count, guys? We're going to wrap up here pretty soon. Like the video, please, on your way out. We've got about 6,000 view on YouTube still. So if you guys can, just hit the like button, guys. We got 6,000 watching. We have almost 3,000 likes. Get us to 3,000 likes before the end of the video. Helps out in the algorithm. Over on Twitch, who are we going to raid? We are going to raid... Oh, they changed up the... that's interesting. Oh, here it is. That's okay. There's Whoa Grandma. There's... Wait, hold on. There's Soda Poppin'. We'll do Whoa Grandma. We'll do Whoa Grandma. She's got... All right, we'll raid her in just a moment. Trying to see if there's anything. Yeah, we'll wrap up the show here. So, let's see. Last call to action, though. I'd like to end the show. I get a lot of flack from people on this. By seeing if we can't use this moment as an opportunity to give you three, well, actually, maybe you two, a call to action. Would you consider stopping sex work entirely tonight?
Why?
Because I just said so.
No.
Okay, well, I tried. See, guys, I tried. It was a noble cause. By the way, I like your haircut, Andrew. Did you get a haircut? Your hair looks a little different.
How do you notice shit like that? I never noticed stuff like that. But yes, I did. I did get.
I'm an attention to detail kind of guy.
I know.
Attention to detail kind of guy.
I'm not.
It's good. Looks good. It's slicked back very well. You don't have any of those strays like I do right here. It's good. Well done.
You guys
That's a
hair
Superman
look the
curl.
same.
That's cute.
Yeah. So no to the call to action.
No, I'm not quitting.
Okay. I tried. So we are going to do a raid. We're going to raid Whoa Grandma. She's 82. She plays World of Warcraft. Be nice over there, guys. I try to raid some smaller streamers at the end of my stream, so a little love. We're going to get her on the dating talk eventually. She's got... anyways, I'm going to send this out right now. It looks like she's about to do a raid or something. Looks like she's or no, she's just playing with her user interface. Oh wait, I got it. Hold on, actually, really quick. I just gotta do my outro shit. All right, GG, well played to the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. We have a very good panel on Tuesday, assuming no flakes and no shows like we had today. Excuse me.
Yeah, and I gotta apologize that I was late. I did let Brian know that may happen, but should be in the clear on that now. I just had some stuff come up in the life that I had to take care of. So I want to apologize as I was scheduled tonight and I was late, and that's not anything that I ever really like to ever do. So I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, all good. Oh wait, we have.
Their Almed Meatball donated $200. Abuela plays WoW?
Used to, yes, I did.
Oh shit! What, like classic?
Yeah, old school, like back in 97, 98, 99.
Wait, WoW was like wow. Whoa, that was like 2004, 2005, I think. Were you playing? What was the other?
I forgot.
EverQuest?
Yeah, EverQuest.
Oh,
yeah.
that's old school.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
So EverQuest, and then into WoW in the early 2000s. I stopped once I moved out to LA.
EverQuest, that's OG.
Yeah.
You did the old school EverQuest.
Old school.
That's OG.
It was a lot of fun.
I'm trying to get our raid set up to you, Andrew. You're going to be streaming for a little bit after this.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a sec. My computer's lagging here. I'm going to get you all set up. We have. Oh my god, fucking. Andrew, give us something here at the end. What's the last thing you want to talk about?
Well, I appreciate everybody here at the panel turning out and the spirited debate, even though you suck at it and you should probably quit immediately. But other than that, right, it was a fun panel. I don't take any of this stuff personally. I hope you guys don't either. I thought it was a fun exchange back and forth. Hope to see all of you back. Female comedians are not funny. There's nothing you're ever going to be able to do to change my mind. As long as you live, you just can't. It can't be done.
What if I whip out my dick? Will that be funny then?
See what I mean?
He's just not the audience for it.
Still was bad. It was terrible. You had the opportunity of a lifetime to go out on the best
you said
thing
as a
ever,
woman,
and it was a fail.
I was trying to, adhere to your personal preference. So if I had a penis, would I then be funny?
Yeah, but see, that's what I mean, right? It's timing
you
is
proved my
everything,
point.
and it was just
Preference of a penis?
yeah, it was just okay.
As far as comedians,
it was okay.
Penis, you know?
Wait, wait. Can you pull up Whoa Grandma? I guess I accidentally
It's sitting there.
I guess I rated her before.
Oh damn!
I didn't mean to send it over early, but okay. I guess we rated her.
She usually has late reactions.
It is a whatever raid.
Oh, there it is. Okay, good, just in time. All right. Boom! Look at that. She's doing a raid. She's playing.
This
she's-
one don't count.
Yeah. What the?
Get him, Grandma.
Get like Granny.
I know you guys keep saying that.
Yeah. Anyways, okay, there she is. She's doing a raid and retail. She's playing retail. Cool. Show her some love, guys. Be nice, like I said. Anyways, what was the other thing we had to do? Oh, I had one last. By one last, I mean like 3 last questions. So, all right, here we go. Let's see. Hold on, guys. I got to pull this up. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna be a goblin because fuck it. Tonight's panel was ridiculous. Who's the primary victim of war, men or women? Starting with you?
This is the victim thing that I don't like, but I guess men.
Men?
Men.
Definitely men.
Okay.
But no war was created by women, so.
Well, that's not true at all.
Yeah, that's
actually.
not true at all.
On behalf of us.
It's not
No.
true at all.
That's why men are the
We
victim.
have power to.
We're the ones that start the wars and then they have to finish them.
Well,
I don't know if that's usually the
Oh,
case.
you want to go back to England times, the monarchy? Like, there's plenty of women that were in power who have started wars, and they were more violent than the men.
Nick, can you Google kings or queens, like more likely to start war? So my understanding is they did an analysis. Queens were more likely than kings to go to war.
Yeah, violence.
They were probably trying to like really assert their dominance, but just like female police officers can be a little bit, correctional officers and all that stuff.
I was
They
a cool
tend to
correctional
be-
officer, just FYI. But yes,
just like
what you're
prison
saying is
guards,
valid,
the
though.
prison guards that are women, like they say that they're way more harsh.
39 percentage
'Cause they
points more
need
likely to engage in a war in a given year compared to polities ruled by kings. Okay.
It's because they feel like
oh
they
wait,
have to
Nick,
assert
there's
more
a
to
can
be taken
you?
seriously.
There's a QZ article, or no? There's an Economist. Do you see the Economist article? Yeah, so it says over 193 reigns, they found that states ruled by queens were it's not going to show the whole thing. It just says we're 27% more likely to wage war than those ruled by kings. There's a bunch of articles that seem to cite this 27% number. So, yeah, let's see what else. Can you be sexist towards men? No. What about you? No?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So wait, you guys said no.
Well, I'm on the side of the like prejudice and power thing on this
God.
argument with all of it. Obviously, you can
Okay, another
dislike.
5 minutes. Sorry.
Oh Lord.
There's a literal definition. It's misandry.
And then what? So what's your reason?
Well, actually, yeah. I guess you can be, but I wouldn't want to be. So.
No. Okay.
That wasn't the question.
The question is, can in general women, can you be racist towards men?
Sexist.
Sexist.
Yeah.
Or sorry, I'm
like
so
Sexist.
late.
Yeah.
Sexist. So yours is the prejudice. But what? So, can you be racist towards white people? No. What about you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go into this for just 5 minutes. Can you explain it a little bit?
I see what y'all are saying. Like, I've experienced racism growing up, like, in a predominantly black area and going to a very much predominantly black school and where I was in a minority, but I'm not over here crying the white girl tears, like, because historically and just with everything, I'm not the oppressed one. It's like,
Nope,
like I
I
said,
agree.
it has to be.
Hang on. I totally agree.
Bit of
Argument
power
completely
with it.
conceded. You conceded your own argument immediately. You just said that you experienced racism while you were at a black school. That's the end of that.
Checkmate.
I think that it was. It's quite different, I think, than racism.
Did you
because
experience
that's on, like, a
racism while you were at this
societal-
predominantly black school or
on a
not?
societal level, but this was my experience in a small area, and also we're talking about like a group of people that have been so mistreated and taken
Oh, I
advantage
see.
of, and
So prejudice is power, right? It's power plus prejudice equals racism. So when you were the minority in a black school, you experienced racism. That's the end of that. Thanks.
okay.
Sassy.
That means that black people can be racist towards white people, right?
Well, I guess, but
Yeah.
okay, fine.
Yeah.
They could, but it's a matter
But I mean, you
of
could argue
if they
that-
are.
I would say it was
levels.
valid. I would say it was very valid for them to feel the way that they do based on like what they have been through, what their generations before them and their family lineage have freaking been
You
through.
deserved it. Was it good for you?
They
Was
are
it
just
good?
children.
Did you deserve it?
They were just children who have been experiencing a lot of. I'm sure that they experienced way more racism than I did, though.
But that's not what we're talking
so
about.
you deserved it?
Like, there's kids bully kids, and whether it's racist or
Yeah, but did you deserve for
not.
them to be racist towards you or not?
Were you doing something that?
Hold on. No. Hold on. Answer the question.
Did I deserve it? Not me personally. I don't think.
Yeah, so you didn't deserve it, and they were racist towards you, and you were the minority, and they had the institutional power, and so therefore, whites can experience racism from blacks, right?
Yeah, but I'm not hurting from it in the same way.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm too tired to talk about
I'm really too tired for this and a little bit hungover and jet lagged. But
Well, I'm a little tired and hungover. I'm not jet lagged, but
you can.
I've seen people be racist towards my husband. He's white, and I've seen it with my own eyes, and I'm a person of color, and it's, you know, it goes both ways. It goes both ways.
I mean,
Valid.
This
But
is a pretty
just
fair
my personal
panel, to be
opinion
honest,
that, like, I'm an agreeable person. You know, I see.
Get your
what you're saying.
25s in. We're gonna wrap. Any further thoughts on this, Andrew?
yeah, well, I'm just trying to explain to you that both ways here, your ideology has to be wrong. Either way one, that your ideology is wrong, is that you started out by saying, I've experienced racism when I was in a predominantly, black school where I was the minority. But then you went on to say, well, but I think that racism can really only be prejudice plus power. But if you're the only minority in that school, or one of the few minorities in that school, then the power would go over to these other people who are not the minorities at the school. So if that's the case, that's still prejudice plus power by your criteria. So both ways, whites can experience racism, right?
theoretically, yes. And
But the racism
well, this
that
can't
they
be
showed toward
theoretical
me did
because it
not, like,
happened.
the racism they showed toward me in this one small little example in this little scenario did not have an effect on like everything to do with my life and my grandparents and like segregation and all this stuff. Like,
I see. So if that's the case,
I
if
wasn't
it
hurt
didn't-
by it. I was like, okay, I've been bullied.
fair,
I've been
you know what?
this
Fair
and that.
enough.
Like, I just
it didn't
looked at
have a
it as
long-term
bullying.
lasting
And
effect on you.
they
I
don't
get
know
it.
better.
But let me ask you
They're
this. Yeah, let me ask you this though. If you didn't deserve it, which is what you're saying, it must have had some effect on you because you remember that you didn't deserve it. Right?
I said, yeah, me personally, it's not like I was the one, like, I did not live in the, like, slave owning days or do any shit like that.
Right. Right. So, I mean, you didn't deserve that. But let us assume for a second it made all of those people who were racist towards you feel better. Do you think they should have been racist towards you?
Makes them feel better.
Yeah.
I mean, if it makes them feel better, I really don't mind being someone's punching bag.
Perfect. You have just justified anti-black racism by whites. Ding,
Okay.
ding. Good job. You just justified it, saying as they could do it because it makes them feel
Well,
better.
the white people are still doing it to them, so
Yeah, but it's
kind of
okay because it makes them feel better.
it's even. It's
How's it
literally-
even? If more white people feel better because there's more white people
But
than there
they're
are
not-
black
they're not
people,
the
and it
ones
makes
that are
them feel
oppressed
better,
and,
then
like,
by your
have
logic, they should be able to do it.
Generational trauma and like are oppressed as shit, and yeah, they're not the ones that are hurting from it. So we as white people aren't feeling better by being racist.
Wait, I do want to point out one thing here. History shows that white people were slaves much longer than black people.
Yeah, and I'm actually
So
Irish
between
and Ashkenazi.
okay, but
so
like between like 1500 and 1750, there were like millions and millions of white slaves.
yeah,
Just saying.
I mean, my ancestors for sure were. I did a 23andMe, but
Word.
so.
Anyways, final thing on this, Andrew. Otherwise, I do want to try to get things
Yeah,
wrapped
yeah.
up here.
So I'm just
But I think
saying
their
the final
owners were
thing.
also
You might
white.
want
I thought this was a
to. You might
dating
want to
show.
reevaluate whether or not people should be able to be racist towards you because it makes them feel better. That seems like a really bad
we're
position, which
moving
would
it
actually
into a
justify.
more-
Hang on. Let me
we're moving
finish.
in a
I'm
better
almost done.
direction.
Now, I'll give you the last
It's
word.
still
Hang on.
hard, though. Like, okay.
Hang on. Calm down. You might want to reevaluate it. Yeah, you don't seem calm. But yeah, anyway, you might want to reevaluate that because you'll end up justifying racism. That's what you'll end up doing, right?
You want to find the word or?
Final word. Go
Good.
ahead.
Do you want to find the word?
I'm saying that all that stuff it wasn't that long ago. So the tension is still there, and I think that we're moving away from racism, and I think that's a great thing. I'm not trying to justify racism. I simply said I think racism is more of a prejudice and
Navigating
power thing.
Patterns donated $50. In Beauty and the Beast, how useful is the Beast transformation capable of building a good society despite his lack of cooperation in Belle World? Incel Gaston, proven to the townspeople be better?
Was that a roast?
Gambit 90 donated $25. Brian, check out the examples used on the women's rating guide in about section of subreddit r/trueratim. Rating as a metric of rating looks
DM
more
that to me?
objectively.
Can you DM it
they
to me
cover
just as a
all
reminder?
ethnicities. Stacy for Senate donated $25. Andrew, is she savable or is the indoctrination too deep at this point?
I think he's gone. I don't know. He's gone, man. Sorry, Stacy.
Black Phoenix donated $25.
I'll try to replay it.
We are not the sins of our fathers.
Is he back?
Why would I punish or think lower of you when you had nothing to do with it? Stop living in a past you didn't live in.
Okay.
Stacy for Senate donated $25. In 1838 most Mormons were white. In 1838 Governor Wade Boggs of Missouri signed the Mormon Extermination Act, Executive Order 44. State-sanctioned genocide on U.S. soil against whites.
Okay.
Josh donated $25. Purple L yet again, just saw you like black guys, geez.
Just say. I think he meant to say just say. And then while you're gone, Andrew, this one from Stacy came through.
Stacy for Senate donated $25. Andrew, is she savable or is the indoctrination too deep at this point?
Too deep.
All right, with that said, want to do another quick thank you to the panel.
Ripped Rich and Rare donated $25. Fat boy doesn't compete in blood sports, more like milk squirts. Pull up your shirt and tell me you're fucking proud of that shit. Big old titties. Tits. Lactation.
Oh my God.
Boobies. I'll smack your fat ass.
They're really going after
like
you,
he's
Brian.
into
What
it.
happened?
Sounds like he likes
they're
the
not going
titties.
after me. They're going after Andrew.
Oh, Andrew. Poor
All right,
Andrew.
guys. Okay.
Well, they're upset that I don't shave my arms.
That's what. Yeah, it's the.
You got Yeti arms?
Name thing.
Yeah, they're pretty upset. Apparently, real men shave their arms. Apparently.
All right, guys. Like the video, please.
And go to prison, and they go to prison too.
All right, guys.
That's what I'm told.
Thank you guys for tuning in. We're gonna do a raid over to Andrew. Drop him a follow. Let me just get this chat. Drop him a subscribe over there on YouTube.
Old Man Marine donated $25. Purple hair, this is your daddy.
That was the last one.
Have
guys.
I not taught you that two wrongs don't make a right? SMH, you'll get your spankings when you come home.
There it is. All right. Cool. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in tonight. We're going to raid Andrew over there on YouTube. Drop him a subscribe. 07's in the chat. Sorry, guys. I'm frazzled. It's a long show. Okay. Good night, guys. We'll see you on Tuesday.